Samaritan from me to you, a bullhorn right out of the blue, a bullet right into your brain, in bullet points that will explain. I'm bulldozing the bullshit now. Those bullies say that I'm a cow. They're gonna find the bulwark raised. Best believe it's my final phase. Blue, the color of the sky today. Blue, the tears I'm gonna cry today. Blue, it's horrible to think about. Blue, it's terrible, it gives me gout. Blue, I'm miserable and I know why. Blue, it's visible that I might cry. Blue, impossible, you're true somehow. Blue, guess he's the bull and I'm the cow. Blue, oh Blue.
Curses! Spelt it again! I'll get you next time, casino!
We're opening a free grocery store sponsored by Poly Market, but it was only going to last like a week.
No, that was something that happened. Oh my gosh, that's super. What is that? Water, vegetable juice, fruit juice, 100%. Black tea, green tea, natural flavors, vitamin C. It seems like a much better alternative if you have to drink. I have to drink. I do like V8 and like a Bloody Mary, but no. Oh my gosh, that happened. But it's non-GMO, gluten-free, no artificial colors, no sugar added. No. I get anxiety, and like it makes me like, I don't know. I have to drink. Damn, they're so good. Having even more anxiety because so I have to be careful. I have to be careful with. It definitely helps. Having even more.
But at least now it can't get much worse.
But it did get worse.
Oh, it only gets worse for the quartering. And it might get worse for us today because I just heard some thunder strike. And if the internet goes down, well, who knows? Although if the YouTube goes down, that's because we're probably getting flagged. So make sure that you're following on Kick as well. And Brad said it. She's free. Let's take a quick look at this. This is from Alyssa Clips. What is this? Hannah Claire's off until summer? Is it free, Hannah Claire Bros? Is it finally free?
HCB is off for the summer.
School's out.
She's working on family and her own channels. And once midterms heat up, we'll bring her back.
Uh-huh. All right, chat. Do you think that Hannah's going to come back unironically? So I don't know very much about politics, honestly, but I think the midterms is in November. So basically half of the year she's just gone and she's going to come back. This is like when they sent Luke to the fair or the farm upstate. By the way, I think I've got the can we get some Luke W's? Luke fucking W's. He did it. He's free, boys. Somebody described, I think it was PvP that said this, but Luke is like the guy that had a ticket for the Titanic, but he overslept and the boat departed before he could get on. And he's like, oh man. And then like 2 weeks later, he's like, oh, you know what? It's fine. It's just fine. Oh, Luke can't stop winning. Oh my goodness. Now, I guess we'll have to put a vote, eh? Vote A if you think Hannah's going to come back, or vote B if you think she's gone forever. And speaking of the boys over on Kick, Shadow 1869 gifted 10 subs, which puts him, he knocks out Ziggy 89 from the leaderboard, becoming the #1 lifetime supporter on the channel. Big support from Shadow. We also, I think I missed this, as a rage quit from Winston, the Ego Respecter, said to lend Maya an olive branch. Maybe she thought having Andy and PPP on would cause her Jer to strike her channel, and she was afraid. I guess you really are living up to your name. But I think that's part of it. Chrissy has taken risks in the past, and she's had banned people on in the past, such as Ralph. And by the way, we might do a post show today where we look at Chrissy Maya interviewing Ethan Ralph, which is very funny. It's very funny. It's a classic one. Hey, look, if you're gonna spam the secret codes, I might have to take the chat off the screen. We'll have to see. I don't know. I can't read them on the desktop, but apparently on mobile it spells out something. But yeah, absolutely, she was scared of bringing people on, not only because she couldn't face their arguments, but also because she had to protect the bag. She had a $2,400 in support in super chats, and if that screen goes down, she doesn't get any of it. So of course she was afraid of losing that, but also she was afraid of getting destroyed in open debate. Bob Tube with a 10 says Luke's life was saved by being unentertaining. I thought Luke was doing pretty well. I mean, I've never seen any of his content, but I heard that he's actually getting too big to go on the quartering these days. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty hard. Well, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to beat the quartering these days, as we're going to see. By the way, we have some updates from Jeremy's terrible streams. We've got some more C's sessions. We've got some more oopsie daisies. And also we're going to have a look at Sydney Watson, who I think, like, I have been very critical of Australians' women's accents, but some new information has come to light. And I have to reevaluate my position because I've just learned the news that Sydney Watson is a B-bro? What the fuck? Wait a minute. Sydney Watson posts, look at my little hive. The funniest thing here is my boyfriend was so against this, but last night he was sat on the couch researching and telling me all the flowers we need to plant. It's more like Sydney Beanie. What the fuck's going on here? Bee Castle? Oh my goodness, I'm so envious. Now, this Till Tanky guy, some people are saying this is Jeremy. I'm not sure just yet, although we have found at least one of Jeremy's accounts because he's off Twitter for good. No, really, he's not on Twitter. He can't stand it. In fact, one of the clips is outrageous because he's talking about how he's not on Twitter when he's literally logged into Twitter. It seems that he's mostly posting from his Tailgates for Trump account, but this Till Tanky guy might be. What are they saying here? There's no proof he's a cuck or a false flagger, dumber. Like, this is like one of those unhinged posts. It's just like, hey guys, look at my beehive. And this happens to everybody when you start streaming. You'll post something like, oh, look at this. I went out for dinner and here's a picture of my steak. And they'll be like, actually, you are the worst. Like, it's just like this unhinged rant. So you see here, there's no proof he's a cuck or a false flagger, dumbass. And I don't believe he took down Kino's channel. But even if he did, well, to tell you the truth about it, even if he did, he was well within his rights since Kino was spreading false lies and defamation, which isn't protected by the First Amendment. That resulted in him getting death threats. Like, what a stupid comment. This may actually be the quartering. To tell you the truth about it, he doesn't care about the First Amendment. Oh my God. Like, oh. Well, actually, Sydney Beanie's B post made me send her death threats. So then clearly I should be taken down. Like, what do you mean? That's definitely Jeremy. I don't know. What do you guys think? Why don't you let me in the comments, as they say. Now, speaking of Jeremy, let's take a look at this. This is from the Jeremy Hambley channel. She-Hulk star admits why show failed. And then it's like, fixed? What do you mean fixed? Now, this is because he was recording his slop content while he's live streaming. This is the master plan, is to double dip down and get everything, done in one day. That's why he never does any takes, because he's doing it live. And normally when you have a bad take, you just re-record it. But if you're live streaming, you can't do that because people get annoyed. Like, why are you saying the same thing over and over and over again? Or why are you saying it again and again and again? People really find that annoying if you do that. Also, we've got potentially salami is criminal. Just subscribed on Kick. All right. The beginning of this video is so fucking funny. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on in the Doobie-Doobie-Doo universe.
I don't remember if you guys all... I don't know if you remember just how bad She-Hulk was. How bad.
I don't... Wait, let me read that again.
Remember if you guys all, I don't know if you remember just how bad She-Hulk was. How
Remember She-Hulk? It was 5 years ago. It lasted for a week, Jeremy. Let it go. It's over.
bad She-Hulk was a massive money loser for Disney. It was a show that probably could have been good. It probably could have been good if they focused on the legal drama stuff and not She-Hulk twerking. Yes, that existed. In fact, that's probably what most people remember about She-Hulk. And that was that she twerked with some rapper. I don't remember who it was, Megan Thee Stallion or...
I don't remember who it was. Says exactly who it was. You know that this is a canon event for Jeremy because he was beating it off to that scene. But, I mean, which is worse? Beating off to Megan Thee Stallion or the Green Woman?
Nicki Minaj or any one of these other individuals that are known for twerking, apparently. But now the star has come out and basically said no one wants to see her return to the MCU.
Yeah, that's why the show was canceled and nobody's talked about it for 5 fucking years. Oh my goodness. Oh dear, say it ain't so. This is about as much as I can kind of take from a Jeremy video that hasn't been sliced up and cut up because it is so fucking bad. And this is a like, I know we recorded this on live stream, but just have some professionalism, add some edits, add some cuts, at least re-record a great introduction. He's like wondering why his channel's dying when he's serving this up. But he can't because he hates it. He hates all of it. He hates his life. He's living in a nightmare of his own creation. He's in purgatory.
Because
all right, so that's enough of that one, I think. There's actually probably a lot of other funny moments in here where he just like is being an idiot as per usual. But we're going to skip, I think, on this one. Now, we got some Chrissy Mayer updates as we were going through. Smash JT posted out today. Chrissy Mayer begs her followers to report a parody account for impersonation. Yes, this is the very same Chrissy Mayer who parried Alyssa Mercante and Frosk in her comedy skits. You cannot make this shit up. Thin-skinned comedian can dish it out, but can't take it when the boomerang returns. You can see here, Chrissy says, okay, enough. Can everyone please report Gummy Maya for impersonation of me? Like, she can't even take a fucking joke. They're calling her the Gummy Mummy because, like, when she smiles, there's too much gum. I mean, I'm not a personal fan of the too much gum look. I think that's pretty gross. She's gummy. Now, obviously, Chrissy Mayer had a pretty bad week. Let me see. Where do I have these here? Where's it's the Miss Chrissy stuff? Here it is. She's even getting dunked on by Matt Jarbo. She had to end the stream. Oh, fuck. What is Google Drive do this? She had to end the stream to go pick boulders and count all of her super chats. But it gets worse than that, as I'll have to Alt-0 this one. She was actually caught. People were trolling her, and someone said unironically, I mean, well, they did say this ironically, but this is a joke. I can't believe that Brittany Venti, that harlot, attacked you on Mother's Day of all days. And Chrissy Mayer liked the post. And then the guy, I guess it's Dirty Deeds because he's the one sharing it. He exposed the Elon Rat app that she's liking all of the things in her defense because she can't take the hate. How's it going, Luther the writer? Is there another part of the videos coming up soon? Now, she's actually seething and hasn't contacted anyone. She's currently in her bunker, as I understand it. Where's the water one? Here, this one. She posted some cringe on Instagram, which is pretty funny. So this is Chrissy's account. It says, I asked God, why are you taking me through troubled waters? He replied, because your enemies can't swim. Oh, that's it's too deep for me. Just like the water, because I can't swim. There was also some random stuff that came out that was people are now going through and checking. Like, this is the thing. What happens is if you start associating with Jeremy, he's toxic, he's radioactive. People are going to go through all of your shit and start like, well, what does this person have to do with this? What does this person have to do? Because it is very strange that Chrissy was in this swinger lifestyle and introduced the Ricators to the Imholtes and kind of is responsible for the entire polycule that happened up there. What else did she do? What else did she do? But here's her, I guess this is from Easter Sunday. My Catholic confirmation journey. It's tits out for Jesus. Oh, you just gotta love them. You gotta give the boys some sunlight, eh, Chrissy? There's also, funnily enough, there's an old Simpcast where the quartering was talking about Chrissy, and this is the first thing that he mentions.
The link. Chrissy Mayer is in the chat. Well, I mean, I need to know if her bobs are out. You know,
Bob's out. Jeremy is so Indian coded. Now, when we actually get to the Sydney Watson section, I actually decided to contact Sydney Watson, and she was nice enough to respond and answer some of my questions and add a few more details about her interview with Camelot, and we'll go through that when we get to it. One of the craziest things, though, is that Jeremy would just message Sydney Watson with just like, hey, boobs, or boobs, question mark, as if he's just trying to get random tit pics when he's drunk. Like, if you couldn't hate Jeremy enough, we're going to learn today that it only gets worse for him. We got Vince Griswold with a 5, says, check out Red Bar clip where he covers Mayo stealing Christmas presents from another party table. Yes, we've already done that. We did that a few streams ago. She's being called Grinch Maya as well. She's literally stealing presents from children. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. All right. We'll go through some miscellaneous stuff as well. We got, this was good. Wait, well, the first one we'll go through her. So Melanie Mac was forced to delete her video. Well, not forced, she had to, because she was embarrassed. She deleted her video on content theft because turns out she was stealing content herself. But the funnier one, it's not going well for Mel. Hey, that rhymes. Melanie Mac, husband, hubby got me these for me today. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. This guy, Toxic Content, says, wonder what he got his boyfriend. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. I think we'll go through this now. Oh, one more thing before we sort of get into it. All right. So Hannah Claire, unironically, I believe she has gone because she has removed all of the links that would go to Jeremy's content. It seems like she's totally separating, and this seems like the perfect opportunity for her to do so. And as a result, Jeremy is now untethered. He's slotless. He has no time slot. He's going around at different times. He's even streaming in the morning. So now he has to compete with the toe. even Aaron's going to be dunking on him. Say it ain't so. But I think this is the final nail in the coffin for the Hannah Claire bros to know that she's actually off the coffee plantation. All right. So Jeremy, experienced live streamer, Mr. Jeremy Hambley, he decided that he was going to just, go for a regular stream. But things weren't working out well. It was, in fact, boomed to all hell and back. And I know that I have my issues as well, but that's not going to stop me from making fun of him, okay? So, first of all, he tried streaming on both YouTube and Rumble because multi-streaming is a very, very difficult and strenuous activity. But he couldn't even get it to work on YouTube. So you had 58 boomers that were in his stream for like 30 minutes watching, because that's all he can pull on YouTube is about 30 people. Well, I guess just under 60 people. And it just kept replaying the introduction clip over and over and over. So you were just forced to watch Trump's ass as it repeated ad nauseum. Then you go over, I think this is maybe combined a couple of streams. He just started streaming, and there's just these random things like, I think this is like a stream widget. He had no idea what was going on. And the funniest thing is he's getting trolled to hell and back in the comments. There was a mass purge that happens every time he streams of his, the viewers of the chatters. And even like the people that are honest to God Jeremy fans are taking friendly fire. It's crazy. 50 bots. I mean, at least bots have some form of intelligence. Jeremy viewers do not. So he's trying to fix these like stream issues while also he's seething at the chat. And there was some of the funniest trolling that I think I've seen in a while in a live stream. So you go, this is from a bit older, but I just wanted to bring it up again. So you can see here that Jeremy's, he's got a new leaf chat. All positive vibes, folks. For my mental health, it's gone now. Happier. I'm already happier. He's so happy. He's not going to be doing that toxic content anymore. He's going to be a good boy streamer. And by the way, the stream that he was doing for this, he was trying so hard to get attention. He was trying so hard to think of anything to say. It's insane. Like, because usually we watch Jeremy content clipped up. When you actually watch unfiltered Jeremy, it is the hottest garbage that I have ever seen. he's just like reading this article about some guy that jumped over a fence and then jumped into a plane to off himself. And he's like, this doesn't seem right to me, guys. As if it's just normal everyday stuff that guys jumping into planes. What do you think? It was 45 minutes. I'm not even joking. 45 minutes before I got my my trolling account banned. 45 fucking minutes of asking the chat. Oh, this seems a bit odd in it. Wow, great stream, Jeremy. Then he tried to get attention from boomers by like blaming Muslims because there was like some worker in a Kmart or something that was being filmed by some psychopath, and like, yeah, like freedom to record in public and everything, whatever. Yeah, like literally just bothering people in their workplace. And even he, a man that has been banned from the Renaissance Fair for streaming and recording other people and reducing the safety of the Renaissance Fair, had to say that the woman that was like live streaming on Facebook was being an absolute cunt. Just harassing these chicks in hijabs at the Kmart. Walmart, Kmart, same difference. I don't really care. I'm very upset with the changes to Google Drive. It's like sometimes you can zoom in, sometimes you can't, and then if you don't, then everything's like big. The arrows are gone too, which is annoying, so I have to use my keys. You can see here we have a lot of flags in the chat. These are some good, honest patriots, Jeremy supporters. You can see here, I believe it's Rumple Foreskin 123, which is a funny name. He's just posting an American flag. He's a good boy. He didn't do nothing. Well, he was deleted. No flags allowed. It's just not American. It's just not patriotic, Jeremy. What are you doing? The friendly fire. It was gone. Jeremy's also trying this Devin Damon guy. D-Day Cobra got butthurt about the analytics video. And that's where all of this started, really. They're trying to reframe the situation now that it's all like D-Day Cobra's fault. I guess because D-Day Cobra has like a massive audience and huge support. But this is what they actually believe in his chat. We're going to go to a quick D-Day Cobra thing. You can see here, this is a realistic clips. D-Day Cobra's dead channel. Let's see how dead his channel is.
That he proved certain channels were stagnant, leading to the ordering once again. It says that he proved certain channels were stagnant, leading to the mob coming after him, implying Neurotic and D-Day Cobra have been coming after him. So yeah, apparently my channel is dead.
It's over, D-Day Cobra.
Let's go look. I mean, let's go to super chats. United States of America. Wow. Number 3 yesterday in the
number
country.
3.
Number 3 in
Step
the country.
Step it up, D-Day.
Let's go back. Oh, that was Sunday. Number 2 in the country. Even beat Chrissy Mayer. But guess what? All of mine got red. Yeah, all of mine got red.
That is very funny, though, that Chrissy Mayer is just like up from like an oblivion into number 3 place because of her stream. But then D-Day Cobra still like this. I don't know what this guy got 50,000 super chats. Like, I tried to research what this was. Because I'm like, what the fuck? $50,000 in super chats. So I went through and I had it's like some Dominican Republic stream or something, and they had 2 million people live. They had like, this is the content. I don't know what's going on here. There's like 2 million concurrent live viewers. What the fuck? And it's just like I guess it's like Dominican Republic fish tank. I don't know. Do Dominicans really? But that's pretty cool, D-Day Cobra. That's pretty cool. You know, I'm something of a big man myself. Let's go over to the super chat board, eh? You can see here that he's at number 2. Well, what happens? What happens, D-Day, if we change this to New Zealand? Okay, let's change this to New Zealand. Let's have a look. Okay, this is the other day. Let's go to Monday, where I'm what the fuck? No, no. This since I checked this is updated. Wait a minute. No, I'm number 2. What the fuck is this? And I'm between 2 VTubers, and one of them's a furry. No, you can't be doing it. Lala. He had 200 views on his video and he got $700 in super chats. I had 62. What the fuck is this? I'm being beaten by a furry raccoon? No. No. Don't you know how much I sacrificed? And I'm just narrowly beating this VTuber, Lana. Like this guy. It's never been so fucking over. Chat. I'm never going back to fucking playboard again. All right, let's see what the rest of Cobra's saying.
How about in the world?
Must be nice. Must be nice.
D-Day Cobra was number 7 in the world. Damn, my chance.
Yeah, the only person that beats D-Day Cobra is literally the VTubers or the super chats, which is kind of crazy. And I guess these like Dominican Republic fish tank or whatever that is.
Fucked.
Suffer.
What about for the
I am
week?
suffering.
For the world, number 10 in the world. For the week. How about the United States? Number 5 in the U.S. Man, I'm fucked. We're done, guys.
It's over.
Pack it up.
It's over.
Cobra
Pack
Cast
it up.
is over.
Pack it up.
Cobra Cast is over. So this will be my final stream. The channel's dead. It's irrelevant. I got nothing to go and focus on. So we're
The
just
funny thing is, it's like I'm not even from New Zealand. And I don't even live in New Zealand. For some reason, my channel was just set to New Zealand when I created it. Suffer Cope, man. Yeah. I don't know. It's New Zealand's second best stream, I guess. Congratulations. All of my sacrifice down the fucking toilet. It's over. It's never been so over. All right, go back to where we were. All right, so we're in the DA Cobra stuff. There we go. Yada yada. I'm banned from. It's true. I am banned from New Zealand. All right, so you can see here that Jeremy's decided that he's going to start streaming at these different times of the day, but he's now lost without anything. He has no slot. He has no front page. You can't find him. He's buried. He's buried in the Rumble, which doesn't have an algorithm, by the way. Like, he's like, oh no, like all the trolls, they're helping me. All the downvotes, it's helping me. Is it, Jeremy? Then how come you're just disappeared? By the way, funny thing here, Matt Morse TV. This guy used to be like a WoW streamer. Like, and he was literally playing as like a pink-haired female gnome warlock. I know this because I like classic WoW. And he was a pretty entertaining streamer. But then he decided to pivot to covering political stuff, and he changed his name to Matt Morse TV. And now he's like a conservative live streamer, and he does like the riot streams and everything as well. He is blown so. Wait, what is? I've got to try and I can see this on my phone. Let me see. I don't know. All right, you guys are going to spam the robot code. I'll have to take off the screen for a while. I don't know. It's like the craziest pivot in the world. Like the last time I saw Matt Morse, he was making like power gum. Like gum for gamers, and now he's just making hundreds of thousands of dollars a week, grifting, not grifting, but serving the conservative audience. It's very funny to say. It's censorship. Yes, you're being suppressed. Now, during the Jeremy streams, even though you would get banned if you say anything against or even things supporting Jeremy, a new tactic was developed for trolling Jeremy, and that is the stream raid. People were creating channels, starting live streams, and then stream raiding into Jeremy, because on Rumble, you have this stream that raids you displayed for like, it's like 10, 20, 30 seconds, something like that. So you can see here, Ren Fair banned for life has raided the stream. And he was doing this over and over and over. And every time, everyone was like, welcome, raiders. Welcome everybody to the raid. Now, I believe that this is an automated message from a moderator. But there were people that were just like getting in on the joke, and it was so funny. They're just like, "Oh, hello, welcome, Raiders. Oh, welcome, the Bull." There was all sorts of great names. And ultimately, Jeremy had to disable stream rating, which is it's so funny. It's so funny because Jeremy is disabling all of his comments, so he's reducing his reach in whatever the algorithm they might have. He's deleting positive supporters. He's deleting whales. His support is going down. He's now disabled raiders. How is his channel going to grow? If everybody's being deleted, you can't raid his channel. How is he supposed to build an audience? Suffer, Jeremy. And if he just ignored it, it wouldn't be fine. But if we go back a few weeks and he just ignored everything and didn't flag down the Casino Clip channel, then everything would have been fine. All right. This is a fun one.
Let me know what you think in the comments.
He said the line.
Let me know what you think in the comments. Yeah, I don't know.
So he receives a $2 super chat from Sydney Watson's feet. $2. It says, "You're finished. Stop streaming, you pervert. Everyone hates you. You're embarrassing yourself at this point." And the deepest lore on this is that when they had a podcast together, the Community Notes, I believe it was called, Jeremy subjected Sydney Watson to him looking up, signing into WikiFeet with his personal account, and then looking at her feet pics. So this has been a long-running joke. But Jeremy's trying to do his video. He's trying to do, what do you think in the comments about the She-Hulk or whatever it was? And he kept like screwing up the titles and everything. That's why it says She-Hulk fixed on the YouTube version of that. But then this chat comes in, and every so often, he's just like looking at it. He's like, get it away. Nuke it. Mods, Jennies, get the broom. Ma, get the broom.
What does this
And
prove?
He just sees.
Maybe nothing.
Like, this is part of the Jeremy stream. Like, what does this prove? I don't know. What do you think? There's nothing here. There's no content.
Maybe
I get
nothing.
Can you give an opinion?
To me, it seems totally plausible that this could be that he
Go
could
on.
have, taken the conversation offline.
You can see he's seed typing. He's seed typing to the Jennies to take this out.
Yeah.
Dead air. Oh,
That's at least my opinion.
some of these people, I think this person's a troll. Summer King 7076. Are the liberals still harassing Jeremy? You never know though. Like, the trolls are getting more advanced. It's like whenever you get like the trolls coming over to Jeremy's channel. By the way, there's only 700 people watching him, which is about what we've got on YouTube right now. How much do we have on Kick? 160 people. So we're already beating Jeremy. And we've just been looking. He's supposed to be covering this news with 2 million subscribers. Your daily Jeremy. He's there every day for years. And he can't even beat a guy like me in my bedroom, laughing at his boomer issues. Come on now, Jeremy. Step it up. But by the way, can we get some likes in the chat? Can we get some bees in the chat? Let's put the bees back on. We'll see if you've been good. He padded the 50. Kick padded 50 views. I don't know. I don't think so. We got some stuff on the packet. Sorry, the packet. I'll get to the stuff in a second, guys. This is it's unpaused. Jeremy's just not doing anything. This is his stream. Was that 20 seconds of dead air? He's crying. Is he crying? Was that a sniffle cry? Hide the pain, Jeremy. I'm gonna go back. What do you think, chat? Is it a sniffle? Tear sniffle? Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
Is there anybody that believes it wasn't a cover up?
Why don't you tell me? You're the streamer. Give me a fucking opinion. I was losing my mind, and I saw a lot of familiar faces in the chat when I was watching this. It was great. Look at all these fucking rats. So many rats in the Kick chat. It's great. Oh, we're up to 200. Do we get a rate or something? I don't know. I'll check it out in a second. Was I just rated by Renaissance Fair for life? This guy's admin Scott. So the top Janny. He's got the whale badge on Rumble. So he's a big donator. That's how you get a moderator position, I guess. He says, just to counter the other retarded $2 chat, Jeremy, I appreciate you, brother. He's getting moral support from his Jannies during a live stream while he's trying to record 5 YouTube slop videos.
Yeah.
I love that little bee like you wouldn't believe. Dead air? Hello?
I don't like the news.
He doesn't like the news.
Doobie-dooby-doo. All right, let's get this.
He had to change his doobie-dooby-doo thing because people were making fun of him for it. So he's not having a great time. He's not having a great time. Now, this is ultimately what happened is now you can no longer raid his channel. So he's all of like, imagine you're like Steven Crowder or Russell Brand or something, and you've got like, 10,000 people, like legitimate 10,000 people watching you, and you're like, I guess we'll raid somebody. Oh, look, Jeremy's streaming. Oh, never mind. Okay, I guess I'll give it to Matt Morse or whatever. Like, he's self-sabotaging at such a rate. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what he's planned. Like, what's the next step of his master plan? So that was the WikiFeet one, right? So
let me know what you think.
Next one. Now, ultimately, can we get some Fs as well for the chat? I was muted by the curator. Now, I don't know if this is like a super rare banning. Is this just happens with a moderator? Or is this, did Jeremy personally ban me? I don't know. I think my last thing was, the last thing I said in his chat was, I don't know. No, I don't know. Because I had no idea what he was saying. He's just like, what do you think? I don't know, Jeremy. Tell me. Give me an opinion for once in your goddamn life. I was going nuts, but then I was banned. So F in the chat for me. Now, This is what's funny. Is the Jennies went so overtime that they've finally achieved, I guess, victory, and all of the freeze peach has been deleted from Jeremy's channel. A lot of comments deleted here. What's going on? Just 50 uploads. Looks like all the free speech got deleted. 25 uploads. You're absent. I think you need to structure your sleep schedule better. Yes, that's very true. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, but I'll just play the clip in a second. Did I misunderstand? Shouldn't have one happened today? People are confused because he tried to say he was going to get up at like 9 a.m., which is too much of a strenuous effort for him. Will this give me more time to what? Will this give you more time to watch your wife get her back blown out? I guess one of the boys made it through, okay. But yeah, the trolls are adapting, and now they're becoming imperceivable from Jeremy supporters. So now it's a lot of the supporters are actually just getting taken out. It's very funny. You love to see it. Let me see. This is a real Jeremy fan though, apparently. By downvoting this comment, you are admitting that you are a loser and a member of the SJW cancel culture bot mob, and also are fake and gay. Have a nice day. He got 93 downvotes. Oh no. And then his reply was hidden because it received so many downvotes. Point proven, 51 downvotes. It's 4D chess, guys. If you click down like on his video, you're admitting you're gay. But this is just like the wimp low technique, right? Like, I'm bleeding, making me the victor. Well, congratulations. Congratulations to you, entitled to nothing. All right, I think that's the extent of those ones. So I'll go through the kick stuff. And then next, where is that? No, we'll do the new time slot thing. We'll do the new time slot. I think it's this one, right? Come on now. So this is the announcement. All right, posture check. That's always good. Posture check, chat.
Hey, pretty important update real quick. I'm going to test changing our live stream hours. Right now we're live at 2 Eastern, and I'm going to keep up that 2 p.m. time slot for a little while, but I'm going to test out 9 a.m. Eastern, so 8 a.m. Central until 10 o'clock. I think that it will be more interesting to cover news and not be the 70th person to cover the news for the day. I think that it might work.
Now, of course, what's happening is that he's been so buck broken by everyone else that's coming to Kick. Oh, sorry, not Kick, but Rumble. That he's slotless. He has no place to go, and he's got no ladies on his stream that he has to wake up for. So he's just trying to find different times. He's like, all right, let's try 9 a.m. Maybe that'll work. No, let's try 10 a.m. Maybe that'll work. Let's try 11 o'clock. Maybe that'll work. There's got to be views somewhere. Where are the views? Where are they? But like, I'm not sure if it's in this clip or the next one. He's like, oh, I don't know if I can wake up by 9 a.m. As if it's like some sort of monumental effort. But like, okay, so he used to do like, I guess, an evening show or afternoon show, and well, all the news has already been covered already. So now he's going to go to 9 a.m. But then none of the news will have happened yet, Jeremy. It's still the morning. Nothing will have happened in the morning yet. By the way, it doesn't really matter. Like, it makes sense to do a news show at the end of the day when things have already happened. But it doesn't matter because nobody gives a shit what he has to say anyway, which is why his views are plummeting. Like, imagine unironically having 600 views on Rumble of all places, God, for God's sake. Did he just run out of money, I guess? Because like the bot views on Rumble, we know that it's, I think it's $4 for 100 views and likes. So he can't even afford, what, a couple $100 to get him over 1,000? It's so over. But I guess all the negative attention was helping him, right?
Work a little bit better for people's morning ride to work. And it also, quite honestly, will work better for my life, especially this summertime when...
Oh, actually, hold on a second. Dermy Wormy. I was watching your stream before I got started. With a 10. Thank you very much. He says, yo, meme. The $5 super was from himself. If you boost the audio, you can hear him typing in the chat. That's actually a really good theory. Do you guys think this is correct? Press... Because, like, I was assuming he was typing to his Jannies to, like, lock it down and sweep it all away. But it could be that he's just sending a soup money to himself. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be the first time. In fact, some people are even arguing that maybe Coffee Brain Coffee is a money laundering scheme. Interesting, if true. But what do you guys think? Press A if you think this is correct, that Jeremy is super chatting himself, or press B if you think that he was telling people to sweep it up Jans.
I want to try to get healthy and try to get, focus more on positive things. And
this is like, Jeremy's incapable of covering positive things, because the reality of covering news is the news is almost always about bad things, because that, like, if everything's going well, that's not news. Now, of course, you get like those stories like, oh, a brave puppy rescued McDonald's hamburger from a drowning in a lake or something. I don't know. Yeah, that does happen from time to time. But at the very sort of principle of all of this, he's going to be covering negative topics all the time. What he means is he wants to stay away from his drama and internet drama because he can't take the heat. I thought he was forged in the flames of the sector, wasn't he? Didn't he say that? That he was in the hardest time of the internet. You don't understand what I've been through. I'm a meme war veteran. I've got my Shadowlay posters up, hanging up in my bedroom. Maybe I should play Shadowlay sometime. That might be fun, actually. But no, he just can't take the fucking heat. He was always an outsider on the blood sports. He was always a loser in the blood sports. And the only time he ever tried was when he was drunk as a skunk. Oh, I can hear more thunder. So hopefully the internet doesn't go down. We'll see.
I was thinking about changing it to the afternoon, but I talked to my wife and prayed on it, and I've just been thinking a lot about it. And I think I want to try 9 a.m. Eastern. So for this week, I'm still going to be live at 2 Eastern. But so hopefully we'll still have something for the people in the 2 Eastern.
What are the bees for? They're for the weekend.
Time slot that you like. And then the early morning show will be, some days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it'll be Lone Wolf, just me. Tuesday, Thursday right now. Plan is to have Melanie Mac there, and then Hannah Claire will pop in too.
Will she, though? Sounds like she's gone until November/forever.
And so it should be good.
It wasn't good, though. It won't be good.
If you're up early, you can always watch it later, of course, but
shout out to the replay crew, based replay crew on YouTube and on
if you already watched Dan in that time slot, I understand this isn't a slight against Dan at all. It's just the 2 p.m. Eastern time slot is become tough to
it's hard.
Tough to keep doing. Certain things have changed in my life. I don't want to get in all of it, but
yeah, because happy hour starts at 1? So he's got to be down at Stoney's in Rockville, Minnesota to get his $2 cans.
9 a.m. Eastern, I think. I'll be able to put a better show, fresher stories, fresher topics, and
fresher Jeremy? No? Oh, spoiler alert, he didn't make the time slot because 9 a.m. his time is basically 10 p.m. my time. So that's all right, I can stay up and watch this maybe. He was just late. I think I did stay up to 2 a.m. As a result, but that's a different story. Oh, we got one of these YouTube sticker gifts. It's the #1 goat. I don't know how those work, but thank you very much. Oh, now YouTube actually shows them. Okay, now it actually shows them. I can't show them on screen just yet, but thank you very much.
You can just watch it anytime you want. So if you're free at 10, 11, 12, 1, you can just watch a show.
Please, 10, 11, 12. I'll take anything. Give me the views. Oh, suffer, Jeremy. Wait, did it pause there?
And
there it goes.
I know that this will leave some people out in the cold that are used to the 2 p.m. Eastern. That's why I'm going to try to just keep doing both for as long as I can. But this is a one of many things I'm doing to just get my life in order a little bit better. And, and so the time slot works better at 9 Eastern.
Now, how's an alcoholic that stays up all night drinking and then passes out and can't wake up until noon going to get up at 9 a.m.? That's the problem with Jeremy's master plan.
Now, Lord help me to wake up tomorrow that early.
So now he has to start work at 9 a.m. Have you guys ever heard about this idea? Starting work at 9 a.m.? Lord help me. Wake up at 9 a.m. You know what would be really useful for getting up at 9 a.m.? Some delicious hot coffee. But no, this man that owns a coffee company, apparently he's never heard about getting up at 9 a.m. Literally 99% of all other humans that are actually already at their desk by 9 a.m.
But we'll see. So hopefully we'll see tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time. But also we'll still be live at 2 Eastern with Melanie Mac tomorrow as scheduled too. So maybe this will be good. Maybe it won't be. But there's only one way to find out. We can always switch back. That's the thing. So I appreciate everyone who supported the chat.
Now, this is absolute cope, obviously, because if you have an audience that likes you, they will follow you. Now, not everyone, of course, life conflicts and things like that. I used to stream in the morning for a lot of people. I will stream in that time again when I have the opportunity. It's just that currently this week and the last couple of weeks, this time is the time that works for me. And I think it works for a lot of people. So people seem to be pretty happy about them. But there will be some meme in the morning streams, as people are calling it. The Meme Toe Steel Show, I guess, whatever. I don't know. It'll be back.
And I really hope to see all you out on the live stream tomorrow on both live streams and to continue to come out.
All right. That's about that. The new time slate. Lord help me. Lord help me. What was this one? Did I show this one?
Are you still on X? No.
All right, here it is. All right, so this is his stream with Melanie Mac from that day. We'll get into that. We'll just read these chats real quick. I don't want to be a Chrissy Mayer or anything. We have Royston Bailey with a 5 says, if you enjoy comedians with no jokes and creators with no content, then you'll love Quarter Pounder and Hypocrisy's new show, The Morning Dump. That is a very, like, there are so many fun words you can use Chrissy's name for. I think the Chrissy Wake Up is a pretty good one, but definitely the Gummy Mummy or Chrissy or Mummy, what is it? Sorry, Gummy Mayor, but Hypocrisy is pretty good. Now, I think the Casino Boys have a theory that Chrissy Mayer was auditioning to be the new character on the live stream with Melanie Mac and Quartering, now that Hannah Claire Brimelow has now left. I was calling her Jenny Claire Sweeperlow, but if she's actually left the plantation, then I guess we can be okay with her again. HBC bros, let's go.
Are you still on X? No.
Oh, wait, I was going to read these ones, wasn't I? Sorry, a bit disjointed today. MK Ultra with a 2 says, dirty Kiwis blown the fuck up. Fairy Hell Island. I agree. That's why I'm banned from New Zealand. We got Max Mora, the real Max Mora, saying, so sad, so mad, loses to Kiwi Fairy. He's mad and there's a lot of fucking bees. Thank you, Max Mora. I hope I didn't shame you into sending 1,000 yen this time. All right, I've got to go on a kick, so I missed a bunch of them. So after Shadow Gifted and potentially Salamity Criminal subscribed, we have N1 with a full send, Manny with a full send, N with a full send, N1 with a full send, and another full send, and a skull emoji, and a hype, and a hype, and a hype, and a hype, and just sent a pack it up tits for 1,000 kicks. I think that makes him the number one. Yes, it does. We have the number one, the new weekly number one kicker is with 3,000. Number 2 is Chernobyl, which is a very funny name as well. Oh, wait, I missed some stuff. There's actually more coming in. The next Rama Rama song you should be the cover made by Songs in the Sea of CWC. Is there another one with Rama Rama? Particularly, we have Officer Dank Nasty gave to the soul. We got Dermy Wormy has hosted with 55 viewers. Thank you very much, Dermy Wormy. I was wondering if you were like still streaming or if you were stream sniping or something, but I guess that's why we jumped up 50. Thank you very much. We got M1 with a rage quit saying songs in the key of CWC had a point about addiction, and it was that he could get drunk earlier when his stream ended. I think that's correct. Winter Soldier gifted hell yeah. We got a hype, another hype, and they think we've caught up with everything now. All right, now we can go back to let's see how the stream with Mel went.
Are you still on X? No. And I will never come back. Like at this rate.
So he's currently logged in to X, Twitter right now. You can see that because it says up here, Scott, I don't know, Preston follows you. And people are wondering what his secret account was.
I just love it. I love not being on it. It's early. I admit the first couple of even hours, I was like, ooh, I wonder what people are saying that I logged off. Yeah.
This man is so addicted to Twitter. He can't go a couple of hours without getting the shakes for the Bird app, the Elon news. Oh my goodness. He's getting, like, honestly, he's addicted. He's got, like, this is why he has to be back. He has to be back. There's no way he just leaves the Quartering account untouched. He just doesn't know how to get it back without being embarrassed so far. And he's got multiple accounts. We know that. Like, he's logged into this account, which is the Tailgates for Trump, which is the Herder account. But imagine being addicted to Twitter.
No, like, so
couldn't be me.
I just shut off my phone. And now whatever it is, like, I don't know if I did it Saturday or Sunday. I think I did it Sunday. Today I was like, used to be like, oh, I'm gonna reach over and see what's going on X today. I was just like, oh, I'll just sleep in for another half hour.
Exactly. And that's the thing too, is
like they're literally talking about leaving Twitter while they're looking at Twitter, and he's signed in. You can see that otherwise he wouldn't be getting notifications and things.
When you start, it seems like, I mean, look at Donald Trump, for example. And it's just like, imagine if he was checking replies all the time. That'd be a huge nightmare. So it's like these kind of things, we're just on a much smaller level, seeing what it's getting a taste of what it's like for people that are doing huge things. It's just like, okay, well, apparently you're making a difference in the world to some degree to have this kind of to have this kind of uproar, because
What are you saying? They're making a difference in the world? The only difference in the world Jeremy provides is enriching his own bank account, as we're going to learn today.
I mean,
we already know this. We're going to learn more about it.
You're making a difference in the world to some degree to have this kind of to have this kind of uproar, because
That I've actually unironically seen some tards on Twitter that have been saying, guys, we've got to go easy on Jeremy. The midterms are coming up. We've got to do it. They're going to beat us unless we have Jeremy, our Trump's strongest soldier. Not political show, though.
If you were just irrelevant and nobody gave a crap about you, then nobody would even be talking about you at all.
Yeah, there's something that I want to say before we get back to the story. And it's, I know.
No,
like,
I don't know. Tell me, Jeremy. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me.
Really invested in this calling me a fake Christian thing, which is weird. But like, one thing I've really been
He's a
thinking
fake
about
Christian.
is that like God does find a way to humble us all.
Oh, he does.
And like
all of us.
So I guess the theory is now that God is a-logging Jeremy. Humble. Oh my goodness.
One thing I've really been thinking about the last couple days is how I
can't hear the video. It's already at max, guys, and Melanie's too high. If I raise it higher, Melanie would be like blowing the eardrums out.
Used to participate in these same hate mobs and do a lot of the same stuff that is happening to me. And so rather than think like, oh, this is not fair, this is whatever, I tend to think like, well, you know what? I did the same kind of shit for a lot of years. And I mean, definitely not at the level that it is now or the violence that is.
So what he means is he fucked around and now he's finding out. You love to see it.
It's attached to it and the insanity that's attached to it. But I feel like, okay, God humbled me a little bit. Like, hey, think about this next time you want to make your third video about, just somebody who might be,
Third video. Brother, you made 280 videos on Brie Larson. Third video. Man, like that, you got to think hard next time you make your third video on some guy that doesn't. You made 280 videos on Brie Larson. And not to mention all the other people he's been trying to dunk on for years, like Jack Murphy, Ricada, all these people. Anytime somebody was down, he would be there kicking dirt in their face. And now he's getting a taste of what it's like.
Under, maybe getting criticized or something like that online.
I think that's amazing. And to people saying fake Christian this, fake Christian that, and they say anybody who's that's what's wild to me is when people act like the measure of if somebody is a Christian is if they've been perfect their whole life. Like no.
Everybody's flawed. Everybody's sinned. That's the entire point. But the thing is, you can't call yourself a Christian and continue to do the bad things. Maybe Jeremy could have converted to Christianity, but he'd have to have his actions reflect that. And Christians make mistakes too, but then they have to work to do better, but they have to apologize, lay out what they did wrong, and then move forward. But the important part is that you have to understand you've wronged people and then say why you've wronged people and then stop wronging people. What honestly goes on through Melanie Mac's head? I have no idea.
It's not even the point of Christianity. We can't have ever been perfect our whole life. We need Jesus, and we accept when we fall short and when we sin, and we are repentant.
But you can't. She's saying the right words, but she's not acting it. It's just words if you just say it. You have to do it. Do it.
A true sign of salvation is when someone is repentant of their sin. And even what you just said,
then why do you keep doing this behavior
right now? Just saying like, hey, I've done this before and I'm being humbled. Like, to me, that's a sign of repentance. And I think it's wonderful. And I'm really proud of you.
Yeah, I'm definitely never.
She couldn't even say that. Like, I'm really proud of you.
we're gonna. I mean,
And I think it's wonderful, and I'm really proud of you.
yeah.
Do you hear how she trails off there? She knows it's a lie. You know what's a sin, Melanie Mac? Bearing false witness.
Definitely never gonna. I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna report on people fucking up, but I'm gonna be.
He's gonna report people.
Exactly.
About like.
And I thought he was moving to positive content. What do you mean?
How I word things and you know.
Oh, you know, the fun little detail here is you can see in the bottom there's one viewer. Oh, if I put my mouse over it, it covers it, so I'll take it away. You can see one viewer making this one of the more successful Jeremy streams. All right, we'll put this back here. There we go. All right, I think there was there anything new there? Or let me see.
I don't know because my biggest thing is.
Wait, I think did I play this twice? Did I upload this twice, or is this a different video?
Are you still on act?
No, this must be a different video. All right. Here we go.
I don't know because my biggest thing is the reason I haven't posted any of my like standalone videos there.
Oh, I remember this is now. All right, this is very funny. So he's talking about how they're not posting videos on X because he's so desperate, searching for a new time slot. The next move is to go to a new platform. Because a lot of people restream. We're streaming on YouTube, Kick, and I'm going to add X and I guess Rumble at some point when I can figure it out. Rumble is really annoying for setting up streams and uploading content in general. It has this weird like. Apparently, people are telling me that Rumble's getting better and I should give it a second chance. But I don't know. It's so fucking simple to make a platform just upload video and like it works. But for some reason, Rumble does this nonsense stuff that they do.
It's because well, why would I do that? Because it just takes money out of my pocket.
Exactly.
You know.
So he's saying the idea here is that if you see his content on Twitter, you won't watch it on YouTube, which frankly, I mean, may be true in some cases, but the idea of having like all these other platforms is you can scoop up a new audience. And by the way, the crossover between like your Twitter audience and your like actual stream audience is rather small, you know, but it's still usually worth it to post a video out on YouTube or something. But like, this is why, like think of the Kino Casino clip channel, for example. There was a lot of views that would go to that channel. And they're not going to watch the stream, right? No, that's actually the opposite. It's free marketing. This is why having people clipping your content is actually great for you. It's free advertisement. And you can see this because their channel exploded. And I think they used to be like 3,000-4,000 people. They were doing the clips on YouTube. That was getting like 1 million views a month. Then it was going up to like 8,000. 10,000 was their like biggest stream for the election. Recently, it's fucking gone crazy. They had 17,000 people watching them. Like they're about to hit the double, 20,000 viewer live mark. Like they're so close. They only need like another 10-20% of support, and it's going to get there. And a large part of that is because a lot of people saw the clip channel. Now, obviously, it's been boosted a bit because the clip channel's gone down, and now there's a lot of attention around this whole situation. But no, it's great to have these other platforms just so people can get a taste. The problem is with free samples. Free samples only work if the product is delicious. You know, if you're walking through the mall, somebody offers you some chocolate, you're like, oh, free sample, let's taste it. If it's great, you're going to buy something, right? But Jeremy's content is so slop. It's so garbage. It's like you get a free sample and it's rancid. So there's no reason to ever see him again. Because the only way he can get people on the door is by clickbait or stealing people's content.
No, and two, it's just Ian Miles Chong will just right click.
This is the funniest part. So he doesn't want to put it up there because it's gonna hurt his views. But here's the real problem. The real problem, he can't put it up.
Exactly.
You know, and two, it's just Ian Miles Chong will just right click share and steal my video immediately.
Right.
Oh no, Jeremy. Ian Miles Chongus, the dog flashbanger, is gonna repost your content on X. That sounds a little bit like content theft. Well, that would be terrible. That would be terrible if someone would go to Jeremy's channel and just steal his videos. Let's take a look at some of Jeremy's videos, eh? Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, it's important to know your rights in a public space. Check this out.
Behavior.
Oh, it'd be a real shame if Ian Miles Chung stole this video where you have a 4-second introduction and 3 minutes of content. What about this one?
I absolutely love this woman and her street interviews. Check this out.
Oh, what's this? Be a shame if Jeremy's content got stolen.
Being American is not defined by skin color or your ancestry. Check this out.
It'd be a real shame if Jeremy's content was being
We
stolen.
don't give students enough credit these days. They notice everything. Check this out.
Get it to a teacher that.
Can we get some? Yeah, check this out. Let's check this out, chat.
They laughed when they got arrested. They're not laughing now. Check this out. I don't know why people
Oh my
don't just take
goodness.
the ticket. Good Lord. Check this out. Sometimes baseball games get a little boring. This is a new trick. Check this out.
All right, chat. We're going to play a drinking game. Every time Jeremy says, check this out, take a shot. And can we get some Fs for livers in chat right now?
Please don't get enough credit for being the heroes they are. Check this out.
That's a shot.
I don't really remember my childhood friends, but this was heartwarming. Check it out.
That's a shot.
Yeah, I think considering divorce is the right call here. What do you think? Check this out.
That's a shot.
Jimmy Kimmel is a horrible person. He just gets roasted here. Check this out.
That's a
Not
shot.
enough people are willing to check bad behavior. This is great. Check this out.
Look, if you actually play this game, you're going to be drunker than Raging Rhino and Flashcast. It's going to be great. It might actually be fun. All right, let's continue. It would be a real shame if Ian Miles Chongus, the Malaysian American LARPer, decided to steal Jeremy's heartfelt, personally handmade, he's picking the beans himself content. Hello? There we go.
Anyway, and so it's like, if they
make it worth it.
do it, yeah. If they can do, I thought I saw that Nikita say that like they were working on content matching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is this the real reason? So what he's talking about here is that YouTube actually has a very quite a good copyright detection system, and sometimes obviously it backfires. But typically, if someone's uploading your content on YouTube, you get a notification and you can see and you can approve it, or you can DMCA it. Like, some people are confused recently. There is actually a right time to use a DMCA. Like, the difference is you don't want to be a false flagger. Like, if someone's actually unironically stealing your content, like Jeremy's doing to these shorts creators, you are well within your rights to send them a DMCA and ask them to either take it down or give them a channel strike. It's so funny because he's putting hundreds of these shorts up onto the internet. If the creators actually found them, you would only need 3 people. You would only need 3 people to copyright strike Jeremy for his actual content theft, and then he would get what he fucking deserves. Because it's not transformative, which is the exception, of course. Now, you don't always need to make content transformative. For an example, with clippers. Like, clippers, if they're not making things transformative, and we'll use Alyssa clips as an example of this, because the majority of Alyssa clips is, I think this is Alyssa clips right here. Yeah. Yep, yes, it is. So the majority of Alyssa clips' content is not transformative, but that's okay because people say, yeah, it's fine if you, oh, what's this? A new video just got uploaded. DSP life. Should we see this? Creator life hacks with DSP. We'll check this out. Let's check this out, chat. But yeah, like, she has permission. Oh, this is a funny one. Anna the Star Wars girl doesn't like being clipped. It's a clip of it talking about not being clipped. That was funny. I saw that one before the stream. That was very cheeky of Alyssa to do that. But yeah, like, you either have to make things transformative where you don't need permission, but it's still nice to ask, obviously. Or you can say, you know what? And I'm saying right now, feel free to clip my content. I just do ask that please include a link or my name on it so that people can find me, because then it's just free advertisement. Now, the thing with Jeremy, not only is his content theft egregious, he doesn't provide any way for you to find out who the content is from. With the only exception being the Whatever podcast. That's because they plaster the background with Whatever podcast because they know that people are doing this to their content, where it's just like the same episode every single fucking time. Let's bring on a couple of OnlyFans thoughts and make fun of them, which they kind of deserve. But it's a pretty simple show.
Yeah.
If I can copyright, if you give creators the ability,
the audacity. Oh my goodness, that's like, can we get an audacity counter? We need the Geralizer, but count how many times I say audacity this stream. That's 2. The audacity of this man to content lock or protect his things that he's stealing. Like, the thieves are always the angriest people when their stuff gets stolen. It's crazy.
To like copyright claim videos, not take them down, but claim the revenue.
Exactly.
That would automatically fix this stealing videos thing immediately.
Yeah.
Because you would,
I'm like so mad right now.
I've only done it a few times inside of YouTube where there was like,
so he's
a channel that was just straight re-uploading my videos.
Right.
Like, I don't care if people use clips from it or long clips, and like,
I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. He's sending out obviously we know he's sending out flags with his YouTube rep, but he's also sending copyright takedowns for people re-uploading his content. Oh, I've only had to do this a couple times. I just had to do it. I don't mind clips as long as you make it. No, check this out.
Claim revenue off a clip.
Right.
But on X, it's just so easy to just steal the video, repost it.
Yeah.
Yes, because you're the one stealing videos from X. That's where they come from. They're from X and they're from Instagram and they're from TikTok. That's where you're stealing the content. You know how easy it is because you're stealing the content.
If they get that fixed, then I'll let Steven just post them there, and I'll still stay off.
All right,
it,
this is
'cause
Steven, the editor. I don't know if this guy exists. I don't believe that he exists. Oh, what do you think? All right, now is this we'll go into Jeremy's new account. You can see here that Jeremy said he's off Twitter, and you can see that there's this the new egg thing. This is it used to be the default Twitter profile picture. I'm not sure if it is anymore, but Jeremy may have uploaded this picture himself as a reference. That I'm not sure, because I haven't created a new Twitter account in ages. You can see though that in his show he's logged into Twitter and he's getting notifications. Now you only get notifications if people are following you, sending you stuff, or replying to your stuff, right? So we can see here, this is Jeremy's new account. It's called Herders, which I guess he thought was super funny. But it's a rename of the Tailgates for Trump account, a grassroots movement to energize folks to go register a friend to vote and have parties to get people pumped to vote for Trump. Yeah, that's the final solution to Trump, is to just tailgate party. It's going to happen. It's going to get reelected for a third time. You can see here that and this just goes further to show you that it is actually him, because you can see one of his followers. One of them is Scott Presler, the Persistence. Okay, so I thought it was Scott something else, but I said Scott P. Scott Presler. So this person was the one that was in his top right corner here that was showing that they were following him. So this is confirmed to be one of Jeremy's account. Of course, we knew this, but this is one he's actively using. I'm not so sure about the other one, but that person's like a crazy Jeremy sip. We'll get to the Ricators thing later, I think. That's when we get to the Sydney section. All right. Which will, I guess, come up right now. So we're going to go over to Alyssa Clips, funnily enough. Alyssa Clips, this is more like fucking Alyssa feature films. An hour and 20 minutes? What the fuck's going on here? But this is his interview with Dr. Sydney Watson. I'm not sure if she's an actual doctor, but she is a bee expert, apparently. So she's into, what is it, apiary, I think? We got, I'll read these chats first, though. Power Windows, member for 1 month, says, I'll watch it in the morning. I'm live in a PST. Oh, live in PST. Stream in the morning, damn it. Lol. Yeah, good night. Kickers, I think he means to say here. Yeah, there'll be some morning streams. It's just basically what happens is if I'm busy in the evening, then I don't stream, and vice versa. And then recently I've been busy, free during the day, I should say. Although I just got an email announcing that I've got some shit to do, but I'll finish the stream first. I'm not gonna blue ball you here, but yeah, there will be some more streams coming up in the evening or morning for you, coming up real soon. Anime fan for YouTube with a 5 says, Melanie says that all of the critics are working through Satan and attacking him because he's found Christ. I have seen that. I think we reacted to one of these, and that's just the biggest cope. And it's just kind of playing to her audience though. But she knows that people are going, oh my goodness, Jeremy's a good boy. He didn't do nothing. He's God's strongest warrior. We got to stand up for Jeremy. And then all this nonsense. But yeah, I find it really manipulative and frankly demonic, in my opinion. Just Jenny with a 10 says, why hasn't Melanie come out to stick up for her friend Chrissy? Interesting. Seeing as how she's directly responsible, fucking snake. Well, because it doesn't concern her. Everything that Melanie does is centered around her. You notice that when she was talking about these things about Jeremy, she's like, well, they lied about me. It's about me. It's about me. I don't know. I think she actually believes it. I think she actually believes everything Jeremy's saying. She might just be that dumb, but who can say? Maybe it's all an act so that she can grift. The Marshallist with a 2 says, please turn up the audio while you're watching. It was as loud as it can go, but we're through that segment anymore. But thank you for the 2. T-Rex with a 5 says the Jeremy shit has been front page. Has been so front page that nobody even realized that Shoe on Head and Hassan had been beeping for 2 weeks, lol. I just saw that Shoe on Head put out a big video. Bearing just put out a video on Sticks as well. That might be interesting. Might be a bit of a chuckle. And we have Doom Studio with a 250 says, bad Geo versus good Geo, dawn of the Geoness. There's not even any sort of competition. It's good Geo all the way. We'll have a quick check-in on Kick. We've got something for no one. Just gifted 1 sub. Thank you very much. All right. So this leads us into the Sydney Watson on Camelcast. And I'll just go over my notes very briefly. So I messaged Sydney Watson last night, and she was kind enough to respond. Very nice of her. And one of the craziest things is I think that a lot of people, I mean, we've all basically been wrong, it seems. Now, I'm not saying she's perfect or anything, but we were all running with this idea that she was paid $250,000, and we were like, well, okay, she got her bag, good for her. And for some reason, we just kind of believed Jeremy about this because he's such a simp. It's just so believable that he would just give $250,000 to Sydney. But Sydney said she actually received nothing from the publisher. She was working on it for free. At most, she only got a cut of the super chat. She said, Jeremy and I split the super chats generated by community notes. He would show me his calculation. So he was probably like, you got to know. You got to know that Jeremy was just like telling her that it earned less than it did. And he was taking, he's like, oh, here's your cut. Here's your 30% of the 500 that came in. Winky face. He says, he would show me his calculation to get my cut, and then he would send me that amount. That was the only money he has ever given to me. And it amounted to perhaps a few thousand. I'll have to go back and look, but I'm guessing less than 10,000, probably less than $5,000. I gotta feel bad for like, that's insane. To be exposed to Jeremy and make not even $5,000 for your entire time together. What a joke. I think I've made more than $5,000 talking about Jeremy for retrospect, right? But Sydney got just 5,000. Why did she do it? I don't understand. I guess everyone thought that Jeremy had this like crazy pull. Sydney was never offered more money than their streams together. Based on what I know from the media landscape, it would not be surprising to learn that he pays for people a flat rate in regards. I asked her about Melanie Mack, or for long-term people. Let me see. So when the publisher launched, I did all the editing. I wrote it too. It quickly became overwhelming to have to do normal work, plus all of the work for the publisher. So we hired a friend of mine to be the editor-in-chief. She did a great job, and she was paid to coordinate the stories instead. I worked alongside her in lesser capacity, but I trained our people who did video creation, and I'd help them with scripting. I did video editing, titling, everything. There was a point where I was doing the publisher work to the extent that I didn't post on my own channel the way I make money for a few months. I'll have to go back and check this. It may have been for 6 weeks or 2 months. So she's going out of pocket to try and make this public thing work. Jeremy's contribution was a single video that he cut from one of his streams. Well, that sounds oddly familiar. And he would pass it off as our members-only content for the site, or a video that I would edit and post on YouTube. So he's just stealing Sydney's content and then putting it up there as well. Jeremy did financially fund the site. He also received every dollar it made. No money ever passed through me in this regard. So yes, I say it's fair to say that I did all the work between the two of us. We eventually had employees, but I never got paid while he funded things. He would regularly call me to complain about the success of the site. So not only is she being sexually harassed with like, hey, where's your boobs? Hey, love, get your tits out. He's also ringing her up and giving her shower calls, which we're going to learn happens quite a bit. He's ringing up to give her shower calls that it's not working. When he's done, he put out one video. I think we need some justice for Sydney. Like, holy shit. Where was I? He would ring to complain about the success of the site, which was understandable, but he wouldn't put any more effort in to grow it. This turned into calls where he would demand I gave him 100,000, 200,000, etc. to buy him out. Of course, I didn't have money like that. Not to mention, I wasn't sure how he was calculating this and determining that was what the site was worth. It was chaotic and stressful, being routinely called and told that he was going to pull the plug. It was also very stressful. It's hard to know what to do when you have employees who are relying on payments. So I mean, it sounds like a complete, absolute fucking disaster. We're going to learn that he's basically extorting her or trying to extort her for money. Again, the audacity of this man. Demanding that she pay $200,000 for his idea. I wonder if this is happening with his partners in Coffee Brand Coffee. They're probably getting the same shower calls because we know that Jeremy always repeats his actions. Let me see. I asked her some information on Jeremy's earnings, but she doesn't really have information on that. In regards to the boobs question mark, he would text me boobs out of nowhere, usually late at night. He would also open message with me, hey, boobs. I went back through our conversations and boobs come up a lot for no reason in conversation. I'm not sure what drove this behavior. All right. I think there's a few other things here, but I might just mention them when they come up in Camelot's video. So this is my boy, Camelot. Camelcast, Camelot 331 on YouTube, and I believe on Kick. Send the man some goddamn bees. He's been doing some good work. Honestly, I know that some people have some criticism of Camelot, but I'll say this about Camelot. I don't think this man has a duplicitous bone in his body. Maybe he's honest to a fault. But he has been doing some fantastic journalism on the Jeremy situation and was large in part one of the reasons he got banned from the Renaissance Fair, since he was exposing this on Twitter and also reaching out to Sydney Watson to get this information, which we may have never have known, because as we're going to learn, and I think Sydney told me this in our messages or emails, she basically just wanted to ignore the whole situation. Like, she got driven crazy, basically, by Jeremy. She made no money, like $5,000 maybe. But if you look at what she sacrificed to actually work on the Publica, it no way covers her expenses. Basically, she decided to bow out. She also had this issue with, I guess, the Blaze. I think it's Elijah Schaefer, although we didn't talk about that. And she basically was just so burnt that she was like, I'm going to take the high road and just ignore everything and just do my own thing and not talk about it. Now, while I can respect that opinion, it created this environment where Jeremy has just been able to get away with these lies. I mean, nobody believed that that he was putting into work in the Publica, but we all did think that Sydney Watson kind of just fleeced him and ran away and monkey branched, which honestly was a very good thing for her to do, like getting the job without quartering and then going to a higher position. And now I think she's doing quite well. I mean, she has over 1 million on YouTube, but like a real million on YouTube. I think every time she posts, she gets over 500K. So Jeremy's obviously quite envious and, you know, he's seething that these came out. And maybe this is why he had to delete his Twitter as well, because he just couldn't take the heat after Sydney came out. But yeah, all of this stuff has just been going under the rug because everyone's been ignoring Jeremy because he's so goddamn infuriating to deal with that you just want to blot out the memory and pretend that none of this ever happened. All right, let's continue. Let's begin the video with Camelot, my boy, Camelot. I will be pausing quite a bit as well. So if you want to see this without the pauses, then suffer, chat.
Here's what I said. I know this is likely a wild inquiry, but if you ever want to pop on my show for 30 minutes or something in the future to give your take on this quartering mess, you're welcome and invited. She said she didn't want to come on the show for a certain reason.
Now, she does show up on the stream later on, but Camelot has edited this, so we don't know what they actually said here. And likely this is due to some sort of threats that she received, although this is my speculation.
And it's because the quartering has threatened her directly with something.
Yes.
Okay. And the other person.
Now, I think Sydney goes on to say later on that one of the women that they were working with, she would kind of trauma dump on this other woman and, you know, have like kind of like a catty session talking about how shit Jeremy was. This woman snaked her. Was it Melanie Mack? Perhaps. We don't know. But this woman snaked her and sent all of her DMs to Jeremy. And Jeremy then threatened that he would release these DMs and like expose her. But this exactly sounds like what happened to Side Scrollers Craig, where it's like the messages were so innocuous that Craig was able to take the wins out of Jeremy's sails. But isn't it interesting how Jeremy keeps repeating the same book over and over and over?
And there's another person involved. There's
was it Maggie? Actually, this is probably a very good guess. I would assume probably it is Maggie.
Have threatened her with something. Okay. So she didn't want to do it. Now this changes pretty quickly. I'm going to be honest.
He's going to be what? What did he say, Kick Chat? He's going to be what?
And he didn't want to do it. Now this changes pretty quickly. I'm going to be honest.
He's going to be honest? Let me see those fucking bees.
And
I'm trying to get a Pavlovian response going where every time we hear bee anytime, the bees start flowing. There we go. We see the bees. Unleash the bees.
We start getting pretty much in the nitty gritty. I said, of course, that's what I imagined. I kind of got the vibe there was a bad falling out because, you know, she.
I like this. Yeah, I fucking hate him. She's just so fucking done.
Alluded to that immediately from the beginning. She says, yes, I fucking hate him, which I was like, oh, damn. He literally could have made me less of an enemy if he just shut his fat fucking face when shit went down. Damn.
Again, Jeremy just repeating the same thing over and over. I warned you about those stairs, dog. I told you, man. It keeps fucking happening. Jeremy, if he could just shut the fuck up, could have gotten away with all of this. I saw like a really funny edit on X the other day. It was like the Breaking Bad scene, but with Melanie Mack and Jeremy, and Melanie Mack is like playing the Mike Almondrat or whatever the guy's name was. Where it's like, you stupid idiot. We had a good thing going. We had a coffee company. We had the YouTube deal. We had the Rumble deal. But you just had to go in there with your ego and your shit in the Walmart. And It's a very whoever made that. I wish I had it. I saved it for the stream. It's very funny.
But he could not help himself. I said, you're right about that. As someone right in the middle of the stuff, Jeremy has little to no recourse. No one believes anything he says, but you're right. Better safe than sorry. Because Jeremy is obviously going to make up stuff.
All right. Now, Camelot doesn't read this text, but I did comment on this on Twitter. Now, I'll just say, as of this moment, I think I'm quite friendly with Camelot online. Like, you know, when we're talking each other's stream chats or anything like that. But like, I have actually not sent Camelot a message, I think in maybe, I want to say 3 years. As of this moment, I haven't DM'd him for about 3 years or something. And it was just to invite him onto a stream one time, but he never responded to me. So that's why I'm obviously trying to get my revenge right now. You rat, Camelot. I forgot. You thought I forgot you didn't respond to my message that 3 years ago? Well, I remember. No, I'm just joking. I haven't even checked, but I just want to say. So I'm saying that now because I want to have some theory craft, but I don't want people to assume that it's from Camelot because it's not. So you say here, this is after Camelot. So Jeremy struck Camelot, and Camelot's on his 3rd strike on YouTube. So if he gets one more strike, his YouTube is deleted. And Camelot makes a lot of money on YouTube. He's a very supportive audience. He gets something in the realm of about $12,000 a month. And now he's also got a very supportive audience on Kick. That's great. It's the kind of audience that every streamer kind of dreams of having. So this is a big fucking deal if his YouTube channel goes down. But Camelot continues to talk about this situation. So, but obviously, you know, it feels shit to get a strike. So Camelot got this strike and he started shitting about Jeremy. And then friend of Camelot, Nick Recator, decided that he was going to post something talking about Jeremy. This post was deleted like almost immediately for some reason. And Camelot, I believe, was very much pissed off about this because his channel's like he's going to lose his mortgage payments because this guy's flagging his channel. And then like one of his friends who's been friends with for a long time, Nick Recator, deletes and is suddenly sweeping for Jeremy? ? What is going on here? Now, that brings us into this message where it says, he called one of my buddies on the phone, another streamer, and he told him that he was broke and being forced to stream because of Rumble. My buddy said he was incredibly drunk and could barely make out his words, implying he was going bankrupt. And this is the messages we talked about last time, where it turns out that Quartering is making $3,000 from YouTube in total. That's very specific information. And we've learned that he has like $20,000, $30,000 a month in expenses, not to mention his $10,000 mortgage, which is pretty high, pretty bad deal, honestly. Now, some people are like, who would know this? Who could know this? Now, we know that this person is another streamer, a friend of Jeremy's and Camelot's, and also a man. Because in one of the other messages he posts, I think I actually have this on Discord, but I don't think I uploaded it. Let me just have a quick look because it may help. It may help my story here. No, I mean, it says it right here. But anyway, I am of the assumption that this is Nick Recator. Why would it be Nick Recator that he's talking to? Well, they've collaborated before. They've both talked about cuckolds before. I think they even did a stream about Jack Murphy together. They're both actual cucks, which is just, I guess they want to stick together. But Recator is the only one that like deleted their tweets about the Quartering. Now, what I think happened here, and again, this is my headcanon, is that Nick posted this, and then Jeremy gave him the shower call. Like Jeremy gave Bearing the shower call. Like, you rat Bearing, how dare you do this? So I think that's what happened. And then Nick felt sympathy for the Quartering and deleted his tweet. And then they had this big talk where Jeremy's drunk and he starts trauma dumping on Nick. And that's where we get this information that the Quartering is like, I'm not even joking, apparently 2 to 3 months away from bankruptcy if things don't change. Suffer, Jeremy. Suffer, Jeremy. That's bad, man. Like, on this channel, I make more than $3,000. So he's doing worse than I am. I mean, we know that his streams are doing worse than mine. That's pretty obvious to know. So the question is, my question is, what do you think Jeremy has on Nick? Because everybody that Jeremy's going against, he seems to have like, well, at least what he thinks is dirt. Were they swapping pics, perhaps, of the revenge images, perhaps? Who knows? What has Quartering got on Nicky Boy? I wonder. Now, Nick did actually make a vague post. Well, imagine that, eh? We have a Recator announcement of an announcement. I have a lot of things to say about the Quartering. I'm currently busy helping my son install a graphics card and getting his new computer to post. Now, obviously, Baldo ain't streaming tonight because he never finished. Can we play the song for a brief moment?
It's almost 11 and there's still no stream. And Baldo ain't streaming tonight.
That's all the get. I love that song. Maybe we'll play it towards the end of the stream. Maybe when we transition over to Kick, because it will be a short, brief post show. But I'm curious. I'm very curious to see what Nick has to say. Is he going to be his contrarian take? Is he going to actually pick up the broom and help him? Or is he going to say what's right, that it's wrong to flag channels and that Jeremy's a big fat cuckold? I don't know. We'll have to figure out. What do you think, Chad? Do you think that Rekieta's going to make the right choice? Or do you think he's going to activate his ODD, oppositional defiant disorder card, and decide to pick up the broom and sweep it up, Jen? I think he's going to sweep. We'll do a quick poll, eh? Option A, Rekieta does the right thing and comes out about the manipulation, about the quartering, and he's a piece of shit. Or option B, that he's going to pick up the broom and sweep. Maybe he's streaming right now. I don't know. But, if he was streaming, I'd give him a shout out. You got to help your small streamer friends, everyone's been there. They've got a tiny little stream. All right, let's continue. But that's what my theory for this is. It could be somebody else, but I mean, if you've got a better theory, then please tell me. When I was trying to figure out who it could possibly be that would be, connected to the quartering, Camelot, recently, it would have to be, the only 4 people I could think about was maybe Anna, that Star Wars girl, but he said it was a man, so it's not her. Neither Infinity, also a woman. Or maybe Cecil Says. But I don't think that Cecil Says has any connection to the quartering. It would have to be Rekieta, I think. Specifically if it's a male streamer friend that the quartering is going to talk to. And I also say it would have to be Rekieta in my mind because the quartering only respects subscriber numbers. And as of this moment, Nick does have 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, although he's getting pretty close to that 300,000 achievement. We'll have to see later in the week, maybe.
Left and right and center to try to discredit
Lofty Pixels? No, it would almost certainly have to be someone that's like commented on it recently. I would say, but I mean, I could be wrong. That's just my headcanon. I just want to put it out there because if it does turn out that that's who it is, I want to be saying, I was right. I called it.
Anybody.
Oh, by the way, since we're mentioning Nick, I'll just play the quick.
Hit like if you like the show. If you don't like the show, don't hit like or hit thumbs down. Be like, this guy sucks. I don't mind. But if you do like the show, hit that like button. It really does. I got to remind YouTube that I'm here. They are not distributing things out.
My channel, it's under attack. I'm being shadow banned. Hit the like button. We're at 300 likes. We've almost got 1,000 people on YouTube. Can we get over 400? 400 is that magic number where YouTube pushes it out for me, and I love to see it. We've got, like I said, almost 1,000 on YouTube. We've almost got 250 on Kick. Our Kick stream is bigger than a Jeremy stream. I love my kickers. All right, let's continue with this Camelot post. We're currently 1 minute into this hour and 20-minute Alyssa feature film.
Which it's not going to work, but Jeremy is so consumed with like Xanax and alcohol that it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't even matter at this point anymore. She said he's such a I said he called a buddy of mine and told him that he was broke and being forced to stream because of
he's broke.
Rumble. I probably shouldn't have fucking showed this. Well,
see what I mean? I think Camelot is probably honest to a fault, but that's a good thing. I think it's better to be dangerously honest than dangerously duplicitous.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Can I get some buff bees in the chat for my boy Camelot?
So I'll just give you guys the deets on that. The quartering wants to quit streaming desperately, but Rumble will not let him. He has to stream every day on Rumble.
Suffer, Jeremy. Suffer, Jeremy. Now, this is like this other theory that I think I heard from the Kino Casino is that, there we go, we've got a buff bee. Look at that fucking bee. He's hitting the gym. He loves it. He's made it part of his day. He made changes in his life. He stopped drinking alcohol. He started drinking protein powder. He's making it. We're all going to make it, bros. He's a buff bee. There's this weird theory that YouTube, the Rumble contract, is taking money from YouTube. And this does happen in some situations. Like when you join an MCM, for example, they sign up their AdSense account to your YouTube channel. So they take all of your money. They I don't know what MCMs do these days, except for I guess deal with channel strikes. So maybe it's actually good to have one again. But they take a cut, then they pay you. So even though YouTubers currently get paid like a month in what is it, arrears? Because you get paid like the 22nd of the following month. Now it's even longer because the MCM channels have to get your money first and then they pay you via PayPal. I'm not in an MCM, so I don't know about this, but I have heard and talked to some people who were in one. So is the Rumble deal, they've signed up their AdSense into Jeremy's account? Because when you look at Jeremy's Rumble dashboard that he accidentally showed, there was $900,000 sitting in his Rumble account. Now, this is very confusing because Josh Moon of the Kiwi Farms showed his Rumble dashboard, and it doesn't work the same. Now, Jeremy's always saying, this is weird, and like this money isn't real. Now, is the case, this is the theory, that YouTube money from Jeremy's channel is going straight into his Rumble dashboard, and then they're paying him out, but on contingency based on if he completes his contract. Now, Jeremy's saying, I have 5 years guaranteed at Rumble. The Rumble CEO says, well, nobody's got a 5-year deal. Was Jeremy telling a lie, but he was telling a part truth lie, where he has to keep streaming to get that money released? Is that the case? So even though he's suffering right now, even though he's hemorrhaging money, he can't stop. And that's why he's in a hell of his own creation. He's stuck there in purgatory. Suffer, Jeremy. Suffer.
So just letting you guys know.
All right.
He does not want to stream. He hates streaming. He hates his chat. He hates everything about it.
He hates his chat. Imagine hating your chat. Even the good boy. Like, of course, you can hate the trolls, whatever. But imagine hating the good boys. The boys that hit the like. The boys that spam the bees. The people that spam the maximum emojis. Like, how could you hate those people? Like, why? Imagine being a streamer and hating your chat. Chat is the only reason a stream exists. Otherwise, just make a long form video, right? It's like he's working a wagey job at McDonald's, and every customer is one of the people that Jeremy's dealing with a lot of fatigue for, right? Every time. Oh no, it's another group of fatigue coming into the KFC, and they're going to make you suffer in your minimum wagey job, which basically Jeremy is kind of working for minimum wage at this point. Chat is the GOAT. True. Very true. They're almost as good as the replay crew, who are very based.
He doesn't want to be involved with streaming anymore. He basically has anxiety attacks the whole stream because everybody's calling him a cuck in the chat.
He has anxiety attacks.
And he can't take any criticism at all. So he's been pleading. I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm implying that he's been pleading with Rumble to get out of it, and Rumble won't let him get out of it. So Sydney says, Sydney's such a good person. I love Sydney, man. She says he's such a liar. He used to call me drunk too, say all kinds of shit. And we're going to get to that, by the way. Keep in mind, this is like the third.
So this is like Jeremy's calling her when drunk, not Sydney's being drunk. I think Sydney Watson is a teetotaler, or at least she said she wouldn't work with Jeremy unless he put down the bottle, because I think her previous employer was alcoholic too. Apart from being a boy toucher, Elijah Schaefer is I'm referring to. Of course, this is my information, not what Sydney told me, just in case that does come up in a lawsuit in the future. But it's actually kind of crazy. Like, Elijah Schaefer is unironically a PDF, as it turns out, at least allegedly from the criminal complaint that I was reading, where he was working in a church, basically, and touching 14-year-olds. Very weird thing for him to do. He does have all those twinks working in his new studio where he can't get over 50 live concurrent viewers. That's kind of funny.
Third slide out of like 1 billion. I got a point. I got to the point where I had to record all of our calls because he says all this crap and then immediately walks it back the next day. Sound familiar? Does this sound familiar to anybody? He said he would go scorched earth and like ruin everybody's life tomorrow, and then he wakes up the next day and says he's too big for it. He's too.
Yeah, it's the same playbook over and over and over. And I think like Jeremy must think this works every time because it's worked until now. It basically worked until Stuttering Craig said, you know what? I'm just going to read the DMs. So I wonder how many people out there the quartering has been bullying into silence that now have their opportunity to speak. Because I keep saying, like, this 24-hour Jeremy show that we're running over here, it's like Jeremy around the clock every day. Like, people have to do their Jeremy homework. There's like 7 days of content. Oh shit, there's 8 days of content every week about Jeremy. This has been going on for weeks, and it's not stopping. And I say it every time. I said every time, surely there is no more milk to be had from this cow. The udders are totally dry. Like the fridge was dry when Jeremy drank his co-worker's breast milk. I'm not even joking, that happened. And his wife got mad about it because of course she did. Surely Jeremy's not going to fuck up again and cause another week of Jeremy purgatory streams.
Too important, too big. Everybody's lesser than him, right? That's what he does, right? Remember, that's what he does.
Yeah, it's going to be the comprehensive Jeremy documentary by Gino Samuel. It's coming out soon.
Recordings, yes, Yellow. The recordings, yes. I wonder what could happen with those. She's like,
it's the never-ending milk glitch.
I felt like I was going insane working with him, felt constantly like I was being gaslit. She says, the funny thing is, when he approached me to work and stream together, I told him I would not work with another alcoholic. And if he wanted to team up, he had to be sober. He agreed, and it quickly fell through. No shit. So I said, I think he's trying to garner sympathy or something. Dude's a strange dude. He claimed he's going to expose me on X and then walks it back to the next day. Just like he did with Craig, just like he did with everybody else. Yellow Flash, he's going to scorch earth and expose all of us. She says he gets drunk, talks insane shit, then he sobers up and realizes it's a bad idea. She said, oh my God, I saw that. Well, maybe he shouldn't be a fucking predator.
He's a predator.
Problem is, if I say anything, his entire house of cards come down. I know some
CWC versus CBC.
Private shit about his personal life that makes everything make sense. And because I'm not sure of how I feel about publicly exposing that, I've said nothing. He told me that normal people, the Ren Fair behavior was completely normal, and normal guys basically walk around filming women. I said, I guess I'm not a real dude. She says, no, they don't. What the and then she sparks out. This is something City does.
Yeah, this is a certified woman moment, but it's okay. Like, she's redeemed herself.
A lot, which I really enjoy. She just spams the keyboard.
MAK Ultra says, sorry, Shu, I'll watch the Hassan stuff next week. Is it actually entertaining? Like this Hassan versus Shuanhead thing? I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out. Maybe we can finally move on from Jeremy. Who knows?
She's like, it makes me so angry. Actually, one thing I do want to put on the record, despite the lies Jeremy told, I was...
Oh, wait a second. I have to amend my statement. Ziggy just gifted 10 subs, which puts, I think he's at the top now, right? Hold on, let me check. Lifetime gifters Ziggy86 has dethroned Shadow18 and the Fed next door. So there we go. All hail Ziggy as the new #1 supporter on Kick.
Only person who never got paid a single cent when the Publica thing was happening.
Also, Hank just subscribed.
Jeremy might have fronted the whole thing financially, but also every dollar went to him. And when I asked to see the books, he'd give me the runaround. Or when I asked if I could buy him out, he kept...
This is the shittiest thing, too. Like, if you're working on a collaboration channel, you don't have the back end of the Publica. No, it would have been the live stream because it was for the community notes. So Sydney actually didn't have, apparently, login access to this account, so you couldn't read the AdSense for it. So I guarantee you Jeremy was siphoning money off the top because, like, why wouldn't you just show the dashboard? Show the dashboard, Jeremy. If the Publica was making... No, sorry, the community notes was making all this money, and you're like, here's your cut, Sydney. I think that would be a requirement to show that month's AdSense earnings, right? You just show the dashboard, just like, okay, we made $3,000 this month. Here's your 50%. But Jeremy's like, no, here's your 50%. And Sydney's like, can I see the dashboard? No, you can't actually. Why not? Why not? If you're going 50-50, I mean, I don't know if that was their deal, 50-50 or not, but like, it sounds like Sydney absolutely got fucking fleeced by this guy. So, like, honestly, if someone actually does like man up and actually sue the quartering, I am so curious to see what would happen in Discovery, because it sounds like this guy is a criminal in every single thing he's ever been a part of.
Insisting I give him 100 or 200K.
Based in misogyny fields. All right, maybe Jeremy does have some redeeming qualities.
He pulled these random numbers out of his ass. Just completely out of his ass, boys. Scam alert. He describes it as you getting $250,000 and then betraying him. What a face. She said that is insane and never happened.
What's crazy is, like, the caps lock would imply that this is the first time that Sydney's even heard about this, because this has been a running theory in the Jeremy A-log circles for a while that Sydney Watson just got this $250,000. I've repeated it myself, and I have to apologize. That's why I'm correcting the record right now.
face. She said, that is insane and never happened. She says, you're welcome to legit read out what I said to you. I don't know if I want to talk myself between, and this comes back up a few times as well to match what I said earlier. Between Elijah Schaefer and all this shit, I'm so burned out on being involved in drama and being associated with drama. This isn't who I want to be online, which I totally get that. But yeah, I never, ever made any money on TP. I also worked for free. I coordinated.
She did it for free. Until her chains were broken, she was holding the broom for free. I'm not sure if it comes up. I think it does come up in here. But when you get to the tea part, you're going to see what a piece of shit he was. Because Sydney Watson has a tea company, and Jeremy was running his coffee company. And honestly, when I was talking with Sydney, I mean, just, emails. Same difference though, right? It seemed like she, honest to God, really enjoys being selling a product to her supporters. Like, she does the fulfillment herself. She writes notes on the tea company thing. Like, she's actually doing what she promised. It's crazy when you have, what's the word? Conscientious? This is all the stuff that Jeremy claims he would do, but he never did. Like for the Amfest, thank you Valentine's Day notes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This woman got robbed by Jeremy.
All our people edited their videos, edited their writing. I was the content person. He contributed very little, but he would call me and badger
Integrity
me all
is a
about
good
it.
one.
Again, this is actually part of the record I'd like to set straight.
No, I was saying conscientious, which is like a diligent worker. Not conscience, but conscientious. Because
it is insane to suggest I made $250,000 when I didn't see a single dollar. What caused me to start to diss myself and dislike him immensely actually had to do with my tea company. You guys ready?
Oh, here it is, yeah.
This is wild. When I read this, I was shaking with anger. When I was gearing up to launch, he said he would do my fulfillment for me from his 3PL. So we had a lot of phone conversations about costs, etc. He said he wasn't trying to make money off of me, and I said, great. Foreshadowing, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Foreshadowing. Maybe we can help you get better shipping rates.
I very much doubt that she will share the calls. I would be very curious to hear these as well. Now, allegedly, because recording a call is kind of a shitty thing to do. I think Sydney comes on later in this call and then explains this point. But she was recording her own calls not to protect herself for liability reasons, but because Jeremy was such a gaslighter that she was actually being driven insane slowly, and she had to listen to the calls again, like a second time, to make sure she wasn't going fucking insane. Because Jeremy is just this insane person, toxic person. I hate to use the word toxic, but that's what he is. He's radioactive. That drives everyone around him insane. And for some reason, I guess Melanie Mac just matches his crazy or something, and that's why they seem to be perfect for each other. But it seems like Chrissy Mayo is a good addition to their team of gaslighting, insane, histrionic women.
It's for your coffee with the increased quantity of shipments, including my tea. I don't expect people to make $0, but I understand business. I thought it was so cool he prepared to break even to help me. Like, wow, it's awesome, right? Anyway, didn't turn out like that at all. Without boring you with the detail, 3PLs charge anywhere from 50 cents, maybe $1.75 per item, depending on what it is, to pack and ship. Usually it'll be $1 for the first item, then maybe 30 to 70 cents for every item after. So say someone was packing a 4-pack of tea, they'd charge $1, then say 50 cents 3 times for $2.50 for the whole package. 3PLs charge you for everything, including boxes. Ooh. Building the boxes and adding special things to your order, etc. We talked a bunch before we decided to go with Jeremy, and it was really because he was my friend and we had a handshake agreement that he wouldn't fuck me over. Well, it is Jeremy Hambly, everybody.
I wouldn't touch Jeremy's hands. I wouldn't shake his hand. You don't know if he even washes his fucking hands after leaving the Walmart bathroom.
It is Jeremy Hambly. Okay? Keep in mind, I want you to see this last sentence right here. We agreed on $2.50 a box. How much does anybody in the chat predict it ended up being? Jeremy Hambly is somebody you have to have a contract with. Jeremy Hambly knows this.
All right, place your bets, chat.
So Jeremy Hambly
how much per box
will openly manipulate you, right? A lot of you are getting really close in the chat, actually.
We're going to put this on 1.25 speed just because we need to get out.
Crazy. Jeff, yeah, you're on the road. Jeff on the road. How you doing, Jeff on the road? So, what did Jeremy Hambley say early on in his career? In a very, very, very early YouTube clip, he said he was extremely good at sales, manipulating people, and tugging on heartstrings. Remember that? Yeah, he still utilizes this shit to the day. Right? So here we go. We agreed on $2.50 per box. We took this to mean per completed box. He ended up charging me $2.50 per item.
What a fucking rat.
Per item.
It's like, I'm going to give you a special deal. 30% over market rate. Just for you, Sydney. That is fucking crazy. Like, Chillin 67 with sent to Frank's pipe. I don't know what this means. What does this mean? Is that like a reference to Chrissy's husband? I think is named Frank. We'll see it when we go to the post show on Kick and we watch the interview with or the Ralph versus Chrissy, which is very funny. Frank jumps in and jobs around for a bit, and then gets like destroyed by the Ralph mail.
What if there's 10 things in this box, dude? What if there's 100 boxes? The quartering just makes like 10 grand for free. He was charging her 5 times more than he agreed, depending on the quantity. Jeremy Hambley is supposed to be her friend. And he was charging her 5 times? I'm sorry you felt that way, Rini.
I don't know. Like, I guess because I'm allegedly not a shitty person, right? So I just don't understand how any of this happens. So you're a woman like Sydney Watson, okay? You're Australian, so you've got that going for you, even though I don't care for the Australian female accent. Which is actually a funny detail. Is apparently Camelot loves the Australian female accent, but hates the Southern female accent in America. I love the female Southern accent. It's like rain on a hot day, you know? Soothe my soul. But anyway, where was I going with this? You're a woman like Sydney Watson. Why do you subject yourself to being sexually harassed by this guy and then also pay him 5 times the going market rate? Like, Jeremy's just so fucking slimy. He's so disgusting that he can't do anything honestly. I don't get it because, you know, I have a business on my own and I'm always trying to go above and beyond to give like the best services that I can. And, this is going to sound weird now, right? What kind of service am I offering? But, you know, I just do believe in the putting it right that counts. You've got to put things right. You've got to do things correctly. You've got to give a good product. You've got to deliver on what your promises are. But Jeremy is just like, not only is he going to rip you off, he's going to try and get your tit pics at the same time. He is the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube, is I think the only way we can describe this, which is funny because he actually unironically defended Harvey Weinstein in one of his videos. Maybe we should take a look at that sometime.
Wait till you see how he responds.
It's Jeremy, the nice guy Hambley. Some of those stories, like when the Sydney jumps on and the phone call starts, it's fucking insane how much of a piece of shit Jeremy is from their very first day. And then for some reason, Sydney decided to work with him. I guess because he was like a pretty big voice at that time and he just had the clout to get away with it. And now he's got nothing. So you just know it's driving him crazy. He's rewired his entire brain to be triggered by dopamine, like rushes of being views and clouds and everything from YouTube. And now he's getting nothing. He's getting nothing. But he was always like a dopamine addict because he was like starting off with like claw games, which is like the most dopamine starved thing you can basically do. I won the pickle Rick in the claw game. Yay. It only cost me $40 of quarters.
When she's pissed about this, by the way.
It's like their children's form of gambling. Jeremy's also a gambler, by the way.
So, for a 4-pack of my tea, keep in mind how small little tea packets are, by the way. Contract or firm handshake. It was a handshake deal, right? You know Jeremy insisted on a handshake deal. You know he did, because he intended on completely destroying her. Because that's what he does, dude. The homie tax. Yeah, homie tax, where you get completely raked over the coals. So, 4-pack of tea, that was just $10. $10. Was $10 just to pack it in a box. Jeremy charged her $10 just to pack it into a box. $8 to ship.
$18
So I'm in
for
it
a
for
single
$18
bag.
just to get a single package shipped with him. Even in the most
And that's funny because Jeremy's Coffee Brand coffee retails for about $18. How about that? He really is the worst businessman ever. I guess Jeremy just won the lottery essentially, like the luck lottery. At least until now. He's like a 0 in all his other stats, but then he just rolled a natural luck 20 on everything. And he just like bumbled his way into his success, and now he's bumbling his way out of success. Which is yeah, you love to see it actually.
the expensive
Gets
places,
what you fucking deserve.
$2.50 per item is fucking insane. His dudes get paid $15 an hour, so 1.5 of my boxes would pay for one of his guys' entire hours of work. Everything else is eventually just profit.
He was lucky for so long. The funny thing is like it's almost like a complimentary thing that he has. He's stupid, but he landed on a very successful thing, which was talking about the SJWs on YouTube. But he was also combining with this luck, with his natural incompetence, actually protected him for a long time. Because nobody, like, he has 10 years of cringe on the internet that is now being gone over with a fine comb. And we're finding all of these things. That's why there's been weeks of content, because a new thing comes up basically every day. I've never really seen anything like this. This is one of the most legendary internet crash outs ever. Perhaps the most legendary crash out on the internet ever. Like, this is the biggest thing since fucking Gamergate. Oh my goodness, remember that? Remember Gamergate? But because he was so incompetent and so boring, nobody knew. Nobody knew. We just saw he was just bumbling along the distance, like, oh, there's old Tata Jeremy doing his thing over in that corner, whatever. Let's continue with our actual conversations. And now, because of his flagatory, everyone's like, well, wait a second. It turns out that the old Tata Jeremy's actually been raping everybody. Figuratively. All he had to do was just ignore the criticism, and the bag would have been secured. The $18 bags of four tea bags was being secured. We got Real Max Mura with a 2, says Jer cheats on deals. 100% he evades the IRS suffer. I mean, maybe that's why he can't give his tax documents to Caleb Hammer. Asmongold was talking with Caleb Hammer. Why can't Jeremy? I'm very curious to see. Oh, we have the actual quartering. I'm not a shitbag. I'm rich. That's a good one. How's it going, the expert? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well.
So everything else is eventually just profit. So my first bill from him was fucking lunacy. And it was my entire profit margin. Yeah, no shit.
So she was giving the tea away for free.
Profit margin.
It's tea
now,
for free.
I want to give you guys some context here. This is the
not tea for B.
Financial fraud robbing part of the DMs, by the way. Just letting you know, there's multiple. And it was my entire profit margin. When I asked him about this, he said, you should have structured your business better. You just
really want to drop the word that I dropped on Steel Toe to describe Jeremy right now. This guy cannot be serious. The absolute audacity of this guy.
That's what you were doing when you went in business with me, Sydney. That's what he was meaning. Well, you shouldn't have partnered with my dumb ass, Sydney. Should have done better, Sydney. Why? Because Jeremy is a god. Jeremy, no, he is a business god. Keep in mind, he's a multi-trillionaire business god.
Speaking of gods, can we get 16 of you absolute legends? Hello, absolute legends. I'm now implying 16 of you on YouTube to hit the like button to get us over 400 likes. Anyway, let's return to the video. ApproachHerNow.com.
Elon Musk. He's the overweight, bald, smelly Elon Musk. Right? So he's like, oh, you know what, Sydney? You just suck at business, and I'm a god, and I
Hey,
love you.
who took away their like? I saw that go down by 1. That's AM, I guarantee you. That rat in my chat. He probably went over to YouTube just to remove that like.
Good luck. You're a dumbass. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. That must be the only. That might be the only.
We hit the goal. We hit the goal, chat. I won't ask for them anymore.
There was no
400.
negotiating
Hit the
with him either.
400.
His attitude was basically suck it. So I pulled my product.
Let's fucking go.
He so kindly offered to pay to have it. So I pulled my product. He so kindly offered to pay to have it shipped to Texas. I think he paid half, but it cost me thousands of dollars to get it back here, and he crippled my fledgling business, all so we can make a few extra bucks. All right. She says, I know this is boring, but it started me on the wow. This is the first instance that Sydney was like, wow, actually, this might be a very bad person I'm dealing with here.
I think Sydney is being a little bit naive here, because when you hear about her first interaction with Jeremy, he was clearly an asshole from day one. honestly, it is so funny. I want to say it right now, but we'll wait until it comes up in the conversation with Sydney because that'll be the appropriate place. Maybe she's just like, I mean, there are sort of people, and I'm like quite a naive person myself. I'm very trusting. If you tell me something, I'll usually give you the benefit of the doubt, unless I have seen a pattern of behavior where you're a liar for a long time. And maybe that's on me. But I feel like, the best strategy is to treat people as nice as you can the first time, and then afterwards you treat them like they treat you. And if everyone followed this rule, society would be a much better place.
This is a very bad person I'm dealing with. That's what.
It's kind of funny though, because like the people calling me an internet bully or something. I'm actually a really nice person. Unless you find me in the aisle, and then I'm going to use my headbutting to break your packy legs, well, Pachycephalosaurus legs. Well, I mean, I'm the Pachycephalosaurus breaking your legs.
She's saying, she said I started to withdraw.
Crunch.
She's like, I'm so glad I do my own fulfillment. I love writing little cards for people. I like to add freebies. I love the positive feedback I get from customers, but he f***ed me. Brutal.
Like this is honestly very endearing, and I have to say, like, this is a W for Sydney. I can't fucking spell. My brain is being like Geralized, I guess. It's like I'm getting drunk by osmosis from Jeremy content. The self-satisfaction that you feel for a job well done is honestly one of the best feelings in the world. And you just know that it's a feeling that's completely alien to Jeremy. He can't spell, but he's speaking.
God. This is making me angry. He did it on purpose, and he tried to act like it wasn't a huge problem. And I said he's absolutely awful. This all tracks. He's burnt every bridge in a relationship he has ever had, including.
This is happening to anyone that's covering. Oh my God, it's happening again. Anybody that's covering Jeremy is losing brain cells. It's all of us. I've noticed this. It's like you have to dumb yourself down to try and interpret Jeremy's insanity, and it reflects on you very poorly.
You robbed everyone blind. She says, yes, I tried to explain the T thing. Trying to explain the T thing's a little hard because people need to understand how fulfillment works, and they probably glaze over listening. But the fact was, he prepared to f me over so hard for a few bucks and then told me to structure my business better. It was absolutely crazy. You opened my floodgates. I'm sorry. Yeah, well.
This is what's happening.
The floodgates.
It's the GS syndrome. It's the shadow of Chernobyl, the fallout, the radioactive fallout, and I'm dying from radiation poisoning. What is the thing I heard? I think I was listening to Yellow Flash, and there was Undead Chronic, and he was like, he's had like 17 YouTube channels yeeted. Apparently he's a doctor or something, and he was telling these hospital stories, and I really kind of tuned in because I used to work in a hospital too. And he was talking about something, I think it was called terminal lucidity, where it's like just before you die, you get all of your senses and I guess reasoning power back. So you have these people that are like a day away from death, and they start to get like really lucid and start talking about everything just before they pass away. And like, it gives like a lot of people false hope because it's like, oh no, he's getting better. Look at this. It's like, and then he just like, they just straight up die, which is very sad. Because also my mother used to work in hospice or hospice. I don't know. People tell me that I'm mispronouncing that as well. She was a nurse and then ended up working in hospice, which is I gotta say, one of the hardest jobs in the world. Like, I have mad respect for her for doing that, because like you're making friends with all these old people or terminally ill people, and they just die. It's like every week one of your friends is dying. It's like, I couldn't do it. So yeah, it is what it is. But this is what's happening, I think, to me, is that I'm on the verge of death and I'm getting the terminal lucidity for a few seconds, and then my brain is being melted by Jeremy. It's happening, Chad. It's over for me. Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
Are definitely open. Okay. Just fix your business model, dude. She said, consumers just make more money. And I said, in
people now, they're like, I don't know what the chat, if the chat's telling me or not.
Thanks for the monies.
It's
she said, dude, it broke my spirit. You know extra why I hate him? You know why extra why I hate him?
It's
YouTubers
Hospice,
already
right?
get a bad name when they launch a product, because
Hospice?
it's really usually just a total hands-off and fully controlled by a third party. His included.
Hospice? No, it's Hospice. I guarantee you.
There you go.
Like spice.
There you go. She says, mine is not. Dropship brand, dropship boys.
Now, I tried to get some details out of her on whether Jeremy is actually white labeling. Now, we know he's white labeling, but it'd be nice to hear it from somebody that's actually worked with Jeremy. Sydney doesn't know, is what I gathered. I want to check the pronunciation thing. Maybe it's hospice where I come from, okay? Like, Americans sometimes pronounce things differently, That's my cope, and I'm sticking with it.
Says I literally do everything, and people associate this with the Jeremys of the world. The reason I don't put my tea mentions in every video is because I desperately do not want to be like him.
Now, I actually asked Sydney if she would like me to shout out her tea company. She said it's fine, but she's like doing fine by herself. So, good for her. But you know what time it's for. Since we mentioned tea, reminder to go over and get some criminal savings from the Dragon's Treasure, a haven for anime and tea lovers. Try their hot apple cider tea. Apparently, it's the best on the market. 10% off with code COPE. Criminal savings. Remember that. Okay. TheDragonsTreasure.com. Proud sponsor of this show for some reason.
So yeah, his coffee's drop ship. Everybody enjoy. She does the thing that she does. She's like, I'm gonna stop ranting now. You super open my floodgates. I have nobody to talk to about any of this. And when it bubbles up, I rant, basically. She rants when it bubbles up because you can't talk to anybody, man. You literally can't talk to
Where is the Dragon's Treasure tea shipped from? Literally his apartment. The tea man actually hand makes the tea. He has all the tea things in his coffee in his fucking room, okay?
Anybody, because Jeremy acts like a mafia boss. He strikes channels. He threatens you in different ways, which we're going to get to this. More of the threats and more detailing the threats.
Where can I catch up on his flagging? Was it on the YouTube videos, etc.? A brief rundown of this. Actually, to be honest, I think that while some people criticize me for talking to the toe, and let me tell you, that boomer, he uses like most streamers use either OBS or StreamYard. He's using like Zoom, but like when you go into the back room, he's got a hot mic. So like it sounds fine on YouTube. Everything sounds fine. But like from my point of view, I'm hearing like the sound is peaking and it's all crackly and my ears are getting raped by the steel toe man. So it's another win for the toe. He can't keep getting away with it. But the clip of our interview, which is about 40 minutes, is on Stalin 19's channel. And I unironically think it's a very good rundown of like, it's probably the most concise rundown you'll get on the Jeremy situation, and about 40 minutes. But the shorter version of this is that Jeremy's been a flagget for a very long time, and there are a lot of victims of his flaggings, another one being 8 Thoughts. But primarily what people are talking about here is the removal of the Kino Casino clip channel on YouTube, which might be coming back. Like, I don't know, the Warski brothers, and I mean, it's PPP's not his brother, but like Warski and PPP was saying something on their show yesterday about the good news in the back end, but they didn't share it. So it could be that their channel is coming back, which would be an absolute W and total Jeremy L. But basically, that's the main one. Now, after they were flagged, a lot of channels started getting flags as well. Myself, I got a strike. I got a stream taken down. I'm not sure what happened to the revenue on that stream, but it may be gone. It may be refunded to people at the end of the month. We'll see. But thank God we started streaming on Kick that day, because then the rest of the stream was saved, and we went on to have a really great first stream on Kick, and we got partnered and monetized and everything like that, which is why I'm trying to pay it forward to the B bros on Kick, and we're doing the post shows and things like that, some bonus content, stuff like that. But this is kind of what set it off, was the Kino Casino clip channel. Over 14 channels have been flagged, and I think Nick Monroe on Twitter has a good thread about this. And Undead Chronic lost his channel, but that may be for a different reason. We're not sure.
But everybody's so afraid of talking about
Steel
Jeremy.
Toes eating the nuggets.
Is he a mob boss? What is he? Who is this
He's
guy?
zesty.
Is his, like, all of his influence and clout, did it all go to his waistline?
Yes.
Is he the physical manifestation of his power? Hey, Willie.
He might be the physical manifestation of Nurgle, because he is like a being of absolute chaos and incompetent. Well, I mean, Nurgle's very competent. I shouldn't begrudge the good name of Nurgle. But what I'm saying is Jeremy's a disgusting slime monster.
Will I Dot, what's up, buddy? It kind of seems like that, right? Kind of spooky. But Sydney is brave enough, and we all need to give Sydney Watson some props here, because she knows there could be repercussions for this.
Sydney did nothing wrong.
Not to be fair, I think Jeremy's a bitch, but that's whatever. There could be repercussions from this, and she decided to share it with all you guys. So you need to give her some props, because she's based for all this, because we're gonna keep going, and it's gonna start diving into more and more and more stuff. She says, I want to stay away from the drama because it stresses me out, and I don't want to be known for this.
A woman that doesn't want to be part of drama? Does such a thing exist? What? Press X to doubt on this one. No, but I'm just joking. But honestly, Sydney was very lovely in our conversation and very professional.
He has threatened to sue me.
And I really got a sense from them that she was just wanting to stay in her own corner of the internet and make her tea with their audience and, you know, get her bag and everything. And that's good for her.
Leak my DMs, dox her, basically. She said in a previous message, you know, or implied
Bees are
that
reading
he
the
was going
nuggets
to dox
too.
her
They love him.
people in her life that are not public people. You know, like the thing that Jeremy claims people are doing to him, right? He claims people are doing this to him.
I work in Hospice, and your pronunciation is painful. I think it has to be an Australian thing that we call it hospice. I guarantee. I think Americans just pronounce it differently. I think that's my cope. I'm sticking to it. I'm not going to check the pronunciation shop.
That's what he intended on doing to Sydney Watson. That's what he threatened her with. He was going to expose
I think
all
we're just
the
going to take
personal,
this
private
out
people in her
from
life.
the chat.
And then also sue her, I guess, which I don't know how a lawsuit's going to work when she has freaking text messages of him saying this crazy
Hospice?
shit and phone calls of him saying this
Hospice?
crazy shit, and then he's going to sue her.
No, it's
What?
Hospice.
Just play that in court. Here's him being
No,
crazy.
wait, hospice was what I was calling it originally. Then the chat gaslit me into saying it was hot piss or something. I don't know. Like, I unironically had it right the first time, and you guys are tricking me. This is like when you spam muted. I'm never muted. Have I been doing too much rama rama? Or is that what's happened here?
She said, "You're welcome to confirm this stuff here." She said, "Apologizes for venting my spleen at you. When we first met in 2021-ish, he was in Dallas for some event, and we all went to a bar. I met a dude that night who I went on to a date, and that guy and I talked the whole time. I drove Jeremy back.
Yeah, well, go ask Hella. See what I care, and tell her hi. I haven't seen her in a while. We got Professor Sideburns with a 10 New Zealand dollars. I assume this is a chat confirming my pronunciation of hospice is correct. Maybe Jer would know if he was a real Christian, but was this? I don't know the books of the Bible, I'm afraid. Ephesians, is this? I don't know. EC2-24 says, "There's nothing better for a man than to eat and drink and find employment in his hard work. He seems to be stealing more. He seems to like stealing more." This is very true. Like, I used to listen to Bible tapes when I was a kid. I actually came from a religious family, but mostly we listened to the Bible on tape, like at night, which were actually very keynote to fall asleep to. It's like something about it. So, but I don't know the actual chapters of the different books of the Bibles. But this is a really good one, honestly, because this is true. Like, this is what happens: is you have people that work their entire lives and they look great and everything, and they've got a purpose, they love their job, and then they retire and they feel like they age overnight. When people give up and when they stop working, and it doesn't mean you have to be like pushing papers for Mr. Steinberg your entire life, but you know, when you give up on having a goal to work towards or something to just fill your day and give you purpose, people absolutely just fall apart. And so there's a lot of good advice. Even if you're non-religious, this is fantastic advice. And there are a lot of truths in the Bible, obviously. That's why it's a good book.
This hotel with two other people in the car. The whole time.
Actually, before my great-grandmother died, she gave me a Bible as a present. I should probably go through and I've just kind of like kept it as a memento. Even though it's very difficult to bring books to different countries, especially when you have a lot of them. But I've always made sure to keep that. Maybe I should go through it. It's very nice too. It's got my name and everything and embroidered. And I flipped through it to see the notes that she left. So I mostly just read her notes in it, which was also very cool of her to do. But maybe I should just read the whole thing one day.
He was going on about how he wanted to fight the guy I was talking to, and basically saying he'd fight him for me. Jeremy, you gay? He's gay, brother. That is.
He's gay.
I'd fight for you, Malay.
That's a joke, YouTube.
No,
we're not trying to say that it's
Fedora Maxon. He's Fedora Maxon. He'd get drunk and randomly text me boobs or some similar shit. And later, we went on later to discuss the reason behind this is because he was on the off chance he was hoping that she would send him some tits. That was the point. It was the off chance that he'd send some tits. That's what he wanted, right? He'd say weird crap during calls too, oddly sexual shit. Yeah, no, think back to Ren Fair, everybody. Think back to Ren Fair. I can't remember specifics, but I complained to my man about it because I was so weirded out. And I'd be like, okay, righto, Jeremy, and try to get off the phone as fast as possible, right? She says I'm a massive...
This drives me nuts, by the way. Like, I hate prolonged phone calls. I don't like talking on the phone in general, and I typically won't answer my phone at all unless I know exactly who it is or it's like a work call or something like that. But some of those, like when you're in a conversation, you just want to leave. Like, you know that meme where the chick's at the baseball game and the guy's like, he's like, it's like this, babe. That's what's happening with Jeremy, except instead of actually talking about anything interesting, it's just he's talking about his bowel movements. And Sydney Watson obviously is the woman in that picture.
Prude. I'm not into that kind of thing, right? She says, I'm weirded out about it. I don't know him. I don't want to know. Don't want to share about it. So him being sexual was always really alarming to me, especially after the Elijah Schaefer stuff.
She's a prude.
But yeah, I perceived what he was doing, at least in the early days, as hitting on me. And I made it super clear I'm not interested. Obviously.
This is how you know that these are real women texts, by the way. So obviously Camelot did not doctor these. We got T-Rex. T-Rex says, this Jesus guy makes some really good points. After I read my grandma's Bible. It's my Bible. She made it for me. Like, it's like she got like the custom order Bible for all of her great-grandchildren. But yeah. Is that I feel like that's a Simpsons reference. They say something very similar. This Jesus guy seems like he was onto what he was talking about. Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, right? Like, I mean, come on. For one, he's married. Two, he looks like a bald, fatter Shrek. Okay? That's not going to help, right?
Well, I mean, Shrek has children, so Jeremy can't be Shrek because he's shrimpless.
I said right here above this, I'm like, I keep telling myself this guy can't be this bad, right? She said, no, he's awful. You don't see it at first because of his nice guy act, but eventually the mask slips and you realize he's a money-obsessed, insane person who is so unhinged and untethered from reality.
I think this is about as simple as a statement you can get describing Jeremy. He's a money-obsessed. Excuse me. Almost Brittany Venti burped over there. He's a money-obsessed, insane person who is unhinged and untethered from reality. Chef's kiss.
I should get some harsh words. I want to be the sort of internet
person. Shrek also had a friend, so like Donkey.
Who doesn't do fuckery, and just having been involved with him shortly, I'm now forever connected to the fuckery, and I hate it. I hate it. And I totally get that. That would suck to be connected to that giant bastard who robs everybody around him, manipulates everybody around him. Let's have some fun here. Sydney's joining.
All right, so
Sure
Sydney wants on, check instant messenger pigeon.
Go set up. All that good stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, now I do apologize. There will be some Australian woman talking. By the way, that's like I'm from Australia, but I personally don't care for the female Australian accent. I know a lot of Americans really enjoy it, though.
The noise is a bit wonky. I pace because I'm stressed out by all of this.
It's wonky.
I just want to clarify a few things because I've been watching along. Because I really don't want to be involved in any of this for pretty obvious reasons, but I do want to clarify that Jeremy's never threatened like my personal life from the perspective of exposing things about my boyfriend or anything like that. That's just an ongoing concern that I have because he's a very private person and I don't want anybody to, think he's fair game because he's just not. And that kind of goes for the...
Imagine that. Imagine claiming your partner is an offline person and actually trying to protect them. Unlike Jeremy, who claimed his wife was an offline person, and then he's hiding behind her. How pathetic, how unmanly, how woman-coded.
Things that I know about Jeremy too. There's no world, and the people in my DMs.
He's from Australia, but he hates anything. I don't hate Australian women. I just don't personally care for the accent.
Because I said this in my video about Elijah Schaefer, where I made the point that a lot of this is mutually assured destruction. And there's nothing really in my life, like I'm boring. There's nothing really in my life that I want to hide or anything like that. But I will never go after somebody's personal life like that. So I just want to clarify that. I think that's really important.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's how it should be. You know what I'm saying? You should always kind of leave that off the table. And, that's why I think people are calling Jeremy a hypocrite, because Jeremy seems to be going around and doing that kind of thing behind alts, or when he gets kind of, messed up, like at night on a Friday or Saturday and whatnot, which you have a lot of experience with.
Yeah, I do.
I'm calling my local MP to have your citizenship revoked. Oi, Gary! Mr. Prime Minister! Gary! Cheers, mates. What's the good word? Yeah, okay. You're going to go down to the swimming hole, the Billabong, and call your local member of parliament?
Yeah. I mean, and like my motivation here is, and I think people sort of misunderstand, they think that it's a pile-on. And for me, I think having to deal with two of the same kind of man back to back was pretty awful. And granted, I put myself in that situation. I didn't correctly read the room. But
The Simpsons undefeated in their perfect characterization of Australia.
when I extricate myself, I just want to be left
gonna
alone.
get the
I like
fucking
making
boot.
my
No.
content and being in my
No.
weird little bubble with my community, and that's kind of just
I can relate to this. Like, obviously everybody wants to kind of be successful, but there is kind of a chill vibe when you have like a small community that's like very you got your in jokes, you don't have to worry about whatever's going on in the world, you've got your own little community. It's like having a little homestead, you know, on the internet. So I can totally get this.
I want to be. I don't want to be involved in the ongoing drama. The other thing I just want to clarify too is I don't know if Jeremy's product is drop shipped. I can't speak to that. What I meant is that
Say fish and chips. I say fish and chips. I think that's correct. My accent is I don't have much of an Australian accent anymore because I did live in New Zealand. Although the chat will erroneously tell you that I'm from New Zealand. That's a big lie. That was started by one legal mindset, more like legal dick sucker. Wait, where's the clip? Damn it. Wait, damn it, where is it?
Legal mindset. Legal mindset. Legal dick suckers, more like it.
That's perhaps the best use of AI. You know what? I'm okay with RAM prices being $500 for that clip in particular. All right.
I do all my own packing. He doesn't obviously like touch the product going into the bags or anything like that. He has employees who do that. Whether or not they work directly under him, I also don't know. So I can't comment on that. I'm not going to because I just don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's what the chat.
She doesn't know. Sydney Watson doesn't know about what the actual details are. Okay.
That is like, they're like, oh, it's drop ship. Oh, God, Jesus.
I don't want to give anybody any ammo saying that I lied or I said something that, you know, could be misconstrued in any way. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. And the last thing is, yes, I did record conversations. It's obviously so taboo in our industry to do that. Again, these are not things I'm going to be putting on the internet. They were for me to listen back
The Australian women have found me.
to because he made me feel crazy.
Right.
So it was just a thing where I was like, oh, this guy's saying one thing, you know, on an 11 o'clock call at night when he's drunk off of his head. And
He's
I'd be
drunk.
like, wait a minute, you said all this stuff last night. And then the next day he'd phone and be like, I never said that. And so I just felt like I was losing my mind.
So like what kind of stuff would he say? Would just like business stuff or?
Yeah. So with the business, he would call me and he'd be like, you know, you got to buy me out and you owe me all this money. And at the time I was in the middle of a lawsuit. So I hadn't really been working a ton because also I was working for free on the Publica.
She's
and trying to
working
get
for
that up and
free.
running. And obviously the way that business played out wasn't awesome. And there's definitely some culpability on my end with how things went. But he would call me and badger me about it. And then the next day I'd be like, okay, well, you know, you said all this stuff yesterday. I don't have $100,000 to buy you out or whatever arbitrary number he's pulling out of his butt. But then he would say, oh, I never said that. And I really want to do this with you. And it was very confusing. And I always felt like I was being gaslit.
Yeah. And that's what he does now. He'll have a crash out on Twitter and then just delete everything. And I guess that's what my theory is. He just doesn't remember the next day, I guess. I don't know. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was just a lot of weirdness that went on.
It's the Dr. Jeremy, Mr. Hambly situation. I mean, of course he's getting blackout drunk every fucking night. So of course he doesn't remember. But then he also seems to have like this. I mean, he is just like he's just a psycho.
The thing was that I went from working with an alcoholic who was always drunk to working with another alcoholic. And I was just like, hey, I get it. Everybody struggles with these things or has a thing that maybe doesn't work for them. But if you want to work with me, this has to stop. Because I have a weird...
To be fair, Sydney doesn't have a Sydney accent, which is the worst of the Aussie accents. So maybe that's why, because I lived in Sydney for a while, although I'm not from Sydney. Imagine being an Australian and naming your kids Sydney or Victoria or Adelaide. Actually, I really like the name Adelaide. Why don't they... Australia has this obsession with naming things after women. Queensland, Victoria, Canberra. Wait, actually, is Canberra? I don't know. Perth, Northern Territories. That's actually a beautiful name for a girl as well. Northern Territories. All right. Professor Sideburns with a 5 New Zealand says, you have the worst of both worlds, not being a Kiwi and being an Aussie with a Kiwi accent, shaking my head. It's fucking over for me, chat. The only environment I can survive in is with Americans, because they think I'm from fucking England. I think that actually happened when I was on the Toe Show. Is it like, oh, who's this Brit? Who's this Brit you got here? That's the only way I can only survive with an American audience that think I'm like a suave British individual. But anyone that's like from a real country like Australia or New Zealand, they instantly pick me out as a weirdo. I've been living a life for so long. It feels so good to get that off my chest.
History around alcohol, it stresses me out. I don't drink. And just, you know, having to deal with somebody who was calling me absolutely off his head always made me really uncomfortable. And I was like, dude, get it.
I love Sideshow Bob. He's great. I'm not English. I don't know if this is a joke or not, but no, I'm not English.
It together, especially with him like tweeting at people.
But I would like to go to America and pretend to be English. I think that'd be very funny. Like just go into like a Chick-fil-A or whatever it is, and you're like, "Oh, hello, I'm just new here. I'm so charmingly incompetent. Could you please tell me the way to the KFC?" I don't know.
I'd be behind the scenes like, hey man, I think you should lay off. And the worst part was people have always treated me like his keeper. They DM me behind the scenes and say, hey, can you, you know, get him to stop doing this and that? And I'd be like, this is a freaking 40-year-old man, guys.
Yeah.
Like I'm not his keeper. So yeah. Don't drink and tweet
This is
kids.
an insult.
So his drinking deal, this it's been a while since you've been separated from this whole deal, right?
Yeah, like 18 months. And that's why I don't understand.
18 months safe from evacuation from Chernobyl, but she's still dealing with the radioactive fallout to this day. That's
when
how
the
toxic he
Publica
is.
ended, and again, things got ugly. It wasn't good. I freely admit that. Maybe one day I'll talk about it. But yeah, things were not great.
Why can't Australians say O? You should wait until they say H or H, as the case may be.
And then he, after that, just started talking insane amounts of shit about me. And a lot of it was so untrue. Like when you told me the $250,000 thing, that's what's...
This is actually very funny. This is why she was... This is the reason that she was dealing with all the shit. Australian women can't say no. They can't say no. So he has to say yes to everything. It's actually really meta.
Sent me into orbit. Because I was like, that's insane.
That's what he's repeating. Yeah, Jeremy has, like I told you the message, Jeremy has this thing where he'll just like brag to the public about how much money he gives to people just out of the goodness of his heart, and then they just betray him. They betray him.
So let me clarify on that. The only time Jeremy ever paid me was when we were doing streams together, and he would give me half of whatever super chat money.
So this is what Sydney told me as well. And she, well, let's see what she says to Camelot, but I think she said $5,000 to $10,000 at most, and that's the only money she ever received from Jeremy. Like that actually blows my mind. $5,000 to $10,000 only. That's less than the casino makes before this Visa song finishes.
Was left after YouTube took its cut. That's the only time. And when the Publica was happening, there was actually one payment that he quote unquote owed me. And I said, hey, you keep it. You just roll that back into the business. That's the only time he's ever paid me. I never made any money from that enterprise, but that's okay, right? Because when you're growing a business, typically you're the last person to get paid.
Right, exactly.
But to make it sound like I made out like a bandit is insane. I didn't know that, and that is staggering to me.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think he has said this multiple times. Like he keeps saying it. He keeps saying it. He does this with a lot of women specifically. Like there's Trillium Girl in that June documentary. He gave her like $1,000 and all this streaming equipment. I don't know the details, but he apparently gave her all this stuff. And like, is that common? Is that something he does with like a lot of people, specifically women? He just like offers to give them money and help them and finance their stuff. Like, is that a thing?
I can't really speak to other
No. In totality, from beginning to end, their relationship netted Sydney $5,000 to $10,000 in totality. And not only this, she gave up on making her own content for 2 months. She said around 6 weeks. So she was losing money on her own channel to make content for the Publica. This is insane how much this woman is out because of Jeremy. Not only that, but this fraudulent, criminal shipping facility he was using made it so that her tea was selling at break-even prices. $18 for like 4 tea bags. What an insane situation. $2.50 per item. If you order 10 tea bags, that's $25 plus $8 shipping. What the fuck? Plus the cost of the tea.
Experiences, I'm not sure. At the front end, I think that he definitely wants to be a nice guy. He wants to be your friend. He wants to be helpful. And, you know, to his credit, he gave me a ton of...
I mean, everyone's a hero in their own mind. So that might be the truth.
Great YouTube advice, and he would help me with titles and thumbnails and all sorts of stuff at the front end. But I think that over time, it gets really sour. And that's kind of what happened between us. The tea thing, obviously, was a really big turning point for me. And I know it's all a bit boring to explain to people, but... you know, when you have somebody who's supposed to be doing you a favor, and I know what people are going to say, Sydney, you dumbass, why would you ever have a handshake agreement? And fair enough, you know, lesson learned. But, you know, when you're working with people, you expect that they're going to continue to be good to you and nice to you. But it just quickly devolved, I guess, for me. So I don't know.
I wonder if Chrissy Mayer is about to figure this out. But she did the finding out, the fuck around stage. Now she's in the finding out stage. Apparently, she's just gone blank on everything. Like, hasn't responded to calls, isn't talking to anybody, and is just. I guess she just decided to take a vacation with a little payout. That $2,000 kick stream must, not kick, but YouTube. But that must be nice, eh?
If other women have experienced, I don't know what other women have gone through, but just definitely in my case, yeah, it was like you had this person who was trying to help. He never.
Actually, just a second. Going back to Chrissy for a second. If Chrissy comes out and says that she's donating the 3,000, it was 2,400 from the second stream and 750 from the first stream. If Chrissy comes out and says that all of that money is going to charity, and then she posts receipts, do you think that's enough for her to be redeemed, or is she irredeemable? Now, I don't believe for a second that she'll give even a penny to charity, but that would be the first step. I think she can't keep that money if she wants to be forgiven for her actions. Potentially criminal Shawn in the chat says contracts make sure that friends stay friends. Yes, very true.
Was like, oh, let me give you a bunch of money, but he was like, let me help
That fulfills my contract with Shawn.
you. Well, because I was at my lowest when he and I started working together.
Right.
Yeah.
So
this seems to be a special power that Jeremy has as well, by the way, is that he's able to detect a woman in need and try and pretend to become Captain Save-A-Ho when they're at their weakest. And this is exactly what we saw with Chrissy when he started posting out, Chrissy Mayer has been deplatformed and fired from Friday Night Tights. How outrageous, these SJW woke liberals picking on me lady. It's like the same story over and over and over again. He's been doing this for decades.
The show had just fallen apart.
I wonder if this is how he got married to his wife in the first place. By the way, there's a crazy story in here that Sydney's going to tell at some point.
Right. And then you decided, so like, was it after the tea or the public thing? Like what was the catalyst for you like separating your show from Jeremy? Because it just ended, right? So like, what was the catalyst?
Yeah. So honestly, this has been so long. I feel like it's been so long that timeline wise, I might stuff some stuff up here so everybody can double check me on when things ended and started and whatnot. But basically we were doing a fun little stream together called Community Notes. And I think because it wasn't generating as much money as he liked, he was like, hey, let's not do this. It's kind of taking away from other things, which was fine with me because I was trying to grow my channel back and kind of recover from all the things that had happened to me. I was in the middle of a lawsuit. Like I was stressed out. So that was fine. And then
it's nothing special. We all notice we're just not predatory shitbags. I know what you mean, but like, it's like blood in the water for Jeremy. He just sniffs it out and he like wakes up. Like, have you seen those videos where they drop like some Dr. Pepper on a dog's nose or something, and he's going to be chasing that flavor for the rest of his life, even though you shouldn't give your doggos Dr. Pepper even as a treat. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Jeremy just like he can sense it. He just wakes up, vulnerable woman.
I think it was after that he wanted to do the Publica, which again, I think was a really great, noble idea. But to have a business like that, you really need a lot of infrastructure. You need a lot of money behind it, a lot of people. And obviously we just didn't have that. And I totally take responsibility for, part of that going completely wrong. So yeah, we went from Community Notes to the Publica. And around this time was when the tea thing happened. And that's when I was like, wow.
Bring on Shawn. Shawn is welcome to join me if he wants, but I think he's chilling out. I'll bring him on. Oh, he's not messaging me. Maybe he's asleep, eh? But what was I going to say about Shawn? I can't remember now. He's going to go somewhere there. Shawn's already sleepy. He's too sleepy, chat. It's fine. Friend of the show, Shawn. Make sure to get some criminal savings at the Dragon's Treasure, eh? With code COPE.
Yeah, that was like that changed your impression of him, I guess.
Yeah, completely. Because at that point, I was used to the drunk calls, and I was used to, some of the other weirdness. But at that point, I didn't fully dislike him. I just thought, okay, this is a person who's, struggling, and he's got some stuff that he's dealing with. Fair enough. We all have that. And then, yeah, when he fucked my business, I was like, yo, this feels kind of personal and deliberate and shitty. And just being told, oh, structure your business better really upset me because, as you kind of probably got when I was.
He gave Sydney the get good. Hey, I'm not making any money on my fucking tea with your 5 times over market rate shipping fulfillment facility. And then he drops sounds like a skill issue. Get good, Sydney.
DMing you. I love my company. Like I put so much of
She
my
loves her
time into
company.
it.
She
So
puts
yeah, that
effort
was
into
really
a
upsetting. That
product.
kind of changed my perspective.
She's writing
of
notes in her tea,
Oh
in
yeah,
the tea
as I would,
bags
and
or something.
that's why I asked you a question in DMs. as
Buy
far
your
as,
damn
the
tea
weird
is what I'm
stuff. Like,
saying.
when you
And the
when
dirty
you saw,
electricity.
because you have everybody saw it. When you saw that Ren Fair clip, like, what was your impression of it?
I just thought, why would you behave like that in public?
Yeah.
Why would you behave like that in private? I mean, thank God that can we get some W Ren Fairs in the chat, or just a bunch of fucking Bs? Because Jeremy, if you haven't heard, has been banned from basically every Renaissance fair. Wait, do I have the wanted poster? Maybe I still have this. Hold on a second. I don't think I ever showed this. Maybe I don't have it. There's basically, he was like the Renaissance fair stalker poster, but he's actually been banned from every Renaissance fair, and he loves the Renaissance fair. So this is a very big blow to Jeremy. And not only this, he would go to the Renaissance fair with his wife. Why am I showing this one? There we go, the big one. Oh, this is a good one. There we go. So now when they go to the Renaissance fair, there's like a little guy with a picture of Jeremy, and it's like, do not let this man in. And he has to explain to his wife why they can't go to the Renaissance fair together. Now, it is strange, but they go together. This is their thing, but they also bring a friend, and, they bring their wife's boyfriend as well, the Sky Bull, Skyroan, as he is called. Now he can't go. How embarrassing. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Jer, let's go to the Ren Fair this weekend. I can't. Why not? Well, it was sexualizing other women and telling people how much I hate you. But, it's no big deal. We can just stay drunk at home and watch the Renaissance Fair on TV.
Simple, right? Like, what do you...
I think, yeah, I think a lot of this...
Now, if Jeremy could get banned from the Brewers games, that would be the trifecta, I think. That would be just perfect. Because that's what it seems to be his new cope strategy, is to just go to the Brewers game and spend $20 on cranberry vodkas or whatever he was drinking, because I guess he's on his period.
Especially as a woman commenting, people chalk all this stuff up to feminism, and they'll say things
She's
like,
a
"Oh,
feminist.
you shouldn't have this perspective," and "Oh, you're being too sensitive." But in reality, I think that one of the primary functions of a man is to protect women and to make sure that women are not being creeped on. And if you're the man doing the creeping, there's a problem.
Yeah,
she's a feminist, but she understands traditional gender roles. It's basic biology. Yeah, it's true. Like, obviously, man is a provider and a protector. That's our role. That's what we have to do. Maybe this is why Jeremy... Actually, now that I think about it... Hold on, posture check. This actually makes a lot of sense. Jeremy doesn't have to provide or protect his wife because she's going out for pizza with other men. So he can't provide and protect for her. So he's seeking it from these other women online. It actually makes perfect sense now that I think about it. Good call. Just Jenny with a $10. Let's go. Says, Me Too diminished legitimate sexual harassment complaints for right-leaning women. Just my opinion. It absolutely did. Like, obviously, you should give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, if someone comes to you and they tell you they're being raped, and I hate to have to use this word on YouTube, but when we go to Kick, it'll be fun. Like, you should absolutely believe them until until no evidence is found that they didn't get right. But you don't necessarily believe them that they were raped by a particular person. That's why, it's just sad to see, really. Not just right-wing, exactly. Logical woman chatter alert. Yes, very based. Surprised us. You love to see it. As long as the women stay on the internet and not around me in public, because yuck, women. Ugh. Got to say it quiet so my girlfriend doesn't hear and start slapping me with a fucking frying pan.
And he
I'm under attack
at me, and I don't know how he didn't have me blocked. He actually blocked me like 2 days ago before he deleted X, which is very shocking. It lasted that long. But
yeah, women are
when
gay.
He quote tweeted at me, he said it was just normal banter, normal behavior, and I was blown away because I've never in my life wanted to follow people and film them, and
no, that's odd behavior. That's bizarre behavior.
I have followed people and filmed them, but that's because it's my job as a videographer. But I do it when I'm being paid, right? So they're not. It's not like yeah. But no, I don't record people fucking talking about wanting to fuck MILFs and shit. That's obviously very weird. Midnight in Exile with a 5 says, I'm starting to suspect Jer is F to M. This is the bulls, thus... Oh, I see. Thus the childlessness, thus the Machiavellian oversensitivity. Well, Jeremy was caught Googling fertility clinic stuff because his boys can't swim. He's shrimpless. And the reality is, if he lost the weight, I mean, he's pretty old now. It's like 44. It's over. He's already walled hard. But the reality is, if he lost the weight, stopped drinking, and became mobile instead of sitting in a chair 18 hours a day stealing shorts, and then the remaining hours of the day, I mean, I guess he's on Twitter scrolling while shitting, then, you know, his body would actually produce some testosterone. Especially if you get older as a man, you want to do that just because it like helps promote bone density and things like that. So it'll save you, you know, osteoporosis in the future and things like that. But if he actually got outside the house, lost the weight, stopped drinking the alcohol, he might be able to recover his testosterone to a level where he's actually producing boys that can swim. And then maybe he could, I mean, I don't think so, because I mean, both him and his wife are already 44. It's pretty much over, but you know, there's always a chance that it happens. I mean, Chrissy Mayer just had her kid, and she's like, what? She had him when she was 40. Although he's probably not gonna last too long, because he's gonna step on a nail, and since she didn't give him the tetanus booster or any of the vaccines, he'll just die for some mysterious reason. And I'm sure Chrissy will blame other people for that, despite her being a bad mother.
Yeah, and like that's why I asked you. Like,
I mean, I don't know if she didn't give him the tetanus shot, but I think it sounded like she was saying he's completely unvaxxed. Now, I understand if you don't like the Fauci ouchie, that's fine. I don't give a shit. But we have a long list of vaccines that work very well, and it's the only reason society is successful to the point we have, okay? Get your fucking tetanus shots. Get your fucking, I don't know, whatever. The regular ones.
When you were around him personally, I mean,
get your smallpox vaccinations.
Like, especially
get your polio
vaccinations. Probably like some our meetups or whatever, like conventions together and did some events together. Like, was there ever any air of this, like him being weird as hell in public or anything like that?
No, not to
all right. Fine.
To my knowledge, the only incident that really stands out to me, you got to remember, it's been a couple of years now, but the only incident that really stood out to me was the one where we go into a bar, a big group of us. I was chatting to a bloke that I ended up dating.
Wait a second. They don't do smallpox anymore. You know why? Because they worked. You know, in Japan, I was mentioning this the other day. They give everyone like these. I don't have them, but in Japan, you'll notice this. If you have a Japanese friend, like actually lives in Japan, you can check. I think it's like either left or the right arm. I don't know. But they have like this like Chris work of like, it's like tic-tac-toe or Krillin's head sort of like dots like on their arms here, because everyone gets like tuberculosis vaccines here. And every year they scan your chest to make sure you don't have tuberculosis. Although I've never actually heard of anyone actually having that. So kind of crazy. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting Japan fact. Also, like, oh, never mind. I won't tell you that. Smeghead, the Red Dwarf Enjoyer, with a 5, says, Aussie or New Zealand accent check, like plankton on hot deck. Meme sits behind his desk eating 7 fresh fish, pissed as pestering spectators. I've never heard pestering spectators before.
Right. He just met that night. And yeah, on the way home, Jeremy was telling me that he's going to beat this guy up and he's going to fight him. And I was like,
when you get a visa, you have to do a TB test as part of a visa application. Yeah.
Indication that you're going to fight another man to, I guess, for me, like not for me as on behalf of me, but for me as in to conquer, to take the woman back to cave, like that.
Hold on, I'll go back and listen to what Sydney said in a second, but I'll just read this one. You want to give her instruction on how to feed her kids too? I mean, I would suggest that she feed her kids when they're crying instead of reacting to Twitter drama, but you know, that's on me. I don't know.
That was the vibe. Like,
all right, let's get back.
The only incident that really stood out to me.
This is the crazy
was
story.
The one where we go into a bar, a big group of us. I was chatting to a bloke that I ended up dating. That he and I just met that night. And yeah, on the way home, Jeremy was telling me that he's going to beat this guy up and he's going to fight him.
So Sydney's driving everyone back. Like this, I think there's like 4 people in the car with the quartering. And she was hitting on some guy at the bar. And Jeremy's like, I'm going to beat the fuck out of that guy. Now, Jeremy, and he's like, I'm going to beat this guy up for your love, Sydney Watson. He's married at this point. He's been married since he was 18. There is nobody online that has interacted with Jeremy that knew him when he was not married. Every time he has interacted with any of these women, he has been married. And he's just seething under the collars because this woman was giving attention to another man. This makes it's so Jeremy coded because he's always been an envious little man, despite being 400 pounds. And anytime he sees anyone getting clout, anyone getting attention, he can't fucking stand it. So you just know that he's being driven fucking insane these last couple of weeks.
And I was just...
He can't even fight. He was punched by a man in a dress.
That you're going to fight another man to, I guess, for me, like not for me as on behalf of me, but for me as in to conquer, to take the woman back to cave. Like that was the vibe. And I was like, dude, I don't know what's giving you the indication that this is acceptable behavior, because at that point, you know, he'd been cool. Like, you know, he'd been someone who I was talking to about other relationships. We'd sort of talked about
Well, this is what he does, and this is a term that I think Camelot's essentially coined, the sneaky fucker. It's like the nice guy that like he slides into your DMs, basically. He's like the guy that male friend who's always around and always hitting on your girlfriend and bad talking you when you're out of the room, so he can try and be there. Like he's hopefully that he's going to try and break you up, and then he'll be there for you to you know, to comfort you and console you. It's some real sneaky fuck behavior.
To do with our personal lives and things, and I was like, oh, this is like a friend. This is a friend, not someone who's interested in me. And that was when I was like, oh, Christ, no, sir, no.
Yeah, that goes back to the manipulation, like he said earlier. In
she gave him the he gave her the ick.
Career, he was really, really good at like kind of like worming in and manipulating and kind of pulling at people's heartstrings. So that would make sense, getting into those like conversations about personal stuff, how he's going to help and stuff like that to find his way in. That's my impression.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the motivation was or whatever.
Like
but
if his grift had taken off on the left, he would be the exact caricature of the male feminist that goes to the protest to pick up women. Except he just so happened to be on the right. Everything that he's claimed of other people, he is guilty of himself. It's so insane.
This is also before all of the super awful crap went down. So, like, as in with my show ending and what have you. So, I don't know. Perhaps I'm naive, and I hate to admit that, but I think in some ways I'm a bit of a dum-dum when it comes to these interactions, because I go into it thinking, oh, we're cool, we're fine, we're mates. There's nothing else to this, and then I learn that I have misread the situation or misread the room, and I'm like,
I feel like this is very sad, though, honestly, because like if everyone had the attitude that Sydney had, everyone would be better off in general. But you can't do this anymore because people like Jeremy are reducing the trust in society. Like he talks about content theft, not content theft. He talks about theft and the fatigue and the people that are creating low trust societies where you have to have your M&Ms behind bars. I mean, they certainly have to be behind bars in Jeremy's case. I wouldn't leave that fucker alone with a bag of M&Ms, especially in a shop. But he is the one that is stealing. He is the one creating the low trust society. He is the one that has enabled and emboldened people to use these content nuke strikes and just deplatforming everyone. And now everyone's losing channels, okay? Jeremy is responsible for everything that he criticizes people for. And it is so funny once the sheet was pulled from the eyes of everyone and they realized what an actual pathetic, manipulative, slime ball, soulless parasite Jeremy Hambley is.
oh crap, and then have to navigate it. That was definitely a really, really weird situation. And I just was like, I mean, okay. And I mean, when I dropped him off at his hotel.
All right, Jedi. All right. We can't, well, you can do whatever you want since your father was murdered 3 years ago.
Situation, and I just was like, I mean, okay. And I mean, when I dropped him off at his hotel, I was just like, get out of my car, please, get out. This is so weird. And I was so uncomfortable. And then, yeah, that bloke and I went on to date for a little bit. And then I met my now boyfriend. So, yeah.
Right. And then after that, now is this before? I mean, you said this was probably the first instance. So like he would like drunk call you and say like kind of weird, strange shit or text you weird shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the drunk calling was really from day one. And again, like I'm not gonna come down like a ton of bricks on this dude because so many people have problems with alcohol. And I think that, you know, being fair to just humans, if someone's dealing with something and they're not ready to deal with it properly, yeah, substances play a huge role. I don't like working with people who have substance problems because they almost inevitably cause problems for you and for everybody around you. And so I knew when we started working together, you gotta remember, so I met this dude maybe in 2020 or maybe 2021, I'm not sure. So we met and then we were cool. He hit on me. It was whatever. I was like, all right, I'm going to let it go because you were trashed. So let me let that go and I won't hold it against you. You know,
I mean, Jeremy said it best, right? Drunk words, sober thoughts.
All done stupid shit when we've been drunk. And then when my show ended, so that was 2022, beginning of 2022, that's when he came along and was like, hey, let's work together. And because I'd seen how he is when he's drunk, and he's drunk a lot, I was like, hey man, you know, if we're going to do this, I really need you to sober up. And I really I really wanted things to work out because that was like my absolute lowest as a person. When my show ended, I felt like a massive failure.
Yeah.
And I thought that I just was so sad, you know, like I just was so sad. And so I thought, great.
This is so interesting, honestly. Like, because Sydney Watson isn't she wildly successful right now? And you always know that like people that are like, because she's essentially a micro celebrity, I think, status. Let me see. Was it Sydney? Is it just Sydney Watson on YouTube? Like, she is wildly successful, but like, you always wonder, like, do celebrities feel the same sort of like anxiety or self-worth sort of things? Is that every video she uploads is like 300,000, 300,000. This is her channel, by the way. I don't think you need me to. She's finally getting shouted out on my dinky little channel, so she's made it, chat. It's fun. It's happening for her right now. Sydney Watson on YouTube. She has 1.15 million subscribers on YouTube. Look at these views, chat. Look at these views. Quartering could never. 150, 300,000, 300,000, 300,000, 600,000, 300,000, 300,000, 300,000. Look at that. Is some good fucking YouTube cheddar. My view stats kind of broke recently. I wanted to see what her running average for 28 days was. But it's not really important. That is some wild success on YouTube, and honestly, she seems to deserve it.
Right, this is another opportunity to do something that's going to be fun and a lot less pressure and hopefully just a better environment for me. And then it was just more of the same shit on a long enough timeline. And I hate that because I don't want to be an e-person who leaves this like string of drama and bodies behind me. I want to be the unproblematic queen. That's what I want.
She wants to be unproblematic as a woman and a queen. JD Straight Shot with the 2 says, look at what you did, Jer. Apologize. It's over for Jeremy. Like, if you can't get 600 live viewers on Rumble, you're fucking done, mate. Pack it in. Just stop. Get some help. It's time for New Game Plus, IRL. Reroll your character. Yes, that's what I'm implying. There's a joke there. That's what he should do. But we're on YouTube at the moment, so it's time to re-roll your character and try again. New Game Plus time, Jeremy.
And I can't have it because of my stupid decisions. So
Jeremy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can divulge it, but Yellow Flash is my boys in the chat. Do you like? Okay,
My
you probably
boy,
see
Yellow
the crazy
Flash.
shit. That's a meme, right? It's a meme that's likely true. But do you know anything about this weird situation in his personal life with this bull guy?
I don't, and I think, like I said, this to me is the sort of territory I don't want to get into because as much as I don't like Jeremy and I think he's a butthole, and I know he's gonna I'm gonna just say this ahead of time, he is going to lose his shit about me saying any of this. And
I think the DMs for Sydney came out around the same time the Twitter was being deleted, so he was crashing out. Although maybe not sure. Not sure. That may have been one of the impetus of. No, wait, sorry. This came out after Jeremy deleted Twitter, but his Twitter was deleted on the same day as the Renaissance Fair was announced.
Like, as soon as you started this stream and I was tuning in, I was like, oh, I'm fucked. Like, I'm fucked. And so I know. And it's probably going to be more of the like spurging out and the lying. And, I know he's got DMs that someone else sent him, private DMs of mine that I had with a former friend that she sent him to get at me, and I know that he's going to probably post them, and it is what it is. And I don't mind explaining if that happens, and I don't mind owning crappy. That's my dog. I'm sorry. She's singing you all the song of her people. Yeah, I don't mind explaining things because, like,
That's an old meme. Checks out though. It belongs in a museum, but
I'm not infallible. I've done dumb crap that I'm not proud of. But when you read private DMs without context and things, people then make their own decisions about what happened. So I don't mind. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything. But as far as getting into his personal life, I'm not going there because I just think that's shitty. Like, other people can speculate, but for me, because again, like, this is a person I was friends with. Do I know things about his personal life? Yes. Does he know things about mine? Also, yes. And so I'm just, that's like a bridge too far for me.
Okay. And what is your, after everything that's happened? I mean, you sounded pretty like conclusive in DMs, but I might as well just ask, like, what is your impression of Jeremy Hambley now?
I really think he's one of these like nice guy TM people who swoops in when people are at their absolute lowest. Like, if you look at his progression of quote unquote co-hosts, they're mostly women or mostly people who he scooped up when they were having the shittest time of their life. He grabbed me up when I was coming off the back of working with the human embodiment.
Didn't he have another blonde co-host? Hannah before Melanie and Melanus Mac, or Moralist Mac as I'm describing her now. It was Sydney. Sydney was I don't know. Did he? I think it was Sydney, then Melanie, then Hannah, and now maybe Lauren Southern. Were they actually co-hosts or did they just collaborate? There was also Lauren Chen he collaborated with, but I don't know if she was on his show. But he definitely targets. Look at this fucking muscular bee. Holy shit. Makes me want to go to the gym right now. He does definitely go after a surprisingly Well, not really surprising. It makes perfect sense for Jeremy. Like, he does go after these women in these spaces specifically. Lauren wasn't a co-host. I didn't think so. I just like don't think he'll ever recover from this. It's fucking done, mate. If what Camelot is saying is true, and like I said, I think the source is Ricata, and anything Ricata says you got to take with a big fucking grain of salt. But if that is the true source and the true information of Jeremy's making $3,000 a month on YouTube, and we know it's only like $2,000 a month. I mean, I guess the Rumble doesn't count though. That's interesting though. If it's $3,000 total, he's done. His content isn't getting better. He can't slow down because he has to make these payments, these mortgage payments, his $30,000 expenses. He's burning through whatever money he's accrued, and he doesn't have any stocks. Because he mentioned this. He said that he couldn't take it. He's got weak hands. So when the stock's going up and down, he's going fucking loopy and he can't sleep. So he's only got cash assets and then Rolex watches, which are terrible investments. I guess he's got some cars and a plane and a bunch of Neo Geo cabinets. And the rest of it's just cash. So he's burning through this at a phenomenal rate, which is, what are you going to do? He has, I mean, if he wanted to course correct, what he would have to do is stop making videos for about 2 weeks, go back to the drawing board, either edit his videos correctly or hire an editor that can add some production qualities to it. But you can't just start every video saying like, how's everybody doing? Do you remember? I don't remember this. What were we talking about? Like, you can't and ah at the beginning. You have to make, like, the first 10 seconds of a YouTube video is so important for long form content, or at least, you know, longer than 3 minutes. So he has to go back to the drawing board and actually try and make good content. But that's not going to happen because he's lazy. What he'll try and do is try and, like, he's the embodiment of work harder, not smarter, which is kind of a wild thing to say because stealing is hardly work. But he's going to try and up the frequency from 20 videos a day to 30 videos a day or something and see if that finally does it. And it's not going to help. It's over.
Of Caligula, and he was like, hey, do you want to come work with me and do streams with me? And I was at my lowest. He knew I was at my lowest, and I felt like, oh, someone's finally being nice to me. I think you can probably say the same about some of these other women that he's worked with, you know, getting fired by Tim and turfed by Tim, and he came along, was like, well, let me save you. And like that would be so noble and so wonderful if it wasn't perhaps a manipulation tactic. And I think that's what's so troublesome about this behavior is you have this nice guy who on a long enough timeline actually demonstrates to you that he actually doesn't give a fuck about you. He cares about money. And
that timeline's getting much, much shorter recently. Maybe it used to be the case. You'd be working for him for a little while before you figured this out. But now it's like, he's going through a host pretty quickly, I think.
I can respect the caring about money thing if you're just open about it. If it's like, hey, I actually don't want to be your friend. I have no interest in, you know, getting to know you.
This is a good question. I did actually ask if Sydney knew anything. In Sydney's case, there was a handshake agreement and she got like $5,000 total. In Jeremy's and Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire's case, although maybe Hannah Claire's off the coffee farm now, it appears to be that they have an actual contract, or at least Jeremy's been delivering on the payments. And it's $500 per appearance. So his Melanie Mack on his show 3 times a week is $1,500 down the toilet because she doesn't bring any value whatsoever. In fact, she detracts value from it with her shrill, annoying voice.
Or helping you or anything like that. I literally just want to make a shitload of money. I'd be like, fair enough. All right, let's roll. Let's make a fuckload of money. Let's do it.
Dickers actually
but to pretend that it's something else, that really bothers me. And that was very disingenuous.
Yeah, and that's what he's been doing that a lot. Like in every post he was posting a few weeks ago, he says people are betraying him, and he's been nothing but nice to everybody. He's the nicest guy in the world. Right? It's
so easy to say that when you genuinely view yourself as this through this like savior complex, and you're not realizing that you're shivving people left, right, and center. Like it's mind-boggling to me that these people genuinely delude themselves into thinking they live in an alternate reality. This is why I said to you, these people are untethered from reality, and they do and say all this stuff that does not reflect actual reality. And when people go, hey, that hurt me, hey, you did a thing that sucked, rather than owning it, they go, no, just kidding, that's a you problem, and I never did that to you. And that's why, you know, again, I feel crazy. and again,
feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I'm starting to empathize with women. I thought it would be impossible, but after listening to Brittany Venti and now Sydney Watson, I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? I'm empathizing with them. Holy shit.
And I know
Nina Infinity too. Like, I really do feel bad in particular for Nina Infinity. It seems like she actually is trying her best to be like a positive streamer, which is kind of a rare thing these days, to not cover like drama and try and, you know, make people happy sort of thing. But it seems like Nina's doing her best to do that. And then she gets dragged into all of this, and then her friend of like a decade, essentially, stabs her in the fucking back.
It's like I know this is I'm getting
Stay,
dragged in.
yeah,
I don't
stay
want to be
strong,
dragged in. It is what
Chud
it is.
bros.
I did this to myself by you know
Don't
jumping
fall
on
for
the
their
internet onto
lies.
I accept my fate. But
You have I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, but like this has been eating at your mind for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And I know you're like being real nice. You're like, oh, but like you don't like this guy, and a lot of people don't like this guy. And it's a very good reason, and I don't think anybody faults you for that even a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So because he's burnt everything, and I mean he currently has co-hosts right now that are defending. Like, what do you think is the motivation for like the current co-host? Well, not all of them are defending him. They're not saying anything, but some of them are like defending him, saying everybody is lying, everything's lying, even the videos are lies. Say
Melanie Mack is just like a dullard, but also a zealot. So that would explain her behavior. Or as I used to pronounce it when I was a child playing StarCraft Brood War, a zealot.
Yeah. Like what is that motivation? Were you ever in that like thought process where you would do something like that, or is it just
no, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's weird.
No, I think that people are very guided by money. And which, again, I get it. I respect it if you're honest about it. But I think the doubling down thing is that when someone pays your bills, you're not going to shift them, are you? Because there's no incentive for you to do that. And so I think what people are missing in this equation is no one's going to turn around and destroy their boss unless there's some material benefit to doing that. And so as much as I think it's icky, I understand, like I really get it. You know, I'm lucky enough to be independent. I have the coolest community on YouTube and I love the shit out of my people. And I'm so grateful because they back me and they know that, you know, when there's noise, they're like, well, let's just wait to hear what Sydney has to say. And I really appreciate that. But a lot of these other people don't have that.
Yeah.
And they get thrown to the wolves.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I've been talking about. One of his co-hosts right now, like they don't have a big channel. Like they don't really have a lot to fall back on. So I understand the motivation, but I also would like.
I believe that he's referring to there is Jenny Claire Sweepwillow. Until she disavows Jeremy, we're keeping the phrase. But Hannah Claire has been building up her channel, although every comment, she's got like, that's the thing is Jeremy's radioactive. Everyone that goes near him or interacts with him is going to be getting oranges and sweeping brooms for the rest of their careers. The oranges are going to continue until morale improves.
You know, just say like, "Hey, I'm in this for a paycheck. Leave me alone." I think a lot of people would respect that, but they're not doing that. And they're going this weird avenue. And I want your opinion on this. Like, Jeremy's been doing this thing where he keeps evoking like the name of Charlie Kirk for some reason and saying that he's something for religion. That
was so fucking crazy when he's like, Charlie Kirk is smiling down at me from heaven, like the video for Charlie Kirk's ghost. I was like, what the fuck? The audacity of that N-word F slur.
And stuff gets really bad. Like when the Ren Fair video went viral, he was posting about how Charlie Kirk inspired him and he's so glad he's a Christian now when he was getting like a lot of heat. Like, do you think that's...
I have a community that would eat popcorn and enjoy the lols while his channel burned down. This is true. My chat would be roasting the fuck out of me if these were my actions, and I'd be seething, obviously, but I would be a little bit proud of them at the same time, because I think it's better that you do what's right than I think there's no nobility in being loyal to a unmoral person, right? Judge the person by their actions, and you know it sucks if you lose a friend over it, but if you don't stand for something, I guess you fall for nothing. Which really explains Jeremy's audience.
Really disingenuous. I feel like it's really disingenuous.
Oh, absolutely. And I bitched about this privately and probably publicly too. These cultural Christians shit me to death because I think it's really wonderful if you are somebody who has some sort of enlightenment and you're like, yeah, I want to, become a Christian or whatever it is for legitimate reasons. But if you're just wearing Christianity as a skin to stop people from criticizing you and you're using it as a shield, I think that's so embarrassing. And this
it is fucking embarrassing. And Melanie Mack, she's not even she's wearing Christianity as a shield, but it's over her layer of disgusting tattoos and chokers that are a black belt and sucking D. Doom Studios with the 250 says, even the crazy Candace Owens was tipped about Jer. I think I saw that on Alyssa Clip's channel. Should I pull that up after this, maybe?
Happens so much in right-wing politics. Not that Jeremy is necessarily in right-wing politics, but he's kind of adjacent. I can't speak to whether or not he's a Christian or not. I don't know, maybe he truly is, but I do find it, the timing is always so interesting to me when people come under attack for very legitimate reasons, and then their immediate turnaround is to say, oh, I'm a Christian, you can't criticize me. Oh, I read my Bible and I go to church. Okay, bitch, then act like a Christian. And stop this silliness on the internet and actually act like a Christian.
Yeah, 100%. It's insane. And that's kind of what he's been doing. And just getting drunk and lying. And I think like you have a lot of experience with that.
Oh, I do.
And I do want you to, I want, like, I know it's, a lot of people are asking, like, is there a part of you or a large part of you or a small part of you that's like legitimately kind of afraid of Jeremy? You think?
That's a really good question. I'm going to say yes.
All right. I guess I should change. I guess I should change that real quick. We'll have a quick 1 minute break. I'll be right back. It'll give me a chance to get my water too. All right. Be right back, chat. We'll continue the Sydney Watson interview. We're about a little bit over halfway through it. And then we're going to go to the post show over on Kick and watch the Chrissy Meyer versus Ralph, which is very funny.
How's
I'm Tiger.
okay. Let's see.
Strong.
I mean, like, as much as I want to, like, it's just like, you know, like
yeah.
So but like
exactly.
But I mean, look, they're basically, like, it's like, you know, you were like it is what it is.
This isn't Jeremy. Was I muted? No, we're good. This isn't Jeremy out of context. That's like imperceivable from his actual show. In fact, it's a lot shorter and more succinct than his regular show because his real shows are like 45 minutes worth of that. All right, let's continue without any delay.
I hate this about myself. I said this when I made my Elijah Schaefer video. This is one of the worst characteristics I have, and I have a couple really bad characteristics, but one of them is I minimize myself because I don't want the drama. And I somehow, I don't know. I know that it's kind of silly to say because I've been in 2 back-to-back drama situations where I've then, you know, had to wait years to be able to have my say and to be like, hey, you know, this is actually how it went down, or at least this was how I interpreted things. So yeah, I mean, I guess I'm fearful from the perspective that people know that I don't want to be.
Send the Kick link. It's in the pinned comment. Just go to the YouTube chat. It's in the pinned comment, and it's the same name. It's just MemeCopium of everything. But yeah, just go to the pinned comment. I'll post it before we switch over to Kick, though.
Involved, and they know I probably won't say anything, and so it kind of gives them license to come at me a lot.
I think she means license to come at her, but okay.
And because I don't also want to burden my people, my audience, my viewers with drama, so I just stay out of it, and that actually eats at me.
Yeah. No, I totally get it because it's like an overthinking thing. Well, and I told you this in DMs, but I think it's very, very important, and it is hard to, like, you know, convince yourself. It's an easier said than done thing, right? But I don't think Jeremy has any power. I think he likes to pretend like he does, especially not right now. I think people really, really respect the fact that you were just here. I mean, Shoe on Heads in the chat, she said, we love you.
I love Shoe. She's so cute.
Yeah. And, you know, there's obviously always going to be trolls and whatnot, but I don't think Jeremy has any power. I think all of his power is through threat.
Well, you know what? Actually, the one thing he could come at me with, I'm just going to actually rip the Band-Aid off. This was my shitty behavior during.
All right, so she's going to tell us what Jeremy has. It's basically she was gossip girling in the work chat. I mean, everybody knows that women do this. It's no big surprises.
Publica thing. So Jeremy, I'm taking this out of your arsenal. So one of the things he's threatened me with is that a girl I formerly worked with, things didn't go well.
Now, some people are saying this is Maggie. I don't know. Could be.
Fallout. I won't name her because I don't think she wants to be associated with any of this. Fair enough. She leaked a bunch of private chats to him where I trashed the shit out of him, and I want that to be really clear.
Do women just leak texts, by the way, all the time? Is this what they do to Jeremy for some reason? Because Melanie Mack did this as well. I assume it's not Melanie Mac. By the way, speaking of, apparently it was Weekend Warriors. This is what I was talking about before. Oh, it's so good. We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. We had a channel. We had a Rumble deal. We had subs. We had everything we needed, and it ran like clockwork. You could have read the slop, make milquetoast boring, drumpf-based comments, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect, but no, you had to blow it up. You and your pride and your fireballs and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you had done your job, known your place, we'd be fine right now. This is such a fucking good meme. Thank you very much for sending that, Weekend Warrior. Oh my god, I love it so much. All right, let's continue.
Some not nice stuff.
Yeah,
because at the
that's good, mate.
time, I was like, fuck this guy. He's making my life hard. He tried to murder my company right as it was trying to get out of the crib. I was like, fuck this guy. So
He's
yeah,
a baby murderer.
I was a bitch. I was a very, very nasty person in DMs to friends of mine, just by the way, just mates of mine that I
Sean
trusted
applauds.
implicitly. Well, silly me, I guess. And right there at the end, and this is the minimizing myself thing, he was calling me. Oh, sorry, I'm walking and I'm stressed. I have to sit. I think people
She like walking around to her like room in this phone call, like Coach Keno with the cart. What's going on here?
think I'm this like larger than life person, but I'm actually not. This like is stressing me out. I have to sit down because I'm getting out of breath. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so DMs were leaked to him, and when the Publico was ending, one of the things that we wanted to do, because I love the team, we had all these writers and content creators,
Don't
and they were
make
great
calls
people.
to people,
And
guys.
so
Don't be
they
doing
relied
that.
on the
Can't
Publico
co-sign
for
that.
jobs, right? And so the girl that I was working with was like, "Hey, I don't think we can kill this
Don't touch
because
the
then
poo.
you know we're putting 10 people out of work." Which is horrible. You know, that's a really, really horrible place to be. So I, behind the scenes, was trying to find an investor, going really hard, just like, okay, I called everybody that I knew who could possibly connect me with an investor. I ended up meeting somebody just by chance at an event. And he was like, yeah, I'll help you fundraise to start a new project. And so at this point, Jeremy was constantly calling me going, oh, you owe me hundreds of thousands of dollars for this website. And I was so stressed out. I was in the middle of this lawsuit. I was in a weird place financially. Like I definitely didn't have a ton of money, but and I was working for free so freaking much and not getting paid, which is again, it's
Well,
fine.
there's your problem right there. Working for free. Someone who isn't working for free is myself, because Chernobyl just sent 10,000 kicks. Pack it up. Jer burns his viewers out fast with disrespectful slop to maximize short-term ad revenue. He's a digital slash and burn farmer. I think that Jeremy, Chrissy, and Melanie Mac are really demonstrating that they failed the marshmallow test as children, because they see that quick bag and they're like, oh yeah, that'll last forever. Oh yeah, better be good. But no, it didn't, as we were finding out. I mean, the crazy thing is Melanie Mac just got her channel monetized because she was saying the F slur too much. And I guess she decided that it's better to have monetization than stand up what she believes in. Even though she's like, he's just saying all the F slurs are going to be burning in hell, but Nick Recator is going to be a good boy. He didn't do nothing. We need to be forgiving him. You know, it's rules for thee, not for be, as it were.
It's a business. I get it, but I was not getting paid. So I had no money, or very little money, I should say. I wasn't earning as much as I could have been. And so I said to him, I made out like my financial position was worse than it was in order to extricate myself. I wanted him to feel bad, and I wanted him to be like, oh, I'm doing her a favor. I get to wear my nice guy hat.
What the fuck is the marshmallow test, bro? The marshmallow test is an example of deferred gratification. So basically, children are offered a marshmallow. They can have a marshmallow now, or if they wait an hour or tomorrow or any indeterminate length of time, they can have 2 marshmallows. So it's kind of an intelligence test to see if you can restrain yourself and defer your gratification for a larger reward in the future. So a lot of animals and humans fail the marshmallow test and they take it straight away. But yeah, it's basically 1 now or 2 later. Now, I do firmly believe that a bird in the bag is worth 2 in the bush, but imagine failing the marshmallow test as an adult. Holy shit. I mean, Jeremy would obviously fail it because he's so see that marshmallow, he just gets his, he's hungry. He's hungry, boys.
And let her go from this project. And he did. And he did. And, you know, I know that's manipulative and I know that's shitty, but that's the thing that's been eating at me that I don't want him to expose. I totally did that because I wanted out, and I wanted this person to stop harassing me and calling me and stop telling me that I owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars when I've been doing all this free work and, you know, trying to coordinate and trying to get this thing off the ground. And so I was like, yeah, dude, my situation sucks. I'm super impoverished. Please.
You have a 2-year-old, she would take the marshmallow now. Yeah, I mean, children under a certain age won't understand this because they haven't fully developed the reasoning yet. But it's a very interesting test. I love like little adages like that, like a bird in the bush is worth two in the hand. Or my favorite one though is obviously the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. That's a fantastic one.
Release me, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll hold on to the company, and you can buy me out at a later stage when you're in a better financial position." And I was like, and you know what? Honestly, I probably would have done that if we hadn't have been working on a different company already.
Right. And that's the thing is like, I actually don't think, I think she in the chat or said something similar. I don't think those DMs would even matter because here's the issue. Like he's harassing you for money, like all, and he's also not paying you as much as you should be paid.
No, he didn't pay me at all. That's the thing. Didn't pay me a single red cent. And so, it's embarrassing to admit because I don't want to be an untrustworthy person, but that is one of the shittier things I've done. And it was just largely because I was talking to my friends behind the scenes, one of whom actually was in a very abusive marriage. She left, and I said, this is a person I'm working with. I don't trust him to not flip the fuck out and go off at me publicly.
Do you guys have fuzzy bunnies in your country? I'm not sure if this is an Australian thing only. So there's like a game you can play called Fuzzy Bunnies, where you stuff marshmallows into your mouth. Like basically you put 5 marshmallows in your mouth and you have to say fuzzy bunnies. And if you can say it, then you get to the next level. And if everyone that can't say it gets eliminated, or it's called chubby bunnies there. Okay. But then basically you just keep stuffing marshmallows into your mouth and trying to say fuzzy bunnies. And then eventually you either throw up or like a huge gelatin marshmallow lump like comes out of your mouth. It's really quite disgusting. But kind of like a canon moment for a lot of kids.
Because obviously, in this silly game of
We call it chubby
internet,
bunny?
whatever that
Oh,
we're
there you go.
doing, it is imperative that you don't misstep and do horrible crap that makes people hate your guts.
Yeah.
It makes it very hard to do this. And so I was terrified that if I just simply said to him, I want out, I can't pay you this random ass sum of money that you're talking about, he would attack me and he'd come at me. And I was genuinely fearful of that. So she said, one of the things you probably could do here that would help you get out of the situation is minimize yourself, be a baby person, be a victim, and allow him to rescue you. And I thought, well, that's embarrassing as shit, but all right, I'm going to do it. And then I got a
What is this flat white bullshit I'm reading right here? Come on now, mate.
bloody DM from somebody because he'd obviously been talking to people about it. And I got a bloody DM from someone and they said, oh, I hear you're in financial hardship. And I was like, oh my God, even if this was true and I was as impoverished as I'd made out, I was like, you're telling people that? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. When you're saying that, like you owe him money and you're afraid of what he's going to say, or what do you feel like you were like in a blackmail situation?
I feel like I was being, pushed into a corner. And it was mad because I got where he was coming from saying, I'm funding this thing. I want to see something for it. But I also kept thinking to myself, that's fine, mate, but you got to bloody turn up and actually freaking contribute. Like, what the hell do you mean? You're just going to bitch at me privately, call me drunk, say all this crazy shit, tell me that you're going to pull the plug on 10 people's jobs, which would have been horrific, just by the way.
It's because this is what Jeremy believes the boss does, because his inspiration is literally Harvey Weinstein, who he defended live on stream.
And then you're going to spread it was such a clusterfuck. And like, again, I don't want to be a person that people associate with horrible, manipulative, shitty behavior. But I mean, I suppose if I've got to own it, I've got to own it. Yep. Totally had to minimize myself to get out of that bloody situation. And I'm sad that it didn't work out because I actually think we had something really cool brewing. But at the end of the day, it's like, I can't work with people like that. It's just awful.
I mean, he's a, and for lack of a better phrase, I've been talking about it for a while. Like, he's a pretty bad person. He's a pretty shitty person. I don't think anybody sees you as a bad guy in any way, shape, or form in this situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely.
Well, she is a woman. That's a joke, obviously, but no, I'm actually quite sympathetic now with City Watson because previously I just literally thought that she got this big paycheck, $250,000 from Jeremy, and then used that money to leverage herself into a better career. And now I'm realizing, like, how many people has this happened to is the question, right?
I've definitely tried my absolute best to not be a fuckwit, in my time on the internet. I've misstepped. I've definitely stepped in some potholes and acted like a complete moron from time to time. But, I think a lot of the people who are content creators who know me and who are watching this, even if we've, had conflict or whatever at some point, I think a lot of them would be like, yes, it's all right. And that's what I want people to feel and think. I don't want to be somebody that gets associated with lying and dishonesty and shittiness, because if that's going to be my mark in the world, that sucks. No, thank you. And so to be associated with somebody who's kind of built this brand on, like I said, nice guy TM, like, okay, dude, but is actually kind of hurting people, not physically, but, hurting people in financial ways or threatening them. And I mean, like, the dude was threatening to sue me over this $100,000 or 200, whatever the hell number he's pulling out of his butt. He was threatening to sue me over all this. And I'm thinking, this is so unhinged, bro. Like, do you not understand that the amount of work that I did for free because I wanted this thing to succeed? Meanwhile, you're just, flopping around like a fish on a deck and not contributing. I was like, oh, you are out of your bloody mind.
Well,
this is kind of great. Like, I feel like with the trying to extort her from like, I think, I'm not sure if maybe I wasn't listening there. Maybe she says it in a moment. It's like Jeremy is saying that his lawyer was actually drafting up documents to sue her for $100,000 or $200,000. And it just, it sounds to me like, I mean, Jeremy's just so Indian coded. It's like a scammer that goes like, that sends out 100 emails saying, we're going to sue you for $500 unless you send us $20. And it seems like Jeremy was trying to use his master negotiation abilities to say, oh yeah, 200K, 300, yeah, whatever. And he was hoping to get like a small payday of like maybe $10,000 or something from Sydney, which is like, she couldn't afford this at this time because she had just, I guess, been fired from The Blaze, or I'm not exactly sure what happened with The Blaze because I only know of The Blaze from essentially when Ralph showed up there to style on Elijah Schaefer and Nick Recator. Oh, it was so funny. When they're like, he's like outside the Blaze Studios and they're scared. What, are you scared? And he's doing his little truffle shuffle outside the Blaze Studios. It's so funny. Like, Ralph's not a good guy, but at some level he's an entertainer, and he has this kind of mimetic quality to whatever he does and says. It's very strange. Tax free. Cats don't fold the bullshit. I don't think I could come up with something that memorable in many years.
He wanted the money, like he
probably
got
why I'm a live streamer
from the team thing. He just wanted the more money.
Yeah. Well, he was always intensely I think perhaps intensely jealous of Tim Pool because Tim's memberships on his website are quite high from my understanding.
Right.
And Jeremy was like, hey man, we can like achieve this and make a shitload of money a month. And again, I've just come out of a situation where I had a really nice paycheck that's now gone. And I'm going, oh shit. And I just moved into a house to be closer to the company I was working for. And now I'm living in this house with a rent that I somewhat can't pay. And so, to have this person be like, oh, let's do all these things and let's make all this money. I was like, that sounds awesome. But, failing to realize.
What's funny is that this is what Jeremy's going to be experiencing as he can't afford to pay his mortgage. Maybe karma is real. Maybe women were right.
That to actually get to Tim Pool level of membership and content and members only content.
Did you catch me doing that? I can't see the machine code on my PC, so I actually lifted my phone, which I used to check the streams working, and I was like, what is this thing? And I was literally trying to see what the code was, and it was wiggle. Did you catch me? You guys are very observant if that's what happened.
Put in the time. That's a full-time job.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on 10cast a bunch, and that is like some high level shit out there. I mean, I'm sure you've been over there, but like, would you say, like, I've heard this a lot, like, would you say that like the quartering is kind of like obsessed with the level of Tim Pool or Tim Pool himself or something?
Yeah, I would say that he's.
See, I can't get away with anything
about Tim, and like, I don't know why, because I don't think he even registers to Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
It's that meme. I don't know what movie it's from, but there's like a scene. It's an older bloke, and he's like, I don't think about you at all.
It's from Ad Men. Come on now. Women just don't get it, chat. Actually, I've never seen Ad Men. Or Mad Men?
That's what it
is. It Mad Men? But they do advertisement, right? Mad Men. God damn it. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen it. Fake fan alert.
Like, at the end of the day, I mean, I didn't want this to turn into like a Sydney bashing Jeremy fest, but I think like this is similar to how I felt about all the Elijah Schaefer stuff. I have held on to so much for years and years and years. And the irony for me is literally just this afternoon, someone tweeted at me and they said, Sydney, are you ever going to talk about the Jeremy thing? And I was like, probably not. There's nothing that I can say that hasn't already been said. And here I am like an absolute schmuck.
Like schmuck? Oy vey. The thing is, it's crazy because I do respect Sydney just getting out of a bad situation and then not talking about it and not farming it. But the fact that she did do that did allow this environment where Jeremy could get away with these lies for so long. So it is really fantastic that we're actually now seeing the truth. So I guess you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, eh?
Later. No.
Let's get those bees in the chat. It's a bee-based economy.
Like, oh, she tweeted this and then immediately.
Because if you're wondering what the bees are about, there's like a chat interactivity payouts on Kick. So unironically, the more bees in my chat, I mean, it could be any emoji, but the more bees in my chat, the more Kick gives me. So we're calling it the bee juice because we're milking something from these bees, okay? There's got to be a better name than bee juice. Is there something else that bees make?
We talked. Yeah, I know. I guess
milk?
that when you messaged me, and a couple of the other boys who have DM'd me about this, and we've talked a little bit, they'll, be able to testify that I'm just frustrated because people have been talking about me a lot, and it's the same thing with, the Elijah stuff. It weighs on you for years and years and years. Everybody talks around you and you don't say anything because you just don't want to be.
Oh, there you go. The chat found it. So apparently bee juice is called bee cum. It's so funny that chat is right next to this one.
Be involved, but then these narratives transform about you. These narratives pop up.
This bee economy go brrr.
I don't want anybody to think, when you said to me, oh, I thought you not talking meant that you were buddies. I was like, yeah, we're not doing that. Nope. We're not doing that.
Yeah. I have a. Did you? I don't know why this is like a meme, but were you ever required to sign an NDA or currently under one?
No, I think that was an accidental miscommunication on my part with Worski, because I was like, oh, they've been the Kino Casino boys.
Shani's whispers alert. So everyone had the theory that Jeremy had NDAs or non-disparagement clauses in his contracts. And this may have been started by Sydney Watson, but we don't know if it's true. Jeremy has stated he has no NDAs with his employees. However, that's very loyally a way to describe it, because they may in fact do have non-disparagement clauses in their contracts, which may explain Hannah's reluctance to actually say anything bad against Jeremy. Of course, she's probably also still on his payroll, which would conflict her interests. Although it's the right thing to do, Hannah. So hopefully we can see some... I don't think it's too late for Hannah. Like, it's too late for Melanie Mac, too late for Jeremy, too late for Chrissy. But Hannah, if she comes out and says that Jeremy bad, Orange Man bad, unironically, if she says that, then, I think that she can actually salvage what career she might have in the future.
I've been talking about Elijah Schaffer, and someone was like, oh, they asked if you would come on and talk about it, and I DM'd Worski, and I was like, hey, I'm like NDA'd to shit on that front, so like, sorry, not able to talk. And then directly afterwards I said something about the quartering, I think, and there was a bit of a miscommunication there. So no, I've never signed an NDA. Jeremy's never asked me to sign an NDA. The only NDA I have is an informant.
Why can't I read this? It's like it only shows up on, like, I have to check my phone to see if this says bees. It almost certainly, yeah, it does. Well, it says bzzz. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why does it not
I
work
have
for
a
me?
burning ass question that I've been thinking about this whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, this is kind of weirdly unrelated, but do you have any like rough idea where his like coffee company, if it exists or if it's located anywhere? Do you know?
I know. Yes and no. I know that's so unhelpful. I don't know a ton about their operations. What I only know is from the 3PL vantage point. And for people who are not familiar with that stupid terminology, a 3PL is a fulfillment center.
Right.
Fulfillment center being someone who makes your boxes, packs your product, blah, 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 sends it out, whatever. So I do know that he has a warehouse, which, by the way, I don't think it's anything to be, embarrassed about or to make fun of him for. Like, putting aside him being a crappy human being, like, if the dude's been able to buy a warehouse because his company's doing well, I think that's actually really cool. So he does have a warehouse. I know he has some staff. I know he has an overseer of the, sorry if you can hear weird breathing. My dog is sitting beside me getting a head rub.
Heavy breathing.
I know he has a manager who runs the 3PL. I don't know how many employees they have, but he does his own fulfillment. Again, I don't know if that's how he was presenting it to me, as in, oh, I do my own fulfillment, but in actuality, it's some other company he's contracted.
Well, we've seen the storage closet that the coffee was in when they were like stuffing the money into the coffee bags. By the way, the funniest thing is that Chrissy Mayer, the gummy mummy herself, was said that she didn't get any money from Jeremy. She just got bags of coffee, but we have video evidence of them stuffing money into the coffee bags. Interesting. We have Trucker Rob with a, well, howdy. How's it going, Trucker Rob? Hope you're having a good day over there.
They're really under his umbrella. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they do genuinely work for him, because I think the company does quite well.
Okay, yeah, because the reason people are always confused is because he says he sources the beans personally in the personal batches, like the flavoring. He does, like, he sources all personally. I'm like, I don't see him going down there and doing that.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing.
I mean, he's actually just going, like, he's checking every bean. He goes through every bag and rubs his hands on those beans. That probably explains why Venti got sick from drinking his coffee, despite the fact it had corn on it, which we should have known if there was some allergen information on it.
I'll say this. I mean, tea's a little bit different, and the way that I do my tea is a little bit different, but it is very hard to source products like that, and especially to do that well. A lot of this stuff is a full-time job, and that's why I was saying to you in DMs, a lot of YouTubers do utilize third parties to do basically everything, and that's not how I would want to run a business, because you have no control over what you're doing. But if that's how other people want to, that's up to them. I think they should disclose that to their people. So or
disclose it to the people. We got Soapmore with a rage quit. I don't know when these, like, the Kick studio is a little bit weird. Whenever, like, subs come in, it says like 1 hour ago or something. But then when you look at like the kick points, it's like it says 1948 weeks ago. I don't know how so I'm not sure when these came in. Hopefully it wasn't too long. It says, if there is any number of people wary of commenting and then Jeremy suing them, we might see some fun content when they all realize he's going broke. Yes. Actually, a good point. If Jeremy has to file Chapter 11 on his business or his mortgage or whatever, I mean, whatever the equivalent would be for a mortgage, is defaulting on the mortgage, then when people see that, the weakness will be exposed. The blood will be in the water. And then maybe all the people that were just waiting for Jeremy to be brought low can then strike.
I think it's just bullshit to say that you're hand sourcing stuff that you're obviously not. And I think it's also fine to start off white labeling stuff because then, you know, I don't know how it works in coffee land, but my supplier, they do a little bit of coffee and I've asked her about it and she was like, oh yeah, you know, we do beans for people and like we can do different kinds of beans and different roasts and all that kind of stuff. So that you do have some control over that. But yeah, there's no way like you're hand sourcing bloody beans. You're going to some company who makes the beans and you're saying, put them in the bag and they go,
I'm down in the coffee bean mine for 9 bloody hours. Give Jeremy some slack. He's mining the coffee beans himself. He's flavoring the beans. Oh dear. We got Matt with a 5 says, it seems like it comes through Meta PC. Player One Coffee potentially became Coffee Brand Coffee. I think they both run simultaneously, right? They're both white labeling the same Mill Creek coffee roasters who have the LG beans. Get it? Rust Cole with a 5 says, just an FYI, Camelot did not coin the term sneaky. I assume you meant to say fucker, but Frogger. He had a misspell. Oh, yes, because of the super chat fell out. Maybe if I had read the entire super chat, I would have realized this. He did not coin the term sneaky fucker. Anyway, pretty old expression in the US. Well, it's new to me. It's new to me. I like it. You say sneaky fucker and you immediately know what he's talking about.
okay, we put them in the bag and that's how that goes.
Right. And I think that was like, do you think you should disclose where, like, for some reason you won't disclose that it exists or where it is or like in the
That's actually a really interesting question. Why Jeremy can't take the L in this? Because this was discovered a long time ago. And obviously we've got much better evidence recently with the works of people like Luther Morgan. Of course, Kiwi Farms. And I think there's this new character, something Mochi. Is it Fluffy Mochi or Snowy Mochi or something like that? The one that went out to drive out to the coffee place. But you have all of these people that are now kind of actually looking into it. But we always knew it was drop shipped or at least white labeled. So why doesn't Jeremy just say it? Misty? Yes, I want to get a name right. Misty Mochi is the name.
Yeah, he's involved. It's getting really weird. And I don't know why he's like letting it all fall to the wayside. You know?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what people's expectations here are because then the thing would be, oh, Sydney, disclose who your blend is. And I'm never going to do that because that's not, I don't think that's.
Is this actually true that sneaky fucker comes from the observed behaviors of the cuttlefish? I think I know exactly what documentary you're talking about too, but this is fascinating. Is it like some of the cuttlefish pretend to be females, right? Or they change their colors and then they like sneak in. And I think squids actually remove the deposited sacks of material from the other squids and like rip them out and then put in their own in place. It's really quite fascinating, although disgusting. Although I really like squids and cephalopods in general. It was actually my childhood dream to be the first person to see and capture an Architeuthis, the giant squid, Architeuthis ducks, I believe it is, on camera. And I used to play a game, I think it was called like, was it Echo the Dolphin? And like, I think that's about trying to find like a giant squid. I can't remember. But anyway, somebody got a picture of a giant squid alive and my childhood dreams were shattered. And then I gave up on my dream of becoming a cryptozoologist, which sounded pretty cool. And I only memorized that name because it's probably the coolest sounding job name that a child can memorize.
Maybe it is.
But anyway, my dreams are
smashed. That's a good question, but I'm probably never going to disclose that. Not because I'm trying to hide anything, but just because she probably doesn't want me to. Honestly, she probably doesn't want to be associated with any of this. But I don't know. This is so hard for me because I get it from a business perspective. Why
he's having dreams of the fisherman's wife? Oh no.
White label or why? You know, maybe he started off white labeling and then he bought the company. Like I don't know, but I think people maybe are slightly jumping onto things that they don't have enough information about there. But to be fair with you, I don't have enough information, so I can't comment. And that's actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, and that's actually fine. The issue is like there was people were like, "What is this coffee?" And he was basically implying he was making it himself and had some employees that were making it, and then he was doing everything, you know, from that standpoint.
He may have acquired the company. He may, like I said, he may have white labeled and then acquired the company. He may have done, but it's a big operation, you know, to like acquire beans, because all of them come from international farms, and there's a lot of stuff there, like a lot of stuff. Because I even this year I was like, okay,
Maybe
cool.
this is the game. I'm not. Isn't this Echo the Dolphin? I almost feel like this is certainly that. Like, yeah, like most people can't get through the first fucking level of Echo the Dolphin, but I felt for certain there's like you get like a loose picture of a giant squid in one of these games. But yeah, some spooky shit happens in these old games. You know, there was this really cool game I used to play. My friend was one of the few people that had like a Macintosh, now known as Apple computers, when we were kids, because everyone else had Windows because we're not like retarded. Anyway, there was this really cool game where there was like this mummy, and it was like you move one screen at a time. Maybe it was like a hidden object game, but then mummy would eventually catch you, and it would always give you like a jump scare, and it scared the shit out of us. For sure. Jeremy should have invested in Big Bean instead. Nice.
Really want to bring my manufacturing in-house and do all of my own sourcing for all my own tea leaves and not work with a blender and do all this myself, which is a lot of work. Yeah. And then I started looking at it and I was like, oh geez, like you need all sorts of government
like this part of the segment I'm kind of tuning out of, because like literally only the Dragon's Treasure is interested in this, like the tea secrets that Sydney's revealing right now. But she's been giving us some good shit so far, so we'll let it play.
It's a lot, yeah.
The reason I think people have a big issue with it, Madam Savvy brings it up in the chat, there's no information on like allergen info. That's why like the FDA and stuff is starting to get like privy to it, because there could be allergies based on the flavor. The flavor of coffee needs to be on there and it's not on there. And there's, you know, people could be getting in a really rough, you know, I'm allergic to shellfish. If there was some shellfish or some coffee, my ass is fucked. It better say it on the bag. You know what I'm saying?
Oh so, yeah. Well, see, and this is a
this
thing.
might have been it.
I'm slightly behind on this. Again, the only thing I can reckon this with is my tea business, because it's sort of similar. I am very express. It's so funny. A lot of companies just do natural flavors when they have additives. I list out, probably to my own detriment, but I want to be upfront with people. I list out exactly the flavorings that we have. And then if people have additional questions, because like, to be clear, everybody who's listening about tea, I know everybody's in this like Maha thing, and I so respect the shit out of it, but it's really hard to capture some flavors without doing artificial flavor, especially like people who buy from me, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot give you a root beer flavor without root beer flavoring. Like, I'm sorry. I would love to, but I don't know how to do that.
The chat's like tuning out and falling asleep. Dragon's Treasure's back there with his notepad going, yes, we're getting it. It's like what is it? Is it Rumpelstiltskin or something? I haven't actually seen this Shrek movie it's from, but everyone knows the one where it's like, sign it. Yes. He's like doing it. It's like, yes, the tea secrets.
I don't think I can. So you want to disclose that kind of thing just from a standpoint of, you know, like you said, if there's an additive in there that someone can't have, you want them to be really clear about it. And so, yeah, that is 100% a thing that if he's not doing that, he should be doing that. But a lot of companies don't, and they assume that they're not going to get sued, and they probably won't.
Yeah, I completely agree. I have a question that I was thinking.
Sorry, I just one segue about Shrek. It is so funny that I think Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is one of the better films that I've seen in years. And like, if you look at the Shrek movies, like obviously Shrek 1 is pretty like a classic. It's the GOAT. It's the best. The other Shrek movies are kind of enjoyable. At least I think I've seen at least Shrek 2. The next Shrek movie might be a disaster because it's got Zendaya in it for some reason. Doesn't make sense. But Smash Raid, really? Did Smash JT raid us? Oh, how's it going, Smash JT? We looked at one of your Chrissy Meyer posts about the Gummy Mummy, who was getting people to platform her impersonations. Very, very funny. What was I talking about? Yes. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is perhaps one of the best movies I've seen in the longest time. And it's like the other Puss in Boots movies aren't very good at all. But then for some reason, The Last Wish is like a fantastic movie with an incredible cast, an incredible story, and an actual good moral that you just don't see in these sort of movies anymore. And it's probably going to be back to being a shit thing in the thing. Anyway, let's go back to the spilling the tea with Sydney Watson and Camelot.
But what if? So also, a lot of people are like
one sub gifted on you.
The people directly involved with Jeremy, like like Melanie and like Hannah Claire, like to say something. Yeah, exactly. What would be your advice? Like with your experience, what would be your advice to them? Like because stuff's gonna the bridges will be burned eventually. That's just how these things work with Jeremy. So like, what would be your advice to them? You think?
I think it's hard because with these kind of people, like I said to you before, it's a mutually assured destruction thing. I'm sure you know some stuff about them that they don't want public. And, you know, to be fair, when you're an internet person or you have a bit of a following, there's a lot of stuff about your life that you want to keep private, and there's nothing wrong with that. The trouble, though, is when that gets utilized as ammunition against you. And so I think there's an unspoken thing in political media, especially, and I'm going to lump them in with political media because they are kind of political. Right. There's an unspoken thing where you know that if you want to say something about your situation, someone's going to be on the other side of that hill slinging shit back at you, basically. So that's why I know I said to you, like, I'm fucked. Like, I know that, and that's okay. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm like the most boring person in the world. I don't have anything to hide. But I know that it puts a target on my back, and it'll be the same thing for them.
Hold on a second. We've got True North with 5 subs. Let's fucking go.
Stuff that's probably gone on, things that have happened that they're like, yo, I don't want this out there. And when you're dealing with people who don't have any moral boundaries, they don't care what they throw at you. They so want to get knee deep in the bloody mud and chuck as much shit at you as they can, even if they're taking a hammering as well, because they just want to take you down. So I know that these girls are probably going to leave this situation and say nothing. And there's nothing I can say that would change their mind about that.
Right. No, I agree. It's people are getting caught up in like an absolute shitstorm right now because of it. Like there was a stream yesterday that was a freaking shitstorm. And
this is in reference to the Chrissy Meyer stream, which honestly has probably seen her. I can't imagine you ever recover from that, but you never know. Like if Chrissy Meyer does have her simps that will support her no matter what. And in fact, the thing with simps and zealots in general is when you're under attack, like unironically, like my channel's under attack, they double down and support you more. So the small group of Chrissy simps, the ones that she was bringing up in super chats to try and like browbeat and struggle session and gaslight Brittany Venti into thinking that the chat, like, by the way, there was like a really sneaky thing she did too. Like those people are going to be supporting her more harder than ever, but I really don't see her getting her. I'd be surprised if she's back on Friday Night Tights. I would be very disappointed to see that happen, but you never know. I mean, it's their show. They can do whatever they want. But what Brittany, what Chrissy did, she disabled the live chat replay. So you can't see it on screen. You can't see it if you replay the stream or anything like that. So the only super chats that, well, there's a couple that she threw in there to try and pretend that she was being like unbiased. She tried to make it seem like the entire chat was against Brittany, when I think like 90% were on Brittany's side in that thing. And I honestly felt like secondhand crazy pills from watching that. I said this on my stream when we covered it. Like, the insane amount of gaslighting, and I hate to use the phrase, but the insane amount of gaslighting that she went through. And then there was one part in that where Brittany was like, you're just gaslighting me, and then reading super chats. And then Chrissy was like, oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Here's $50 from Brittany Venti is a bitch. Like, it was, Brittany knew what it was like in that day to be a man every other day of the year. he knew it was like working in a hospital with all the nurses, which unironically I do know how that feels. Not that I was a male nurse, but I did work in a hospital with nurses, and meow, holy shit, the inter-office politics.
Everybody's trying to give everybody advice, and
also it's a me, Suki T, gifted 5 subs.
Very, very strange. And it's what do you think Jeremy should do? Like, do you think what should he like take a break? Should he go to rehab? He should go to rehab immediately and like get the hell out.
Yeah, he should get sober. That's what he should do. Yeah. He should get sober, and he should focus on his own shit and less on other people's. The thing crazy to me, and I don't know if anybody else has pointed this out, because full disclosure, I love a lot of the people who've been involved in this. They've always been super sweet to me, and so I got no drama with anybody these days, thank the Lord. But I think that like, what's so interesting to me about Jeremy, and with the way he's been attacked and everybody's been coming at him, is there's a massive parallel here to the way that he went at Jack Murphy. And I actually said to him at one point during the Jack Murphy stuff, I was like, you need to lay off, because this guy's going to kill himself and it's going to be my fault, and I won't be able to live with myself, so please lay off.
Right. Now I can't condone any of that, but if Jeremy did do that, I don't think anyone's crying a tear. Maybe Melanie Mac. Maybe Melanie Mac ties herself to Jeremy's funeral pyre and goes down with the ship.
It's interesting because I don't want to add to the shit.
Reroll your character, Jeremy. Right now, start New Game Plus.
And I don't like him. I don't want to add to it because these are human beings. This is, I think, where I'm such a bitch, because I just empathize. I empathize and I hate it. It's so Cancerian, but I empathize and I go, I would hate being in that position, even though you brought it on yourself. Like, It's crazy because Jack Murphy was the same thing. He screams at me on a show. People are like, what the heck? They go after him. And then
that's right. Jack Murphy literally had his own little struggle session with Sydney Watson. That's very funny, because Jeremy was going hard in the paint against Jack Murphy, calling him a cuck all these times, even playing the Jack Murphy simulator game.
Hammer him, and they hammer and they hammer and they hammer, and I'm going, holy shit, this guy's gonna die, and it's gonna be awful. And that's kind of how I feel about Jeremy right now. Is I'm like, you need to get off the internet, bro, because you're just gonna make it worse. But he can't, you see, because his income's tied to it.
Yeah, he's upset, and I think he's just really obsessed with affirmation. Like, he just has to be here and has to be here, and not only with his Rumble deal or whatnot, he has to stream. And I don't really, to be honest, I don't think he's a streamer. To be fair, I don't think he is. But
wait, Camelot doesn't think that this is a good stream. Let's play the clip, Johnny.
I was
I'm Tiger.
okay.
I wasn't going to subject you to the whole thing, but I had to hear that part where Melanie Mac's shrill voice comes in. I'm Tiger. I wonder what that's in reference to now. Like, I wonder what it meant, what she was talking about. Did she just like, shit, if there's any meme veteran in the chat, can somebody find me the clip where it's like, are you winning, son? And then it goes into the room and it's like Melanie Mac spazzing out. I just saw this before the show. It may have, I'm not sure if it was Weekend Warrior, but it was some funny cunt on Twitter, I think.
Yeah, streaming's hard. I don't know how you guys do it. I always think to myself, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to read. I really respect the streaming because you guys just
Wait, Melanie Mac was on the carnivore diet? I know she ate sticks of butter and had to go to the emergency room because of that. Imagine eating butter and looking like a surfboard.
kind of talk and talk and talk and talk. I know I'm doing a lot of talking right now, and I'm sorry to everybody. I'm sure people are not wanting to listen to like 2 hours of Sydney having a bloody pity party, but you know, I never get to talk about any of this because I'm so fearful of getting my head kicked in. So now everyone knows I'm a giant bitch.
It's getting late. She tried to live off only butter. Hey, look. Every day just gets butter and butter.
A burning question. What did you think about every time Jeremy would randomly bring up his like shitting stories? What was that about?
I think that when people have shame around an issue, they like to talk about it, which is so weird.
So you think it's like a weird kink of his, like a weird shit kink?
No, I don't think it's a kink. I think it's like a thing that he probably wants to be out there so that it makes him feel less bad about it. Like,
stand up, pants shitters. We will not be suppressed. Shit, pants shitter pride. There are dozens of us. I mean, didn't Melanie Mac also have to tell her own shit story, like when she shit her pants too? She sharted. Oh, there are dozens of us. It's perfectly normal as an adult to shit your pants. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Wendy's Brian too with a 2 says, "What are the tigers for?" Oh, I don't know. Maybe because she only eats meat, much like her boyfriend.
he can make a joke out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's actually like a sore point for him. Yeah, again, like I don't know any information about kinks or fetishes or any weird crap like that. Thank God.
I just know they're weird. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I don't like it. And that's the thing. You alluded to this with Jack Murphy. People keep hammering. The issue with Jeremy is like,
didn't Jesus shit his pants? That must have been when he was also deplatforming people, as Gummy Mayer told us.
You don't have to look under the hood too far
Suffer horse.
to just see everything. And he is complaining people are going after his wife, but he talks about his wife on like every single stream, and then he said he's getting harassed, but then he posts a picture of his wife.
Like the thing that Camelot's bringing up here, like obviously we know that's also actually I think Camelot's a good pauser. Like there are so many people when you pause them that they have bad pause faces, but Camelot seems to have always like very interesting ones. It couldn't be me. But anyway. Shit, where was I going with this? Completely got derailed. Oh well. It's norovirus, maybe. Anyway, maybe I'll remember in a second.
Day on YouTube that they're hanging out, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Right?
Let's go back and see if it jogs my memory.
He's getting harassed, but then he posts a picture of his wife.
All right, now I remember what I was going to say. Thank you. It is really insane to see that Jeremy's talking about how he wants to protect his wife or defend his wife when obviously he's the one that is exposed her. He's the one that says he doesn't love her. He's the one that told us that he's going out with the Sky Ball for pizza while he's stuck in the video games with the bathroomless basement and everything. But Sydney Watson actually practices what she preaches. She said at the beginning of this, like, she's worried about Jeremy revealing the identity of her boyfriend or something to that effect. And she's actually making an effort and taking the steps to keep her relationship private because she actually wants to protect him from the internet, which is what you do when you care about someone. You look out for them. And what has Jeremy been doing? The opposite.
That day on YouTube that they're hanging out, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Right? You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't.
Ham Planet. Yeah, and Jeremy does actually dox people. He tried to dox Yellow Flash, but Yellow Flash had already self-doxed himself like prior. So it was completely pointless. It's pathetic. Everything that Jeremy complains about the left doing, he is guilty of. It is truly remarkable. You can see someone who is such a hypocrite. And that's the worst part, the hypocrisy.
To use a marriage as a shield is another thing I have a massive problem with, because when we have partners who are not involved, and I'll say this, like sometimes I tweet about Texan boyfriend because he's funny as shit and I think he's hilarious and I like, talking about the weird crap that we do. But I would never utilize him as some like weird shield on the internet so that people can't criticize me. To do that to a party who's not online, not involved, that's always rubs me the wrong way, especially to use it to shit on some of the women who, I don't know how people feel about like Lauren Southern, for example, or, Hillary Crowder's a really good friend of mine. Jeremy's gone at both of these women and then, uses the marriage thing. Oh, your marriage fell apart, blah, 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 but I'm still married. Like, ew, dude, ew. What are you doing?
Yeah, he just uses it as a shield for everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's bizarre because this woman's not online. She's not an e-personality. And just by the way, sorry, I think my dog is screaming again. Apologies, everybody. But yeah, to utilize this just seems, it's very icky to me. I don't like that.
She gives him he gives her the ick. We got DB with a £2, says the quartering arc is the longest Mortal Kombat fatality. What do you mean? I thought this would all blow over 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weekends. Trust the plan, and it'll all be done, and everything's going to be just right. The funny thing is, Jeremy actually believes that. He thought just like, this will be done. It's okay. Just 1 week off. We can't even take 2 weeks off. We'll just take a single week off. Back on May 4th, we'll talk about The Mandalorian and Grogu. It's Star Wars Day, everybody. Let's dunk on Disney. And then it's like, wait a minute. The oranges aren't going away. In fact, the oranges are going to continue, Jeremy, until morale improves and your stream is dead, which it's pretty close to. Not even passing 600. That's a rough one, buddy. Oof.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think Jeremy's would you consider
like unironically, am I not going to be allowed to talk about Jeremy soon? Because I don't like to punch down. And he's just a small streamer. I think we're beating him on basically 2 platforms too. That's the crazy thing. We have about 300 on Kick. Nice. Hit those bees, boys. And we got about 900 viewers on the YouTubes. Jeremy couldn't even believe it. And like, we actually have real chatters because Jeremy's actual numbers is 100. Because yeah, there's some people that never chat and things, but like when you're in the middle of a controversy, that's when you got to get the chatters out. That's when the bees have to come out and show their support. But Jeremy was being audited with an app that checks his live concurrent viewers, and allegedly it's 3,000. But then you actually see the actual active chat participants. It's 100, and 80 of those people are Kino Casino, like Kino Casino fans trying to troll Jeremy into getting banned, which they do. They call it the speed run. You have to make a new account in Rumble and see how long you get banned in Jeremy's chat. So how many are the actual numbers? It has to be less than 50 people. I mean, we know from YouTube, he can barely get $5. I'm not even joking. This was on Camelot's Twitter. Jeremy booted up a stream and live stream on YouTube. He got $5. He tried to start a stream on Kick. He got how many? 5 people on Kick. He started on Twitch. 10 people? That's his real metrics. And it's all crumbling down because he was using fake numbers, fake metrics, Rumble homepage, fake views, most likely bots, in my opinion, so that he looked like he had an actual 10,000 people watching, so that when he did his ad reads, so that when he gets like contracts from, I don't know, the 5G blocking button snake oil garbage slop that they sell on Rumble, the freeze-dried sushi, grifted the money out of those companies, selling their ads to a fake audience. And now he doesn't have that anymore, which means the ads are going down, which means the contracts aren't going to be prevented. It's over, Jeremy. And he wanted to get out. He said this 2 years ago that he wanted to stop making content on this because, again, Camelot exposed this from the mysterious leaker who I assume is Ricada, that Jeremy hates streaming. He hates his audience. Even the one that like him, he hates them. Which is, again, something you also see with Ricada. So maybe this is why they're bonding. He's just like me for real. He was a cuckold. He had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. He hates streaming. He hates his audience. He just wants the money and for you to shut up. They really are 2 peas in a pod. Which makes me wonder, honestly, if they did share like cuckold stories and pictures. And maybe that Jeremy's blackmailing him right now to get him to delete posts about when Ricada actually stood up for his friend for a second and said, it's bad to strike Cody. Honestly, like if you look at the way Jeremy treats his friends, Just think what he'd do about his enemies. Wendy's Brian with a 5. It is a fatality, not just a fatality from Mortal Kombat Armageddon, where the fatalities go on and on and on and on. I've never played Mortal Kombat Armageddon, but I've seen some of the clips. It's pretty chill to see all the bones cracking and shit. There was like a really funny thing I saw recently where an Indian guy walked into it's not funny, but it's like strange funny, you know. An Indian guy walked into a hospital with a machete or a hatchet in his skull, and they x-rayed him, and I think he survived. Like, he's perfectly fine. But the x-ray photo looks exactly like a Mortal Kombat fatality screen. It's quite funny. It's the Germageddon. Yeah, it's the Shadow of Chernobyl. The nuclear fallouts keep coming, though. And everybody is getting irradiated if you're under Jeremy's Shadow of Chernobyl. And the only thing that survives in the radioactive landscape is the roaches. Like Mac, like Chrissy, and maybe Jenny Claire Sweepelo. But we're going to give her a chance, okay? Let's see what she starts to put out. She did remove any association with quartering on her YouTube channel, so maybe she is gone. Who knows?
This is going to be pretty pointed. Would you consider Jeremy like a predator? I do. I can say that all day. What do you think?
He's a predator.
Predator. I mean, I know I called him a predator in DMs to you. I was just mad. Predators I think some predatory behavior has absolutely taken place. Yes. Whether or not he himself is like, you know, a full predator, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a stalker too. So stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl actually really is fitting, isn't it?
He's at least like 3/4.
Yeah, I mean, the dude has done some weird shit, and like
that's a quartering
some of the
a
things
stalker.
that I've seen in streams or some, you know, I guess my own experiences. It's like this is not the behavior of a married man. Like, you don't act like this towards women. You don't sit at a bloody fair.
This is what the Renaissance Fair said to him. They literally said, "Get out of here, stalker."
And behave the way that you're behaving towards women and children. Like, it's icky and it's not acceptable. And so, yeah, I find it predatory. I am nervous to wholesale call someone predator. But I've worked with them. Like, everybody knows, like, you know, my former co-host did a lot of really predatory stuff as well. And I would probably term him as a predator. So, you know, I think that this behavior is so...
Yeah, at one point we might have to circle back and actually check out what's going on with Elijah Schaefer, because it is fucking insane. I think the only really time we covered him, maybe a couple times, but when he was like lost in the back rooms, that was like the craziest fucking thing. Like, I think that's one of my favorite like random internet freakouts is when he's walking around in like the flooded back, like literally he falls into the back room somehow. And there's like Coke machines there too. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can find that. Like, there's a really funny guy. I'll do this on my second window while we're listening to the rest of this interview. But there's like, I'll see if I can find it. It's a funny place in Australia. DB with another 2 says Germageddon was predicted in the Book of Revelations. Apparently, I don't know much about it, but apparently Melanie Mack is also a Zionist and believes in like the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem or something. Or is it Jerusalem? It's Jerusalem, right? So that'll be usher in the second coming, the rapture, and everything. Like, does she actually believe that, unironically? Did it mute itself?
We still live?
Okay, it's not me.
The audio. Oh, you're back. You back?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you're good. Yeah.
Let's see if I can find this. It's in Australia.
But yeah, no, I completely agree. I think he's a full-on predator. I just
I
see
agree.
that. You know, I've met when I was growing up. I've met people.
I mean, if he wasn't a predator, why would they ban him from the Renaissance Fair?
That I do not associate with anymore because I've seen like the way they act, and I 100% get that vibe from Jeremy. Like 100, I have no problem fucking like, yeah, predator, 100%, gross, disgusting predator. And you know, I think everybody can agree. Is there any other situation that you've had in the past that just really irks you about Jeremy that, like, you know, we don't know really?
No, I think we've covered it all. Like, I got a pretty long fuse for most people. I'm willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. So the major things that have really fucked me off about his behavior are ones that we've covered here. I want to give someone like Jeremy initially the benefit of the doubt, because especially when you kind of get involved with people in a work sense, you want to see the best in them. But, you know, crippling my baby company.
He's crippling babies. That's the most fair interpretation of what she just said. Jeremy Hamlin cripples babies.
You do yourself, maybe. There you go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, every time my screen turns off, maybe it's okay. You got me?
Yep.
Okay, I got to stop pacing. Like I said, I'm stressed. I pace when I'm stressed. I don't know if anybody else does that on the phone, but I feel like I'm on a phone call. So
yeah, I like walking and talking. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But I'm gonna get.
She's in the kitchen where she belongs. Like honestly, like hold on a second. We got to remind today. I'll remind chat. Like I must have I've misjudged Sydney Beanie. She's into like this is honest. Like I actually am envious about this because I would actually like to have the beehive myself, but you cannot really do that where I am at the moment. In fact, Japanese bees as a whole are pretty shit. They're like shit tier bees. But like she's in the kitchen. She's standing up for her morals. She's defending her friends, her family. She actually has ethics. She grows bees. She's milking them for bee juice. Oh my goodness. It's not fair, bros. It's just not fair. I'm simping. It's a simple art. Ah! Despite her Australian female accent, I will give her a pass. All right, let me see. She's the one good Australian woman. Just kidding, obviously. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. We got T-Rex travels with a 10. The weirdest thing I ever saw pop up on my Twitter timeline was when Elijah was freaking out about like supposedly not knowing where his family was or whatever. That was part of the freak out. Yeah, that was really fucking insane. And he was saying that his like kids had been abducted or something, and it was just like, no, they was just taken away from him for safety, allegedly. JD Straight Strut with a 5 said, did anyone else find out where the coffee copy is located? How did the Mother's Day sale go? He didn't do the Mother's Day sale. Good question. So the Mother's Day sale was the one thing that he said was profitable. It's like the one event, his biggest day of the year, that kept him in the black. And that's why he had to take out the $300,000 loan on a 7% interest credit card debt. Like he's got credit card debt higher than most people's mortgages. Well, maybe that's not true these days. But anyway, that one thing. He said he cannot do the Mother's Day box this year because Amazon takes 30% and that takes up his entire profit margin. So it's no longer profitable to do the Mother's Day box. So he skipped it this year. And basically it's fucking done. It's over. It's over, dude. He didn't even, oh, actually, you know what? There was actually something else with Coffee Brand Coffee, I think, that I had. Was it in my, I believe it was this thing from, I think I had this saved. But I know who posted it as well. Oh, here it is. So according to Kino Blade Chronicles and X, Coffee Brand Coffee scam update. The Arizona Department of Health Services just triaged a Kiwi farm user's Freedom of Information Act about the Quarterings Coffee Company. Request status? Received. The request has been received, submit, and forwarded to the Administrative Council. Triaged. Is that triaged? Right. The ACR team has opened the request and is currently reviewing it. So it may be fucking happening. Let's fucking go. Spam those bees, boys. And this is one of the other posts that Sydney posted out on Twitter. So did he or did he not threaten you with a lawsuit if you talked? He threatened to sue me over the money. He threatened to leak private messages I'd send to my friends. So there you go. All right, there's a little bit left of this interview. This is a fantastic interview by Camelot, in my opinion.
Sat now, so I don't disappear.
He's
again.
a journalist.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's nothing I can think of. To be fair, I've probably blocked a lot of stuff.
They even have bees on YouTube.
I don't want to live in this moment.
They're not as
but
cute
you know,
as the
in a way, it feels kind of all right to just like have my say, have all this information out there, and if people, you know, they'll make up their own minds about things. The one thing I will say is that I don't make claims that I can't back up. So,
are you saying that she posts receipts?
I hate the fact that, you know, people are going to assume that I record all the calls that I have with people, but I don't. I've only done it with Jeremy, and only towards the end of our working relationship. So like, can I back up stuff here? Yes, I have recordings that, like I said, I'm not going to give them to anybody. They were for me to play back to myself. I have DMs that are messages that he.
If I could get my hands on these recordings, can you imagine the drunken Jeremy boobs, please 11 p.m. calls that Sydney has recorded? Please, Sydney, please. Please. We'll donate money to the bee fund. I don't know. Just give us these calls. Please. Please. They would have been, you gotta like, because Jeremy, she said that Jeremy literally started conversations with hey boobs, and he's drunk and he's flirting with her and he's also seething about the Publica. I would unironically pay hundreds of dollars to get my hands on this material. No, you know, I'd pay $1,000 to get this because I mean, I would make it back through the stream, obviously. That would be a business fucking expense. Like, how much would you pay, chat? How would you pay? It's like the Ricada body cam footage. Yeah, it's both of them are never coming out, and It's over. It's a total Baldo victory on that department, unfortunately.
He has sent me that I can back up some of this stuff too. So I don't make claims that I can't back up.
Come on. I don't think she sent him the feed pics. Besides, Jeremy already had the feed pics from the Sydney Watson wiki feed that Jeremy had an active signed-in user account for.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a reason why you recorded those. Is you were feeling like
gaslit and insane. Yeah,
some kind of way about him.
I was, and I want this to be really clear. I don't want to be the sort of person that other people don't trust, where they're like, "Oh, Sydney's going to record me." No, I don't do that. The only reason this happened was because the bloke would get drunk, call me, say stuff to me, and then walk it back the next day. And when this happens to you enough times, you go, "Am I insane or are you lying?"
What is with the feet people? I've heard a theory before that it's actually because feet are naturally like high bacteria locations on the body. And apparently there's some sort of I've heard a very convinced argument that feet people are actual degenerates because they're brain damaged. So if you're a feet enjoyer in the chat, I got some bad news for you, buddy.
And walk it back the next day. And when this happens to you enough times, you go, "Am I insane or are you lying?" And so, yeah, I recorded them because I wanted them to listen to back and be like, "Okay, it's not me." He literally said that.
Yeah. Well, that's good though. That's good. Did you watch the June the King documentary by any chance?
I started it, but 3 hours, man, that's a lot.
She should watch my stream. It's only 7 hours going over it.
Yeah, it's long. I watched the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
it's good. It's really good.
I got 30 minutes in, and I only got through the first. I have all the freaking.
I know exactly
which
which one you're talking about.
The cars?
It's
was that what he was
and
doing?
the RC cars and all that.
Yeah. So I got to that bit, and then I was like, "Oh, I got to go do some stuff."
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty rough stuff, but I think everybody can agree that Jeremy's a terrible person, and the truth about all these things, that we.
I'm going to go out and say that I don't think I've ever seen an attractive foot. What a brave stance! What a brave stance! Your torch leads the way. You're not into feet, but like, nah, I probably shouldn't. People are going to accuse me of being a gooner, but it's right. I've already started. I think it's very attractive when a woman's just got like some stockings on or something. Like that's the only time I could see like feet as like a sexual thing, is if it's like as part of like stockings or something, But I do like legs. I am a bit of a leg man. Of course, I'm don't have much choices over in fucking Asia. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. We've got T-Rex Travels and More saying maybe Chrissy is defending Jeremy and Melanie because game respects game, and they're all Class A gaslighters. That's the thing, is that Jeremy, Melanie, and Chrissy, the gummy mummy herself, they kind of deserve each other.
We haven't really elaborated on yet. I think they're all coming, and I do hope that he jumps off the internet. Now, I will say that he does give us a lot of stuff to talk about, so at least there's that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is good for all you lads, that are on this and across it. This is probably the only time I'm actually going to say anything. And I really hope this stream does so well for you. I hope you make lots of doll hairs. And I hope that, people get some additional information.
I'm going to have to apologize. There's some female humor in the mix there. Doll hairs? Is that like an Australian joke? There's a thing in Japan where anytime you can explain away basically any cringe moment by saying American joke, because Japanese people don't have very good senses of humor, and they basically have very little, or if any at all, sarcasm in the language, which makes there's a various form of Osakan comedy which actually focuses on it, which makes it very unique. But basically, Japanese comedy boils down to slapstick. And that's why you see things like Takeshi's Castle or, MXC, Most Extreme Eliminations, because it's all about physical stuff and there's reasons for it. It's because Japanese are very adverse to offending people, but everyone can kind of join in like a oopsie daisies, he got hit by a bat. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, now we're going to spank him. That's the sort of Japanese humor that you see from things. Actually, if you've ever, I will say though, that Gaki no Sky is one of the funniest shows I have ever fucking seen. It's basically a 4-hour marathon that happens every New Year's Eve where they lock 4 Japanese comedians in a place, and every time they laugh, they beat them. It is so funny. It's gut-wrenchingly funny to the point where you have to pause it to give your abs a time to recover. The one where they're in a school is so good. And at the end, they have a tally of how many times they've got hit. And Matsumoto, who's my favorite character on that, he got hit 400 times. He always gets beaten the shit out of him. It's so good. It's so fucking good. It's called Gaki no Sky. Or if you just search for Japanese no laugh challenge, there's a really funny. I would love to play them, but we can't on YouTube. Maybe on Kick we can watch an episode one time. Maybe if we do like a 24-hour stream, we can do like a marathon or something of, I don't know, reacting to it. It's honestly some of the funniest fucking shit. Anyway, I guess going back into this
about this hairs.
The doll hairs. That's what we're
and
coming from.
I hope that, you know.
Was I gonna? I feel like I got like segued myself too many times today. I was wondering if I was going to lead that to a point before I started the. It's the you raff you ruse challenge. That's what they call it. Yes.
And across it, this is probably the only time I'm actually going to say anything.
All right, I guess I was just going to say that Sydney Watson wished him $1 million.
And I really hope this stream does so well for you. I hope you make lots of doll hairs. And I hope that, you know, people get some additional information about this from me and from my vantage point. I just sincerely don't want to be involved any further than this because I feel like I've just finally become drama-free for the most part.
Drama-free, bitch.
You know, I just got bees. I'm a bee mom. I want to go hang out with
bees. She said the magic word. Spam those fucking bees. She's got bees. There's no way Camelot isn't trying to like break out laughing right now because Camelot's in the bee economy as well. He knows about the secrets of the bee juice. Oh my goodness.
My bees, and that's what I want to do.
I want to see Camelot's chat down here. I'll turn off my chat for a second and see if the Camelot's chat comes up with bees.
Right. No, I think everybody is really happy that you at least spoke on it and you at least said your piece. And because everybody's like, no one's saying anything. And that's why they were so mad at the stream the other day with Melly Mac because nothing's been said. And
there's some bees. I see the bees.
People really respect that. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you have anything to worry about as far as Jeremy at all. I think he's a big ass bitch, to be honest. I think he's a bitch.
Wait, there's one. You got the third Martian in fucking Camelot's chat saying the bees.
So I don't think you have anything to worry about there, you know.
Well, again, I mean, I'm kind of showing him some grace by being like, yo, dude, I'm not going to go ham at you and like expose stuff that would make a lot of this shit make sense. I'm not going to do that because I think it's crappy. And I'm not going to speak on things I don't know about and assume. And I really expect that courtesy to be given back to me. Because again, there's nothing that I'm afraid of. It's just personal stuff about my life. You know, my partner, he's a regular human being. I don't want people coming at him.
He's a real human being and a real hero.
I don't want anybody to like mess with the guy. And it's just shit like that where I'm like,
hold on a second. Let me just see if I can find something. Can I do this? Let me see. Where is it? I'm gonna do it. I don't care. I'm going to betray Sydney Watson right now. And I'm going to dox her boyfriend. Here it is. The real human being. I can't exactly find the right one. I was looking for a different one but like it's essentially the same joke and it's not very funny, but I actually just rewatched that movie. My girlfriend had never seen it and she enjoyed it. Especially the music, which was good. Although she doesn't like the Drive songs, some like the ones at the beginning, but she likes the Real Human Being song, which is it's all right. I'll take it. You know, you can't get them all, chat. When we went for a road trip over Christmas, and I was listening to the soundtrack from that, and she was like trying to get me to listen to her music, and I said no.
Like, hey man, like you can attack me all day long, whatever, but leave my family or my loved ones out of it, you know?
Yeah.
She doesn't appreciate
no, hypothetically, if Jeremy goes like scorched earth, is that something you would consider as going scorched earth back at his ass?
No, because I think that I like I said, I've said what I needed to say. I've gotten my piece out there. That's all I wanted. If he goes scorched earth, I'm not really sure what that would look like. I don't think I've done anything outside of the, you know, somewhat manipulating him into letting me out of the situation by, you know.
By the way, if you're interested in more Chrissy Mayer, the Gummy Mummy hate, the Kino Casino did the funniest segment where they're like, I had never seen any of Chrissy's content apart from things related to the Baldo-verse, which basically doesn't even exist anymore because Nick is so boring. We barely have to talk about him. We've been nicotine free for quite a while, actually. In fact, tell you the truth about it, until recently. But the Kino Casino reviewed this video, which was unbelievable. The one with Chrissy Mayer, and she's like, first of all, she's converted to Catholicism, but then she's bringing on all of these OnlyFans thoughts and like promoting their lifestyle. Like, it's one thing to have them on and talk about how they did in the past and they've changed or something, but surely she should be not glorifying this predatory industry, right? But it's like, no, they bring in this chick who actually said that her boyfriend held a knife to her throat. She got pregnant at 16 and married, and then she got divorced by 20, and then she started doing porn and like being flown out to like, she's like, oh yeah, they'll pay me $1,000 a day. It was great. All I had to do was put a finger in my belly button. Like, they should not be promoting that lifestyle. At least I don't think so. That's my point of view. What a brave stance that I'm taking today. But there is a segment where it is absolutely ludicrous, and they're talking about shitting outside, and this chick is like so fundamentally broken that she can't wipe her own ass. Apparently, this is going to be in the next episode. Maybe tomorrow's episode of the Kino Casino will show this. It is. I was like gobsmacked when I was listening to this. She's like calling her friends over to wipe her ass for her when she's like 10 years old. There was a very rare woman funny moment though, where she was talking about, because all of the tiny hat directors that she was sucking off, she would joke about her mouth, referring to all the coom from the Little Hat tribe she had swallowed. She was referring to her mouth as the swallow-cost. So I was like, all right, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. Do you believe in the swallow-cost, chat, or you're the swallow-cost denier? I don't know.
Making myself a little bit smaller than I am. That's the thing I'm the most embarrassed about, because that's really not a Sydney characteristic. But I just took advice from friends who were like, here's how you get out without this person nuking you. And I was like, sick, okay, I will do that. And I don't think that's like the greatest behavior, but I just wanted to extricate myself. That's the worst thing I think I've done. I fucking pissed on him in DMs to friends. If he wants to post them, go right on ahead, Jeremy.
Pissed on him
a bunch of jokes about being a feminist.
DMs.
I don't care anymore.
Okay.
Like, I don't care. Like, it is what it is. And I think it's shitty to
not the Mouthschwitz Museum of the Swallow-cost. I love Israel. Once the check clears, right?
To
Still
share
waiting.
DMs as a rule, you know. Even when I made my Elijah Schaefer video, I asked
Has anyone? This is a segue. Has anyone ever seen the old Roller Coaster Tycoon, where it's like, first of all, Roller Coaster Tycoon was ahead of its time. There's some fantastic jokes in there, but the two best ones is I Want to Get Off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride and the Holocauster Tycoon, which is very funny.
Single person whose DMs I shared, bar one.
Schindler's Listerine.
We don't have a relationship, and I don't even think I had his phone number. But I asked every person, because I was like, if I'm going to share DMs and back up what I'm saying, I want people to give me I want people to give me their consent. I had this dude blocked on everything, so I don't know. Outside of calling me from a random ass number, I guess he can't ask for my permission to post me DMs that I sent my friends about him.
It is a crime that streamers get paid at all, because chat is the only person that's actually funny, especially in my case.
So,
yeah, I wouldn't worry about him.
I should be paying you to be here.
Bitch.
But I guess Jeremy's actually leading. Jeremy's leading the way in that aspect because he pays you to watch his videos.
And he just likes to threaten people. It's just that's what he likes to do. He likes to threaten people, and that's about it. That's
yeah.
He seems like he goes as he just threatens, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
justice.
I guess I'll say this,
it's about integrity and joke telling.
There's a lot of really nice internet people, but I think that this sort of behavior is really common. This sort of like lying and being deceitful and kind of being a shitty person. It's kind of a tenet of a lot of internet humans, and you don't know who they are until you know who they are. And usually at that point, it's because they've done something to you.
Yep.
I think it's really unfortunate the way that all this has played out with Jeremy. I sincerely wish that he and I had never crossed one another in this capacity. I wish that things had quietly faded away and I didn't have this stuff to say about him, because it's not fun. It's not like this is fun for me. I get
no refunds. Thanks for the monies, dummies. That's such a. I unironically catch myself saying that. Like, I'm not really big into the DSP verse, so I don't know all about it. Oh wait, that reminds me. I've got to go to Alyssa Clip's channel and see the DSP, something about DSP, right? After this clip. But like, I unironically catch myself saying like things like "thanks for the money, dummies" in public. But the thing is, you have to understand is that nobody can understand what the fuck I'm saying because I say it in English. So. But you know what's really funny though is I should probably send Aaron the clip of Max saying another win for the toe. I have like this massive compilation of Max just saying another win for the toe. He just unironically loves it. Even though I don't think he's ever actually watched the Steel Toe show except the time that I was on, and he gifted Steel Toe 1,000 yenis. But there's certain things like that. Like I'll just be walking around and like, oh, there's the last spam onigiri at the Konbini for me. You have to decipher what I'm actually saying, chat. It's like the last hot dog at the hot dog stand. And I'm like, another win for the toe. And my girlfriend's like, what do you mean? Like, you wouldn't get it, babe. I tried to explain some of this autism to her, but, you know, It's like trying to watch Master and Commander with her. Can't win them all. Women just don't get it.
But it's fun for everybody else because, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you get to clown on someone that you don't like. But for me, I'm sure everybody can hear it. You know, I'm stressed out. Like, this is super stressful because I just want to make my content and be left alone. But it does feel good to have my say. It feels so good to apparently to fix this random lie about me getting a $250,000, which is psychotic. I wish I had $250,000.
Same. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even know that
based?
was a thing. I'm sure there's other stuff that you can tell me that he said that I can be like, no, that never happened. But that one is crazy. I'm glad that people know that's not true.
Yeah, that was the
not
biggest one. Is
true.
he loved to brag that he gave you $250,000.
He never did. I don't even. Where do you pull that?
I don't know. He just said it.
He's a quarter themed villain. He's a poo themed villain and a quarter themed villain. He had to say it. It's always like a quarter of something.
You know. And then he said
What?
shit about him, and then he was mad about it because
Oh, I did talk shit. Yep, I totally talk shit.
That's fine. He deserves to be shit on. Let's be honest. You know.
The other thing though is don't we all talk shit about people we don't like with our friends?
Yeah. Fuck them.
I mean, I would talk shit about my friends. I just don't have any. So I don't know this. This is not relatable to me. Sorry.
Yeah, that's.
I would
crazy.
if I could.
If you paid me $250,000, bro, produce the receipts.
Wait, no, she said the line. Quick, I got to get this as quickly as possible. Where is it? Here it is. I got it.
Show me the receipts. You know what? I printed a T-shirt today that I.
There we go. Reddit ass fucker.
Yeah, he won't be doing that. He'll just block everybody and then delete everything again.
Oh, there's something I missed, by the way. When we were covering the Jeremy crash out and when he deleted his Twitter, there was something that I missed, which actually shocked me because I don't use Signal. I'm a normal person and I just use Kakao Talk and Line. So it's really frustrating because I know I just said that I have no friends, but a few people that I've talked to online wanted to remain in contact and chat from time to time. And they're always like, yeah, give me your WeChat. I'm like, I don't use WeChat. What the fuck are you talking about? They're like, give me your Signal. I don't use Signal. What the fuck are you talking about? So it's really annoying because I have to download these fucking apps to talk to Americans. Can't Americans just use Twitter DMs? Right? I don't know. But anyway, one of the things that I missed is apparently on Signal, all of the messages automatically delete after a certain time frame, maybe after you've read them. It was what I imagined the case to be. If I'm wrong, correct me. But Jeremy said when he was going through his Twitter meltdown and trying to blame and gaslight his friend Bearing for the channel being deleted, the Tism podcast, the Incredible Salt Mine, he said, I was texting my editor on Signal on the way to the Brewers game, and he must have misread the message. He said on Signal, specifically preempting anyone demanding receipts. It's like, well, can you show us the receipts? No, I it's on Signal. Didn't you see my post? I said it was on Signal. And nobody fucking says that. Apparently, people are saying that Signal doesn't. I don't know. I've heard some different stories about this. Anyway, that's what I heard. What's your Hotmail account? I'll give you my ASL in my AOL chat thing, whatever it was. But nobody says that. It's not I was sending my editor a message on Twitter. I was sending my editor a message on Facebook Messenger. Nobody. They just said I sent a message. That detail is oddly specific. It is. That's what the thing is. It's crazy.
Produce the receipts, bro.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. You know.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Well, this kind of makes sense because when he was threatening to sue me, he was like, "You owe me all this money," and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
I told you, untethered from reality.
Did he ever go any further on that?
Now, my theory on this is that he was trying to get. All right, hold on a second. Oh no, I clicked this link by mistake straight away. All right, that's lucky. It opened on my thing. That could have been a mistake, but apparently it's fine. It's a community. I've actually never watched Community. Apparently, it's the human being. It's related to that. I usually open tabs on my other screen, but it's always risky when I get a DM or something or an app. So that was lucky. You never know, right? Not that I don't trust the chat. Of course, chat is based. They would never do this to me. They would never betray me. Except every night when they're stabbing me in the back right to my face. I love you, chat. That's the thing with loving bees. Have you ever heard the story about the scorpion and the bee? Can't help it, he's a bee. Russ Cole with a 2 says, arrest him. What the fuck? Great. Thank you very much, tabs. Look at these fucking tabs. Restore all tabs. Restore this tab. I think we're at the end of it. Oh, no, good. I think it's restored. There we go.
Body. And then delete everything again.
Produce the receipts, bro.
Yeah, he's
Bruv,
not gonna do it.
He's
you know.
tabless.
So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
I'll make it big so
so,
you don't have to
yeah.
see my face.
Well, this kind of makes sense because when he was threatening to sue me, he was like, "You owe me all this money," and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
I told you, untethered from reality.
I guarantee you he was trying to use the old ask for double and try and get half technique, where it's like, oh well, you can't afford 100,000, I'll settle for 50, I suppose. But again, like this is just like a scammer technique, sending out like these fake laws. It's going to be cheaper to settle than to actually go to law, right?
Ever go any further on that, or did he just say, "Hey, I'm going to sue you"? Is that what he said?
Well, this was so weird. He sent me this bloody message, and he was like, oh, God, I like read it briefly, and then
She's read it. She admits it.
Is this? It was basically he'd said, sorry, my puppies again. He'd sent me this message, and he was like, "I'm just giving you a heads up that my lawyer is preparing documents to sue you," or something along those lines. "And I'm giving you the opportunity to come up basically with a payment plan to pay me back, blah, 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 blah,
If you couldn't hate Jeremy enough, right?
blah." And I was like, what? Oh, this is weird, man. Like,
I mean, I don't know if Sydney said this, but it seemed to imply that because she wasn't working on her channel, and she said that she makes herself small to avoid this sort of drama. I think what she did is she tried to imply or even show Jeremy her earnings that she couldn't afford it. She's like, "Oh, I clearly can't afford this, but look at how much I actually make. I can't afford this, Jeremy." And that's probably what saved her. Like, it's such a shitty thing she had to do for herself, honestly.
when you're suing somebody, you don't tell them. You just do it.
Well, you do. You actually do tell them, but you know, I know what she's saying.
100%. No, I completely agree. But nope. Yep, he's bad. He's bad, and I really
Jeremy bad, Orange Man bad. What a brave stance you took, Camelot. No, very good interview.
I really appreciate you coming on and saying your piece, because I didn't really expect.
Did he say saying your bees?
I really appreciate you coming on and saying your piece, because
he said saying your bees. Am I just bee brained?
I didn't really expect it. I just messaged you and
I think I was just getting scared because like you were so cute when you were reading my messages, but you were taking some liberties that I was like, shit, like I want to be accurate in what you know.
Imagine a live streamer taking some liberties with a story. Couldn't be me.
What I've said to you, like I don't want people to misunderstand.
She's a bee. She's buzzing. Her voice modulator failed. She's actually the queen bee. It makes sense now. It's all. She literally said she wanted to be a queen earlier in this. Like, what the fuck? It's all coming together. The bee-spiracy theories are making sense. It's like The Whisper in the Darkness by H.P. Lovecraft, which is a fantastic story that you should read about a guy who goes into a mountain house, and then there's this mysterious whisper in the darkness who's actually, well, I can't tell you because that would spoil the story, but it's a fantastic story, one of my favorite.
What I'm saying, and then take.
But this sort of voice, like bee voice, happens in that story essentially.
Wrong with it. I want to be really clear. Like, you know, he's never threatened my partner. He's only ever threatened to release messages and to sue me. I don't know if his stuff is drop shipped. I don't know. I think those were the only primary two that I was like, oh, Camelot, no, please don't do that.
She's turning into a bee. I'm taking crazy pills.
I'm glad you clarified. I'm glad you said your
this
piece.
Is so bee coded.
And I'm gonna go ahead and read my super chats now.
Have you ever seen an episode of Arrested Development where Job gets into bees? I need that clip, damn it. Arrested Development is so funny. I think it's one of my favorite all-time shows. It's like when Job's like, bees, we'll see who brings in more honey. He's so funny. The guy, Will Arnett. I don't think he actually ever acts. He just bees himself. He just needs to be himself. Like everyone in chat should just be themselves. But it's like his voice is just one of those iconic voices you just can't forget.
I don't read anybody's questions, so you're free to leave, and I'll message you or anything if I have any updates for you. But I really appreciate it, and I think a lot of people really appreciate you know speaking on it, because no one's spoke on it yet, and somebody just wants to know like why is everybody afraid, or is everybody afraid, or is it all a conspiracy, right? So I think that everybody appreciates that.
Yeah, no worries.
That's just a theory. A conspiracy theory.
And again, you know I look like a schmuck because earlier today I said I wouldn't comment on this, and here I am. But just so everybody knows, my motivation is really because I want to clear the deck. Now everybody has my side of the story via you and also via me. And I would have a little bit of, again, this is the empathetic bitch baby side of me, but I would have a little bit of empathy for the people that are working with him because yes, they're culpable. But when money is involved and when your income is tied to a person, you will do stupid things in order to not be impoverished.
Be impoverished? Sounds like she's got a bee-based economy of her own.
And there's a lot of like small, like when you're a big creator, you can just kind of go on your merry way and do your own thing. When you're small, that's a lot harder to bounce back. So I do have a level of empathy. I do think these girly pops are a little bit, they're being a little bit silly, but that's okay. When you're in the throes of
They're silly billies.
it, you do not see the forest from the trees. You just don't. And so it's when you get out of it that you're like, wow, I was a dumbass. So that's what I will leave you on. I hope that this answers questions. Obviously, I know a bunch of creators are going to be in my DMs. Feel free to message me.
There you go. That's when I decided to message her. And honestly, we made some jokes. We had a bit of giggles, but honestly, I have to give Sydney Watson her dues. She did very well coming forward, and it's been so enlightening and fascinating to just see what was actually going down. But and it sounds like it was hard for her. So I do commend her for coming out. And honestly, Camelot did a fantastic job on this interview, in my opinion. That's Camelot331 on YouTube and Kick. And Sydney Watson on YouTube. Go buy the woman's tea. She includes a little note, and it's real. It's handmade. It's bespoke tea. Okay, good stuff.
I already see them popping up. Hello, everyone. But yeah, if there's any questions that people want answered, just send me a message because your girl actually is working on a video for tomorrow. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Thanks everybody for listening.
Thank you, Sydney. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a wonderful rest of your stream.
Thank you.
All right. Good shit. Good shit. There we go. All right. Alrighty. So there's a couple things I just saw funny. So from the Chrissy Mayer disaster stream, there was this chick called Cherry Perez. And somebody made this mood meter that Warski reposted, and it's so funny. Because this chick was basically doing nothing, but this post is so funny. And Warski was cracking up to it on the Kino Casino. And then so this lady, Cherry Perez, she's like, I'm sorry, what do you mean the quartering shit his pants in the Walmart and willingly recounted the story at a live stream? You could not force his shit out of me or info out of me. Warski responds saying, where would you put this story on your mood meter? This is pretty good. I think it's the 4 same pictures. There's only 4 pictures here. You gotta love it. It is meme magic, right? There's some of the things the oranges. Who would think that oranges would be a meme in 2026, the year of our Lord? Fantastic stuff. All right. So I don't know. That's Sydney Watson's channel, by the way. She's a very important doctor, Australian-American political commentator who talks about things and stuff. And she just put out a video saying influencers are a disease. I'd agree with that. We should be all carted off to the B mines. That's where we belong. All right, now I got to go back to Alyssa Clip's channel, who apparently has been posting a few shorties of me. Maybe because I criticized her and called her Alyssa feature films. But we can see we've got a 1-minute clip here. Okay, very cool. No, I don't care. Any length of clip is fine, as long as it's not the whole thing, right? Where is it? All right, creator life hacks with DSP, May 12th. I don't know if this is related to the quartering or not.
We must.
Oh, it is. All right, I'm going to preemptively like the video. Let's see what is going on here.
Keep Elon in charge. Jeremy's video was not being well received, nor were his comments stating that Elon potentially stepping down is worse than 9/11. Creator Nicholas Diorio was one of many.
He did say this. He thought that Elon not being the boss of Twitter would be his own personal 9/11 times 1,000.
Antagonizing Jeremy, enough so that Jeremy challenged him to a boxing match, to where Diorio referenced Jeremy's Gen Con assault as evidence that he was already on a losing streak. After a long night of tweeting, Jeremy was going to bed. So I had a mental breakdown.
Oh no! Oh no!
True.
Come on! He ends up making a video saying he had a mental breakdown.
This isn't my favorite title of a quartering video. I think my favorite was a pathetic, desperate cry for help from me. That was the best quartering title ever, I believe. It's certainly in the top 10.
Good Lord. I will say that. I'll give you guys a little bit of insight here. As a creator for 18 years, there are some times, okay?
Could go a bit faster.
It could be middle of the night. I'm asleep, and I have an idea, and it riles me out of my sleep. Like, whoa, what a good idea. That's interesting. Or I have a thought. There's been some times, honestly, when I was drinking and something hit me in the moment. I'm like, that's something that I should talk about on a stream, or I could make a podcast about, or I could do content on. All right. However,
is this N-word F-slur actually preventing, like, is this DSP's idea that people have ideas? It's not. He's describing it like it's a fey mood of a dwarf in Dwarf Fortress or something. Like, what is he talking about? Ideation? Oh, tell me more about this revolutionary concept, DSP.
there's one rule that you must follow.
Okay.
When this occurs,
write
it down and you go back to sleep. Because an idea that you have, the odd hours of the night, idea that you have when inebriated, may sound really good at the time, but if you follow through with it at that time, you may find once that spur of the moment inspiration is gone, it wasn't such a good idea after all. All right.
No, this is just passionless. If I have an idea like this, I can't think about anything else. I have to do it. This is like how Jeremy wakes up in the middle of the night, shits his pants, and then shits out 150 shorts.
Right. That's all I'm going to say. 9 times out of 10, that idea is a bad idea. There are sometimes, I'll be honest, there's been a couple things that kind of hit me out of nowhere. I'm in bed, I'm asleep, I'm drinking, I'm relaxing. Oh, I got an idea. And as long as I write it down, I check it out later. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it absolutely works out, 100%.
Interesting.
But usually not.
Some ideas are good, some are bad. I don't know how I haven't been watching DSP all this time.
So in this case, that was a big bad choice that he made right there.
Oh, look, I could just watch this Isle video. 51 minutes of... that sounds pretty entertaining. Alrighty. So I think that's the extent of the main show. We're going to do an after party. We're going to do an after party over on Kick. I'm just going to check to see if I've missed anything. I think we got everything. I just want to remind you, not that one. I just want to remind you that not to keep your tits out for Jesus, although I'm sure he would appreciate that. Where is it? Here it is. Reminder. This is from the good book of Chrissy Mayer podcast, Just Keep Swimming. I asked God, why are you taking me through troubled waters? He replied, because your enemies can't swim. Simple as. Simple as. All right, boys. We're going to go over to Kick. We're going to have a Rama break, and then we're going to watch the Chrissy Mayer versus Ethanol Liver Ralph, which is, I think it's like 15 minutes. It'll probably take us 4 hours to get through. Who knows? So if you want to join us, you'll have to join us over on Kick. I will post it is in the pinned comment, but some people, they need me to post it. So I'll post it onto... Oh, look, you can post it individually. There we go. Post. All right, this should go through to the YouTube chat. And... go over to kick.com/MemeCopium. It will be a small music break while I refresh myself. And then we'll get straight into the post show, which I'm having a lot of fun with over on Kick. All right, guys. If you're seeing on YouTube, then bye-bye. Bye-bye. Actually, you know what? We'll play the Baldo song while we do that.
It's almost 11 and there's still no stream. Baldo ain't streaming tonight. It's almost 11 and there's still no stream. And Baldo ain't streaming tonight.
Oops, I fumbled the transition.
Brothers, sisters, brothers, sisters, my friend, could we stand together? Look at us, we can stay forever. Show me sister, show me brother. And we stay strong for one another. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah! Come on, come on. We could be leaders of the darlings. You don't save petrol from a can. You put the petrol in the United States. Don't be rama, it's messing with your brain. You say, David, do you understand? You don't save petrol from a can. You put the petrol in the car it goes. Don't be rama, it's slipping up your nose. Don't be rama, 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 don't be rama. Love your friends and protect your family. They are with you when you are lonely. Don't bandera, don't bandera. When you stop, your brains will be clear. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah! Come on, come on. We could the leaders of your islands. You don't save petrol from a can. You put your petrol in the United States. Don't be rama, it's messing with your brain. You say, David, do you understand? You don't save petrol from a can. You put your petrol in the car it goes. Don't be rama, it's slipping up your nose.
You not that lit, you rama. Gonna get caught like Dylan Osama.
Yeah, I tell you, 'cause I can, yeah, I tell you.
When you're smoking in the spit, shit, the boys and girls are sleeping too much petrol, killing your brains.
We could the leaders of your islands. You don't save petrol from a can. You put your petrol in the United States. Don't be rama, it's messing with your brain. You say, David, do you understand? You don't save petrol from a can. You put your petrol in the car it goes. Don't be rama, slipping up your nose. Use your brains, think about your caution.
All right. I love that song. It's honestly like a banger. It's so good. All right. Now, where were we? We're going to the post show. Now, we do have a little bit of an update, actually. So while we were streaming, we have a new video apparently came out by, well, I guess it was 11 hours ago. Gavin Newsom, diaper king of California. Newsom's $20 million diaper scam exposed. 400% markup. Hannah Claire Bros. Is she sending us secret messages? I'm stealing these jokes from the Kiwi Farms, obviously. I don't know. I think she's seeing it's diapers, 400% markups. Hannah Claire Bros. It's happening. She's one of us. She's listening. We're getting to her. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Let's go into this post-show stuff, shall we? Oh, come on now.
You're new.
All right. So this is unironically the first time I ever saw Chrissy Mayer. And there's another interesting one that might do it. I don't think we have a time today, but there is this Simpcast 103 with Jeremy Hambley. This is, I think there's some points in here. I went to some random timestamps. It's very enlightening. And it's funny to see how Jeremy was always a piece of shit, but maybe another time, right? Because this is an additional hour. There's no fucking way we can get through this. Like, I don't know, these shows always go, I always expect to stream for 2 hours, but like recently it's been like 4, 6, 7 hours. It's crazy. I don't know how the Casino Boys go for like 8 hours. It's brutal. But this is the first time I saw Chrissy Mayer. And she had Ethan Ralph on. I think he's at somebody's studio. He's got the bowling trophy with him. Maybe it was Dick Masterson's studio. But this is a fat Ralph. Like it's crazy to look at different ages in Ralph's history, and it's always like a different person, you know? He's like a shapeshifter. It's crazy. I mean, he's certainly much thinner now. But this is I think how I remember Ralph. What year was this? Good question, actually. I don't know. But this is the funniest thing I think I've seen of Chrissy Mayer's ever.
You're new. Pull up the Pillstream clip where Ralph tells his mom to hitchhike in the summer heat to her dialysis appointment. Really? That's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly what he means by the Pillstream clip, but why didn't he send it, actually? He could have just...
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, only 2 more. K-Max does the online left...
This is 3 years ago? I need to get some weight loss tips from Ralph, I guess. Like, I'm trying to lose 6 kilos. so I can get down to 225 pounds or 100 kilos for people that use a proper system. To be honest, if I just, I could lose the weight. I just need to actually stop eating delicious food. But the problem is the food's very good over here. I love it. Also, I'm very trim at the moment. Anyway,
is that funny? By the way, is that funny?
The idea is kind of funny. That like,
do you have any clips of your dead mom when you were arguing with her? Do you think that's funny?
Do I have a clip of her?
Yeah, do you have some clips where you were talking shit to your dead mom? Would you think it was funny if I was to pull that up?
Maybe, depending on the clip. If it was funny,
I don't think you'd probably laugh if I was to pull that up and start talking about it. Take money.
I don't have any
Take
clips
money to
of
sit here
her.
and talk about it. I don't think you would think that was too funny.
I
She's
feel like
scared
I
of the
touched a
Ralph
nerve,
Mail.
and I didn't mean to. I just think
I'm
like
just asking
there
you.
aren't any clips.
Hey,
of
I'm just
my-
asking you if I had
Apologize,
that clip and I
Chrissy.
pulled it up
If
right
you
now.
had a clip of my mom,
$5 to pull that clip up. Would you think it was funny?
if it was a funny clip, then
They pay me $5 and they said, "Hey, Chrissy, here's your dead mom. Here's you talking shit to her." Would you think that's funny?
well, I've never
Apologize,
talked about it.
bitch.
I'm asking you a direct question.
Such a clip existed. If I had
What is it? I actually don't know very much of the details. All I know is that like Chrissy Meyer's father got murdered, and that subsequent domino destroyed Nick Ricada's life and career, which is very funny, honestly. Maybe she's like a typhoid Mary. she's infecting everyone around her. The unsolved murder of Chrissy Meyer's father seems like an inside job. The family's fighting greedily for $100 million asset he had. Really interesting. I literally know nothing about this, but I do know that you can't criticize Chrissy because her father did die 3 years ago. Very sad.
talk shit to
That
my
clip
mom,
probably could exist. I think you probably talked a lot of shit to your mom, actually.
why would you think that?
I mean, I have no reason to not think that. I think everybody probably has some unguarded moments with their family. And I
Talk
think
shit
you're
to her.
low
It's
down for sitting
true.
laughing about that shit to my face. That's what I think.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I'm not joking at all. I'm being dead
Okay.
serious.
Well, I also don't know if what that person sent was real or not. I was just thinking
well,
the
I'm
idea
fucking
of
out.
it is
I'm not
funny.
joking. I'm being real fucking serious right here live on air.
Okay, what I was saying was funny. It was the idea that you would tell that a person would tell their mom to like go into the sun, like go out in the summer. Like I was just.
Well, I'm telling you, I sat here long enough for your faggot super chats, is what I'm telling you. And I didn't appreciate that last one. I didn't appreciate your fucking faggot laughter. And I'm really about done.
No, wait
So
a
what else
minute,
do you have
Ralph.
for me?
No.
Okay. I wasn't trying to like.
It's King Energy. Ralph is a bad guy, but there's something so entertaining about him when he starts a hollering. I don't know. Honestly, like, how does he come up with some of this stuff? I don't know.
Make you upset. I don't know. I feel like there's some confusion or.
No, there's no confusion.
He's
being
definitely a
real
character,
direct
yeah.
with you.
Okay. Like. Okay, I think you're.
Ralph
taking
was
what I
ahead
said,
of
like,
his
a little too
time.
Seriously.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't think so. I think that you thought, it's all fun and games and it's all, comedy routine. And I'm telling you, it's not. I'm telling you, you sat here and you got personal one too many times. And I'm telling you, fuck you. That's what I'm saying live on air.
I got personal?
Yeah.
How did I get personal?
Yeah, you, fucker. Yeah, you.
How did I get personal? I don't know you personally like that.
Right. So how dare you fucking say some shit like that to me on air?
But I wasn't. I was just reading a super chat.
All right,
well,
I love this point. So this Frank, I guess, is the husband. He tries to. This is like when you're having an argument at the bar, and a guy comes and stands next to you to try and say like, "Look, buddy, if you don't settle down, we're going to take you outside and rough you up." But then Frank gets absolutely destroyed here. He gets absolutely pushed back into the cut corner by Ralph. It is so funny.
But I wasn't. I was just reading a super chat.
Okay,
you're being Jack Murphy against Sydney
I don't
Watson.
give a fuck. Shut up, cuck. I don't give a fuck, boyfriend. Get the fuck out of here. You're nobody. Shut the fuck up.
What are you gonna say, Frank?
Yeah, tell it how it is.
He's a
I
hollering.
genuinely think there was a confusion here because, like, if I wanted to have you come on here just to like make fun of you, I would have done it right.
He did it. Like he browbeat Frank. Scared, pathetic. What are you gonna do, Frank?
Right
Come on.
away. Like I literally just you and I are cool. We're having a conversation. Like I genuinely think that you maybe misheard something or thought I was trying to be shitty when I honestly wasn't.
Well, that's your statement. I think I've pretty much spoke for myself here.
Didn't Chrissy Meyer actually announce that she was like used to be in the swinger lifestyle? I don't think that's a lifestyle that you leave, though. Right? Like, because you only start swinging, I assume, because you're unhappy with your relationship as it is. And these people somehow delude themselves that it might work for them. But it might work for us, to use a Tobias reference. So, like, Frank unironically probably is a cuckold. Interesting.
And so people can just take it how they want.
Like I actually do have a story. So I did a roast battle with a girl, and it was after my mom got diagnosed with cancer, and she had this joke. Of course, it's a roast battle. Like, all bets are off. People can say whatever they want. And this girl, Allison, she made a joke about my mom. It was like an open thing. Everyone knew she had like brain cancer, and she had this joke where I don't remember exactly, but the punchline was like, the tumor your mom made in her head was still like the best thing to ever come out of her body. Like, she was trying to compare.
That chick was ahead of her time too. It really is quite crazy.
They're like giving birth to me and this whatever. And in the moment, I was like, man, that's fucking low. And it made me feel horrible. But immediately the audience like wasn't having it and didn't laugh. And that was the thing.
What a dumb audience. That sounds like really funny, honestly. Like, it's a roast battle, like, you know.
Made me feel better. So if that is how I made you feel just now, I'm sorry. Like, I literally
I don't feel
can't
bad.
see any
I
bees.
don't like you people. That's the thing. I don't like these motherfuckers. Like, take all the pot shots you want. It's fine with me because I don't like you. That's the thing. Like, you can sit here and chuckle and give your little chuckle response and all your faggot fucking super chats and all this shit talk. I can tell you that I don't fucking like you. I don't like these motherfuckers in the audience. And if they don't like me, God damn it, I fucking hate you. That's the fucking truth. And so I don't give a fuck. That's the thing. I'm beyond giving a fuck. Like, take whatever fucking pot shots you want. Work whatever $5 fucking Judas super chat in that you want. And I'm going to tell you right where to fucking stick it. That's what I fucking think. So again,
she's like frozen like a deer in headlights.
Clip it out. I want you to clip it. I know this is going to be clipped. I'm not hiding from anybody. I came on this show and it was right up to a certain degree. Yeah, no problem. You chuckling about my dead mom? Fuck you, bitch. That's what
I'm not laughing. My mom is dead too. Why would I? If you genuinely think,
that's what I fucking think. That's what I said.
You don't have to like continue to be triggered right now because I'm talking to you person to person.
Legit. Like,
you're triggered because you're continuing to be mad after I'm telling you honestly I wasn't trying to like make fun of.
He's not triggered. He's piggered. Okay, he's going hog wild on you, Chrissy. You can't deal with it.
Your mom. My mom is dead too. I literally just told you a story from a roast battle where something like hurt my feelings in the moment.
Said something though. Now it's like, oh well.
No, because I didn't know that there was a misundersting. Okay. When I saw you react,
you were laughing and chuckling like what, you thought that was no big deal.
Because I didn't think it was real. I thought it was just like
how many fucking died a fucking year ago.
Okay, I don't
fucking tweet about that yesterday.
I don't know.
You didn't see anything about it. You didn't know shit about it. Me and you personally fucking talked about my mom fucking being dead, and you said here on this.
Wait, so Chrissy lied again. She said, I don't know you. I didn't know your mother was dead. But then she's just always fucking lying. Why you always lying? She's such a duplicitous whore.
Fucking air and laughed about it.
Ethan, I wasn't laughing. Mom being dead.
That didn't happen.
By the way, when Ralph takes his glasses off, he's just like a completely different person. It's quite strange. All right, here comes Frank. What's he going to... Boo! Throw some oranges at Frank. Get off the fucking stage.
That didn't happen the way you're thinking it did.
Okay. Well, you know what? Go back and rerun the tape. I don't give a fuck. I'm beyond giving a fuck.
I know. I just genuinely think there was a misunderstanding, and I'm trying because I don't want you to feel like I was.
Just go back and listen to it. Anybody listening to me now, just go back and rerun it. Of course, you can take songs with how I reacted after, but go back and listen to.
Can I honestly ask a question? Do you think I am someone from what you know about me that
like what is Frank's purpose? To just say nothing and then go back? Actually, that's not factually accurate, Ralph. Fuck off, Frank.
I would genuinely laugh at your mom being dead and mean it wholeheartedly in a shitty way.
Why has Max got such a good kick profile picture?
I don't think you would do that, go out of your way to do that. I think you would obviously sit here and chuckle fuck to a super chat, which is what you just did. And you did like fucking 30 of them in a row. So it's like, okay, I've already sat here for fucking way more than I should have already sat here. And now you're taking shots at my fucking mom and sitting here and laughing.
I'm not taking shots at your mom.
That's what I fucking heard. So, you know, again, whatever. Like, say what you want. I don't give a fuck. Clip this out. All these facts.
Very true. Like, they are really perfect for each other. It's crazy because, like, it's almost like that Jeremy, Chrissy, and Melanie are like the same species, but like the male form, the sexual dimorphism is that the male grifting loser is a big fat guy, and the female form is a skinny twig harlot. Interesting, because they are exactly the same people. Chrissy and Jeremy have the same thing in common. Nothing gets them into battle mode.
I'm not gonna clip this.
Eat off it for a month. I can tell you what, I'll be right back at it tomorrow, just doing my regular show. because I don't give a fuck.
Ethan, I didn't have you on to.
I'm trying to remember the context for Ralph coming on. Like he was going through something at this time, and Chrissy was like, "Ooh, he's an edgy character. Let's get him on." It's basically the same thing she did with Melanie Mac.
To clip you up and make you look away. I honestly just wanted you on to talk, and I feel the same way when I said at the beginning. I feel like you're very misunderstood, and I was just trying to say, hey, I don't understand like why there are all these beefs, and I just wanted to go through it. And yeah, it was a lot of super chats, so I can understand.
I think.
What do you mean?
I don't know this reference. Max is like the Jay Gatsby. Oh, I see. I like from the Great Gatsby, obviously, or the Tremendous Gatsby. Max is like the Jay Gatsby of Japan, while I am the Nick Carraway. It's actually a very good description because Max takes me to fancy places sometimes, like his under parking lot Yakuza haircut place, which was actually pretty cool.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I just
let that stand, I guess, is my word. But do you really want me to go into it? I mean, I stand by everything I said.
Okay.
What is it you want me to say exactly? I'm not going to apologize for telling you to fuck off if that's what you're after.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to explain. I wanted you to understand that I was not.
I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't even matter to me.
Okay.
Like this is like Chrissy's just like this is how you would deal with an angry freakout in real life. This is not how you should deal with an angry freakout as a TV show, right? She invited him on to try and get some rage money. She got the rage pig, and then she backed down because she's scared. Like, fight back. Make it some blood sports. What are you waiting? You're afraid he's going to drop the N bomb on your show or something? So you got to try and soothe him and cuddle him. Like, no, what the fuck?
Because it seems like it does. Because you're upset.
I guess she's sorry he feels.
It doesn't
that way.
matter now, regardless.
Okay. Does it make more like? Do you understand that I wasn't making
Not
fun
really.
of your mom?
No, I think you were sitting here reading Shucklefuck super chats at me, and I didn't take one kindly because I don't take that kindly when they're talking about my dead mom, and you're sitting here laughing.
I understand that, and I didn't laugh. I
Say it. I said it on Aaron's show. You can go see it there.
laughed because it was a funny idea. I didn't know that was a real thing that happened.
No. You laughed.
Of course, I laughed, but it's not because I was trying to be malicious.
You specifically referenced my mother, who you knew was dead.
Okay, but I didn't know that this was like a real story.
You knew she was dead. Are you telling me I'm lying?
Okay, but I don't remember when she died. I don't have
Oh, Chrissy Meyer doesn't remember. Oh, no, she doesn't remember talking to Camelot about this. She doesn't remember talking to Nita Infinity or Verbal Riot. She doesn't remember anything. Oh, my goodness. She's just so busy. I guess she was too busy changing diapers, right? Oh, wait, this is before her baby was born. Interesting. She just never has time to remember all this. How tad convenient, isn't it, Chrissy? It's the old play dumb. Like, this is the thing. This is like the leftist tactic, right? Where they pretend to not know about the topic so you can never argue about with anything.
Well, yeah, I guess we've only known each other 2 fucking
But
years.
Ethan, I didn't know that what was written in that super chat was real or not. Like you said, a lot of these are like fake news.
You know, my mom's dead. You knew that was real.
Yeah, but
you don't have any answer for it. You have no answer for it. So just move on.
She's got femnesia.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. I don't know. $5 is $5. Okay. Well,
it's not about the
dollars right here.
Oh,
what else do
God.
you want me to say? Like, I don't know.
Nothing. I just want you to understand me. That's all. Because I'm trying to understand you.
Well, I hope you understand. I think it's pretty clear. Like, I hope I'm coming through loud and clear. I think I am.
Yeah.
It's what it is. Like, I don't know. I think you can't answer what I'm saying here. You knew my mom was dead. You sat there and laughed in my fucking face.
I didn't know that what was written in the super chat was true or not.
That's cool. Where I'm from, that's not cool. And I'm going to call it out every fucking time. I don't give a fuck who you are.
Yeah, fuck
or
off,
what
Frank.
fucking show you're on or who the fuck you work for.
I just feel like this is not about. I feel like a lot of what you're saying is not actually about me.
Yeah.
It's
just legit. Like, why would I? What? Somebody's gonna talk to me like that? No, they're not.
I don't know. I think people make fun of my dead mom all the time, and I don't like take it personally.
Well,
But
I do. That's the difference between me and you. I take it personally.
okay, I was not trying to make fun of your mom. I literally was just.
I didn't think you did that personally.
Okay.
I don't think you went out of your way to do that personally. No, I think that you willingly played into that. And there were several other super chats about my mother before that, actually, and about my personal life and about everything else. And I'd already sat here for an hour, actually, listening to that bullshit. So I want that to also be factored in to the record. I doubt it will
I
be.
can understand like it was getting to be a lot, and you're like it's a lot of the same types of comments. I can understand how that's annoying.
I don't think you can really. I don't really think you can.
What do you mean?
I don't think you can understand what it's like to be me.
I mean, I think that's definitely true. I don't think anyone can understand what it's like to be the Ralph male.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
He has a very unique arc, I will say.
course, I would never understand what it's like to be you, but I can understand being asked about the same thing over and over
Why
again.
is Frank a photo cabinet? Because that's what he hides inside and peeks out through the cracks while his wife's getting railed by other men.
Can you understand somebody
Including the rage
your
pig
dead
right now.
mom and some cackling talk show host sitting there laughing along with their $5 super chats? Can you imagine something like that?
Yeah, that's. I was literally telling you a story of how I did a roast and a girl made fun of my mom being dead.
With a super chat while they've been sitting there for like an hour. Like I don't really think so, but whatever, man. Just
Chrissy absolutely knew what she was doing when she was reading this. And the same thing she was doing with Brittany Venti. These people always repeat.
just get me off the air. Like what? Like I don't know. I guess people are waiting for me to quit the show. Like I'm not gonna quit the show. So just finish it up. Like what else do we have?
I feel like you're still mad at me, and I'm trying to
pull a Jack Murphy or something and walk up the show.
No,
I'm not gonna walk up the show.
I feel like you're upset with me, and I did not mean to upset you. That's all I can say.
It's fine.
like,
we'll both live. We'll both get through this. I'm sure.
We'll play Tim Tax Free at the end of the stream.
We'll prosper.
Yeah, let's move on. Ethan, there's a bunch of other super chats, and a lot of them are sitting on you.
Let's not do super chats. Let's
No,
not
no.
do super chats.
Any other super chats? No other super chats.
No more super chats. I feel like there's already too many.
Got that, Frank? No other super chats.
To tell you the truth about it, I'm in control now, bish. No, you don't get to read any more super chats. We're done. It's their show. Holy shit. Absolutely asserting the dominance.
No more super chats.
I'm not sending them in.
They're cowering. They're cowering at the Ralph mail. Oh, we have a new thing, actually. Something came through that I missed. Actually, I did see this earlier, but I forgot about it. So, apparently the Kiwi Farms browser history leak. So this is from the traitorous rat and #1 Jeremy A-log, his own search bar, when he tries to type things into the chat without minimizing the screen. Kiwi Farms caught the quartering browser history from today's stream, an ad on Craigslist that might be a coded message for Bulls to fuck his wife, telling them to come get copper piping and to swing by any time. All right, let's take a look. So you see, this is the Jeremy show. Yeah, this looks about right. You can see if we zoom in. Archive today. Why did Jeremy search for R? What is ARH? So he did recently go to Craigslist, free copper pipe scraps. All right, interesting. And here is the ad in Milwaukee, free stuff for sale. Free copper pipe scraps. My wife and I are in the middle of replacing the plumbing in our guest house, and we're looking to get rid of the scraps. We don't want anything for them. It's 100% free. We work from home, so you can swing by anytime. Hold on a second. Now that we're on Kick, I can actually do this properly. I gotta just live. Give me a second. Where is it? I need to get the right music for this. Because at first I thought this was cope and this could not be true, but I'm actually starting to believe it. So we have an Urban Dictionary. Copper piping. Penetrating your partner furiously for a long time, causing your member to become hot, shiny, and reddened. Taking the appearance of a copper pipe. What are the details? What are the facts? The quartering did go to this archive. He did go to the free copper pipe. This is a fact. This is the factual ad. Copper piping is a sex term, apparently, although it seems to be a quite esoteric one, as I've never heard it. However, why would the quartering need copper piping? There's only two ways this could happen. Number one, he's poor, he's broke, and he needs the copper scrap to sell it for scrap metal. But he doesn't, which is possible, I guess, but there's only two things. He either needs the money from the copper piping, or this has to be sexually related. Now, let's look at the sexual related facts. Copper piping, penetrating your partner furiously for a long time, causing your member to become hot and shiny with reddened, taking the appearance of copper pipe. Let's look at the ad. Free copper piping scrap. My wife and I are in the middle of replacing our plumbing. Why would you mention this? I'm replacing a bathroom. Come get the copper pipe. My wife and I are in the middle of replacing the copper piping in our guest house. We're looking to get rid of the scraps. We don't want anything for it. It's 100% free. Okay. We work from home, so you can swing by swing by any time. This is 100% confirmed. This is 100% confirmed. He's a swinger. His wife's getting piped. He's sitting in the corner. He can swing by any time. Because you know why he's searching for this? He's no longer friends with Adam. Adam Sellers, the Jew Bull. The Jew Bull's pissed. The Jew Bull's close to breaking free. He needs a new bull. Swing by my wife and I. Let's decode this. My wife and I swing. Let's put this into the crime lab momentarily. Let's have a look. Where's the block text? Like this? Let's see. My wife and I. We got him, boys. I've decoded the message. Wait, there we go. My wife and I can swing anytime. We got him. It's fucking confirmed. Jeremy's wife, the quartering's wife, is getting a quarter pipe of copper slammed into her pussy from the new Jubal. The third Jubal has hit the towers. All right, there we go. And thank you for indulging me in that. Like, I really, unfortunately, cannot play that music on YouTube. You can play some. I don't know how Turkey Tom and other commentary channels get away with playing the Death Note music. It doesn't work for me on any other platform on YouTube. Maybe it's just not for live stream. I like. Let me see. Let's have a vote in chat. So I'll make the vote even more unbiased. So I won't even use A and B. But one for this is all just copper piping. But like I said, there's only two options here. The quartering is so poor that he has to drive around in his Cybertruck picking up free copper piping. That's option one. That's the only reason to be searching for copper wire or copper piping. Or, well, I guess he could be making some, like a home still or something with the copper piping, but that would give him some sort of lead poisoning, I imagine, from corrosion and crap. I know there's no lead and copper, but it's probably like connected and stuff. So it's number one. He's either poor and he can't afford things so badly that he has to go around collecting scrap, which is very funny because it's essentially getting a JOB. Or two, this is absolutely 100% confirmed. He's a cuckold and he's getting the copper piping down on the down low. Let's see those twos, chat. I believe this 100%. If it was just like, if I would say there's okay, if it wasn't for my wife, like why would you mention your wife in an ad about getting rid of copper pipe and swing by any time? Double exclamation point. You know who uses double exclamation points? Excited women and cucks. It's confirmed. It's 100% confirmed. Seal of approval. This is some fantastic work by the Kiwi farmers. It's confirmed. And there you see. Copper piping. It's true. It's true. That was a little detour. I really should have included that in the main show, but I think I just forgot about it. That was a fun little detour. All right, I think we've covered everything for today. That was 5 hours. That's actually a pretty good stream. I enjoyed it. Did you have fun, chat? Did you have fun spamming the bees? I guess we'll play you out on some tax-free. Is there anyone to host on Kick? I haven't used this feature before. Is anyone I know streaming? No, nobody's streaming. All right, it's over. All right, guys. Thank you for the show. Thank you for the support. Oh, wait, I got to read these kicks. Sorry. We got Dork, Kick Dork, gifted a full send. We've got Raymond, Sycamore's Rope with a 10. We got Manny with a 50. We got Manny with a 1, 1, 1. And I think that's all of the ones that came in. Yeah, that's everything. All right, guys. Have a good one. Peace and peace.
What about my shredder? What about my shredder? What about my personal home shredder? What about my shredder?
Yes, and the shredder.
Did you hear me? It is tax-free.
my Zannies, my hookers, my super chats too. Hit that button, cause every single super chat I got it tax-free, tax-free. Take out your pill bottles, shake your pills, shake your pills, because it's gonna be tax-free, tax-free, tax-free. Tell your wickers that we got it tax-free in my little tin shack. Cats flying in tornadoes, gun flopping up and down, let's get the guns out. Gun, 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 shake it around when it's tax-free. Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! It's a tip, so it's tax-free. But wiggle, you best not fold the bullshit, because these super chats, they all tax-free. Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Yo, Faith, don't make me say it. Squeeze! Child support. Faith, it's tax-free. Compass Sneed, cause it's tax-free. That's right, bitch. Now kiss my Gucci hat. I say kiss it. It's authentic, bitch. It's time to gun out. Shake your gun like you mean it. Whee! Wiggle, wiggle! Welcome to the kill stream. This song. Wiggle, wiggle! What you mean I'm drunk? I'm sober, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Maybe one more. So take out your pill bottles and shake your pills, and wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle! It's a tip, so it's tax-free. But wiggle. Wiggle!